Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm John.
I'm Claire.
This is Benny Intruder, and welcome to Crusader Kings 4! Oh shit, I fucked. The 3! The other one! There's no Crusader Kings 4! I haven't already got access to that. It's fine. Welcome to Crusader Kings 3. Sorry, I just thought you might all enjoy the remix, the music. So I'm not sure if that had been put out yet, because it was kind of in the background of some of the videos. But I thought you might enjoy the full version. That's the remix. Like the first time I played this and I heard that, I was like, "Holy shit, that's amazing!" It was so good. It's so good. They do knock it out the park with the menu music to old Paradox, because there was a Creation and Beyond in the original launch version of Stellaris, which was brilliant. Actually, the menu music for Imperator wasn't that good. That was just alright. No, that wasn't spectacular. Claire's here, by the way.
Hi!
Sorry, I got overexcited by Crusader Kings and forgot to acknowledge Claire's existence.
That's fine. I got excited by Crusader Kings 3 too.
There we go. So yes, Crusader Kings 3. I can finally talk about it openly. Up to this point, I have been under embargo, and thus, if I was to have said anything, pretty much, Paradox would have launched a hostile scheme against me. And they would have had lots of agents, and it would have had a 100% success chance. So that would have been really bad for my knees. So today we get to actually. Why'd you keep break? There you go. Right, bloody thing keeps not quite working. So today we could talk about Crusader Kings 3 in full, in detail. It's still really loud, by the way. As you may recall from Crusader Kings 2, the default game volume is really bloody loud. So I'm gonna turn way down. It's still yelling at me. So that's... Yay, Crusader Kings. It's really good. And it's also it's just come off the most ludicrous review thing. It's got so many good reviews. It picked up several 100 out of 100s. It's already picked up a few 100 out of 100s. Now, I personally think that's a little bit over generous. I definitely wouldn't call this a 100 out of 100 game. In fact, I wouldn't call any game 100 out of 100. But it is very good. There are some omissions from Crusader Kings 2 that you might feel more than others. Now, Claire.
Yeah.
I was originally planning to put to a vote who we were going to play as today. But honestly, do you think there's any possibility anyone's going to beat the might of Cornwall? Do you think that's even remotely possible? I tell you what, we could vote for... You know what? We could vote for two different Cornwalls. We could vote for 867 Cornwall, where Cornwall's going to be attacked by Vikings, or 1066 Cornwall, where Cornwall has to deal with whoever the hell's going to win the War of 1066, or the Wars of 1066.
Yeah, that's a
How
good
does
point.
that sound? I think we should probably poll. We should poll which Cornwall to play as. This is the might of... I don't think Cornwall's going to lose. So we're just going to... The only thing that can defeat Cornwall is Cornwall from another time zone. So it's going to be a Cornwall versus Cornwall battle.
Sorry, am I making a straw poll?
Just to be clear, we're not going to have Cornwall... This is the beginning of a new series. This is just a little one-off thing. Yes.
This is just the earliest time we were allowed to actually, do more Crusader Kings 3.
Yes.
So we did it.
There's okay, obviously I've already done a bit of Ghana. There's another thing that's a big one-off.
No, they're happy about Cornwall.
There's a one-off special. I literally can't play as Venice. Republics are not enabled. They're not playable yet. They're in the game, but you can't play as them. They have their own rules if you are the liege of a republic, but republics are not currently playable. So people voting in chat isn't how this works. Come on, we know this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm making a poll, and I can't count votes in chat. And don't force me to put it on 30-second slow mode instead.
That's already slow mode, isn't it? Yes.
So
yeah.
Whatever, the other way around. I forget how slow mode works.
I
can make it worse.
Whenever trust me, Claire can always make things worse.
Oh, fuck
I've got 11 years of experience. Claire can always make it worse. She's glaring at me. So welcome.
You know, this is why they all say that I should have a raise.
You just had one last week.
No, I know, but you were why are they saying that? It's because you're always insufferable.
Amazing.
Love you.
there is literally you can't play as republics yet.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that I think it's not that like the thing is there's a lot more here that like in fact it's kind of weird because there's a load of stuff in the base game of Crusader Kings 3 that if you were to just like play the free version of Crusader Kings 2 that had like no DLC at all would not be there. Like I'm pretty sure you can't play as like Jewish leaders in base game because that was tied to what was it, Sons of Abraham, the DLC. So all the Sons of Abraham stuff still feels like it's kind of in here. And lots of other stuff like Sword of Islam stuff. There's a lot of Swords of Islam stuff here. So a lot of stuff that would be DLC in Crusader Kings 2 is just part of the base game here. So it doesn't feel like they've just like stripped everything back. There's a lot of like stuff that's actually in the game that like would have been that. And I think I just heard Claire make a noise.
Yeah, shout out to Flying Gerbil, who gave us $300.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Flying Gerbil.
Happy Crusader Kings 3-day longtime fan, first time catching a live stream. I figured I was past you, throwing money at you to show my appreciation. Keep up the great work. Love you guys. Brackets even Claire.
Yay! Now that's the message I like.
And yeah, we've also got 500 Danish kroner from Darth Kingadate Bobo. Thank you very much. Who says time for the return of John the Fat?
Yes! Speaking of which, how's the poll going? Is there a clear winner?
Oh yeah, no, I've not put it in yet.
Oh.
Because you didn't say.
Sorry, yes.
Who should we play as?
867
okay,
versus 1066 Cornwall.
Yeah. Sorry, you didn't say that we were actually voting now. I wasn't sure what you were doing.
Oh, sorry. Right, we're behind on the vote for that reason.
Okay.
If you think this map looks like, you should see the real map. You should see the. I'll show you like how the proper map works in a second. It's really cool. The map looks really gorgeous in its current form.
Sorry, it's a wee bit busy today.
Would you believe?
Yeah, no, shocking, right? I mean, got people in chat saying, "Oh, I see we're doing Cornwall." Then, I mean, we just didn't actually think that people would vote for other things as well. Let's see. Jimmy wants to know what's the difference between the two start dates. If you can say that again.
Broadly, in 867, England is divided. The Kingdom of England doesn't exist. And Vikings are going to be coming in, like several Viking, the Viking states, like start at war with England, so they're coming. So there's going to be a fair bit of England going to be lost to Vikings, but there's no unified English king. Whereas 1066, of course, you've got the Wars of 1066, which could be won by anybody because alternate history flails off all over the place in Crusader Kings. I mean, in Crusader Kings 2, Harold Hardrada used to win all the time. These days, it's not so reliable. I have seen William of Normandy win a bit more often, and there's part of that is tied to the new alliance system, which leads to way more bafflingly huge world wars, by the way, which I'll go into why in a minute. But there's a much higher propensity for massive pan-European wars in Crusader Kings 3 than there ever used to be in 2.
That's
and
cool.
there's a very good reason for that. So that's kind of the big difference between the two. It's like whether we're dealing with Vikings or whether we're dealing with massive foreign invasion and foreign kings. Oh dear. Claire, probably a good time while we just let people get a handful of votes in for you to just cover off a few more.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the Grinning Viking who gave us $2 and wants to know, will this be the longest MATM live stream yet?
No, because there's actually a video to go out at 10. This is not the only thing you're getting today. You're also getting the usual Last of Us 2 video at 10 PM. So we have to finish by then.
Also, we're not, like, going to be doing 12-hour live streams like every other week.
Promise, yeah. That promise, yes, definitely.
Oh, yeah, we've got an idea for our next, like, super big live stream,
yes,
but we're not telling you
We
yet.
do, yes. That's not for a while.
Let's see, Brian gave us €5 and says, yes, I'm so excited for this releasing tomorrow. Hope you have fun with it, John.
I'll talk about all the things I've been talking about. Like, just drop questions throughout the thing. I can answer all of them now. Right, how's the poll looking?
The poll is looking very much
I'm hearing
like,
conclusive.
Yes, it's quite conclusive. We are playing as 867.
867, alright. Players, any ruler on 867. You notice the game actually, it definitely loads faster than it used to, which is nice. It used to take 10 million years to load. I don't know whether this is going to be, so, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing about characters in this game, which is, obviously, big historical characters are always the same, because they've got, like, fixed stats and fixed perks.
Yeah.
But, like, minor characters who, like, you know, we just kind of, either they've been invented, or you only have a name, or nothing's really recorded about them, they're a weird blend, which is, they're not purely random. Some of them are purely random, but always have, like, one trait, for example, that they never don't have, which I assume is because the historical record says, like, there was this guy and he was brave, so he therefore always gets brave. I don't know, because there's 3 different classes of character. There's always the same, always random, but with one thing fixed, versus completely random. There's 3 different types. And yeah, the map is beautiful, by the way. So you've got, like, this beautiful map on the table, but as you, like, it's sort of... There's not actually a map mode for terrain. Well, there is a terrain map mode, but, like, the terrain map mode is, like, the simple terrain map mode from Imperator. There's not, like, a terrain map mode in the same way as it was previously, because the terrain map mode, like, is just, it happens automatically as you zoom in. It just, like, you know, so you've got, like, pure map into ocean, but with, like, things. You can still, like, do control click to break down individual territories, by the way. That's still a thing. And then if you just, like, zoom in, it just sort of becomes... terrain where if you hover over something, it gives you it in the appropriate color, which is super cute. It's really, really nice. So that is super cute. That's super cute indeed. So I don't know. I don't actually know who. Whether this is actually a fixed... I didn't even bother to check whether this is like a character who's always the same or not. But I am going to be patient, arrogant, and vengeful. Which is really the sort of person you don't want to get on your bad side, unfortunately. It sounds like, yes, you're... He's incredibly arrogant, and it's plots patient revenge. So this is Dumnarf the Second, and yes, we'll see what we've got going on here, because hopefully we're safe from the Vikings over here. So we're just going to play as him, and there we go. We're just going to dive down into Here's by the One. So it just kind of loads instantly, which is really cute. So yes, I have got... Okay, I start off with 2 counties. I assume I have... Yes, I've got the Petty Kingdom of Cornwall, so duchy, duchy level title, and I control both of these. De jure, is that... Yeah, okay, so I already control all of my de jure land. So I start off with basically a nice, simple situation here, which is I've got 2 counties, which is not bad. Wessex next door, however, I've got no relationship with them whatsoever. Now, I don't particularly want trouble with Wessex, split them out. He's got way too many titles, so he's going to be distributing those as time goes by. I don't want trouble with Wessex, but I don't necessarily want peace with Wessex guaranteed either. Because I might want to, like, you know, attack Wessex. If they get attacked by Vikings, they might leave themselves vulnerable. They can go and, like, claim myself Dorset or whatever.
Have you shown the whole game map, like, where it goes
to?
Yeah. Because there's a lot more, and people were asking about, like, China and stuff in
yeah, so we go, yeah, so in so in terms of, like, China, we go all the way over to here, in this part of the world. So you've got kind of like these territories are right at the end. Down this side of the map, you kind of go right up towards, you kind of reach Vietnam. It's kind of like, it gets right up towards Vietnam-y kind of territory, or kind of that sort of part of the world, but not quite beyond there. I almost suspect, because I can't help but notice, if you look at the map, if you look at the map here, look at the map along the top.
Yeah.
Or look at the map along the sides. Look at the map along the bottom. Look at the map here. Almost as if there's missing pieces waiting to be added.
Ah, interesting.
Like they might be planning to add in Vietnam, Malaysia, the Philippines, maybe even Japan in the long run.
Interesting.
Which was never in Crusader Kings 2. There's never in Crusader Kings 2. So if they wanted to add something like new and weird, that's what they might do. I think if they wanted to do something new, I think they're going Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia. I don't know if they'd go Australia. And we also go further south, because we've got the southern coast of North Africa, which we didn't have in Crusader Kings.
It's Burma, not Vietnam.
Sorry, my mistake. Without like any labels and just the coastline, I'm going to struggle to recognize exactly where we are. But yeah, it used to be like, I'm pretty sure the boundary for Crusader Kings 2 was about like where the bottom of the screen is now, because you had like you had like a bit of Mali, but it just cut off there. And yeah, now it goes a lot further. So you've kind of got like Guinea and like all of the south coast down over here. So you go a lot further in Africa. and a lot further down, like, Ethiopia way, which is cool. Sorry, Burma, not Vietnam.
Yeah, and we do have... Well, can you zoom in a little bit? I can't see really well.
Zoom in on what? Burma territory?
Well, just the entire, like, side of the map that we think might have stuff added to it.
So yeah, you've
kind
of
got... sounds... that would be super cool to have a DLC for that.
Yeah, because I think this is bigger than the Crusader Kings 2 map even after all updates. It's bigger than all of Crusader Kings 2. It's basically the same size most ways, because like Iceland's up in the corner up here. There was never Greenland in Crusader Kings 2. It would be nice to maybe have maybe we could have Greenland over here. I mean, like, having Greenland as a starting point to having America, because if we've got Vikings, we know Vikings went to America. Yeah. Like, it would be nice. I mean, I would not bet against, in the long run, they're going to want to go places in Crusader Kings 3 they didn't go in Crusader Kings 2. Having some form of DLC that's entirely, hey, Vikings are going to go to America. For people asking where Rand McNally is, Rand McNally would be somewhere down over here, close by to South America, but it's not actually in the game right now, unfortunately. So Rand McNally is not actually present, which is a real shame. But yes, very obscure Simpsons joke there. Well done. So yes, it would be very cool if Iceland got to be leading the charge, out to Greenland and beyond. That would be very, very cool indeed. So that's the map as it is in its current form, including kind of like zooming in and getting a close up on all sorts of things. And the towns are obviously culturally appropriate, which is really cute. It's kind of like in the tribal territories, you've got very small tribes, but if you kind of zoom into say London, it's kind of like you've got more like kind of Motte and Bailey kind of castles, and whether it's a town or whether it's a castle makes a difference to what you see on the map. Super cute. It's really super cute. And there's a bishopric right there, so that's a little church. So that's actually pretty darn. So that's actually really darn cute. There's so much to go over. There's so much to go over. What am I doing right now? Okay, so my money coming in's pretty good. 2.7 coming in's pretty solid. Prestige. I'm gaining basically no piety though, and the reason for that is because I've got I've got a sin. Virtues and sins matter so much more these days. They're a really big deal. They're a really big deal because any sin, if you've got like a sin that's like sinful to your religion, that means that's minus 10 to everyone of your religion, which is huge if you're in a vaguely mono-religious, monocultural area. And on top of that, it's piety -1. So this character's just not gaining piety, basically, which means this character's not going to be able to do much with piety, which is unfortunate. Now, some people have mentioned, of course, I think it would be, you're still 1, so we should be able to go to play character. Can we rename you at this point? We should be able to rename you. Arrange, pin, open barbershop. How do we rename you? Can we just click here? I mean, you used to be able to rename people who are related to you below a certain age, but possibly you're not anymore. I've not actually checked this. I don't see where I click to make it say. What you can do is you can take any character who's close to you and you can just dress them up as you want, which I think is really cute. Including, if you want to, you can just give them a really nice crown. So I'm just going to give my kid a crown, which is nice. And we're going to have some nice long flowing hair. And there we go. Now my child has a massive crown, which I think is very important to me. Which is very, very important to me. Okay, I should marry. I think if I could find someone to marry in Gwyneth, get Gwyneth on side. Me and Gwyneth could be good friends potentially. So yeah, we're going to. I want to look for someone to get married to. I'm just going to, find a spouse. So we're going to arrange marriage internally or found spouse externally, which is useful. But yeah, what we really want is... Some of this is fine, but rather than, you arrange by rank, which is useful.
Renaming was from DLC, Malthus says, in CK2. Carly says you can't rename unless it was born after the game starts, which also would make sense.
Fair enough.
We're just gonna get on with making some babies so we can rename them.
Makes sense to me.
But yeah, Jinx confirms renaming in CK2 was very late game, but it's the kind of thing that if they know the community likes and wants, they might have now put in early in CK3. I mean, I think possibly a lot of the really, really good reviews that you were mentioning were because people were afraid that the game was going to be empty without DLC at launch, and it's not.
No, not at all. There's a lot of stuff in it.
Yeah.
The reason I'm carefully choosing my wife, by the way, is because a close marriage alliance is, or rather, a close marriage is now automatically an alliance. You do not need to convert a marriage into an alliance. It just is an alliance. So what you often see in 1066 is like William of Normandy gets all his children married off in the first month or two, and then calls all his new allies into war, and all of a sudden the War of 1066 turns into like a 5 versus 5 scrum where everyone shows up. It's the dumbest thing, and I love it. It's so dumb. Would you believe there's no Sunset Invasion? I don't know whether that'll be back. Like, it would be kind of cute if it was. I don't know how they'd, whether they'd do that again. I'd like to, maybe it could be something else. Maybe it could be an elf invasion from the north. Could be from Santa. You can't have an open marriage rather the rules of marriage are defined by your religion. So because I'm religion, I'm stuck being like, monogamous, and the Pope has to give me permission for divorces, which is very, very limiting. So, which is, why you might want to potentially break away Tudor style. But if you were part of a different religion that allowed concubines or polygamy, yes, you can. And there's nothing to stop you having as many, secret lovers as you want, but depending on the rules of your religion, it could work out really bad for you, depending on what adultery is. So in Catholicism, it's shunned but not criminal to have secret extra lovers. So, might be worth it, might not be. I do actually have a child despite having a wife. Where did you come from? We don't know. You just didn't come from anywhere. I need to find someone who's kind of close by, so find a spouse. Anyone who's Duchy of Cantabria, High Chieftain of... you're over in... that's someone over there in Ireland. Perfect world. I need someone a bit more County of Anjou, County of Provence. I need someone a little bit more powerful. Then again, actually, no, I should just prioritise getting someone good in. Right now, my stats are not spectacular. Let's just arrange my potential wives by... Oh, you'll do. You're solid with a 20 diplomacy, age 21, and intelligent.
Nice, very nice.
I mean, that's, genetically can be passed on.
Yeah.
Okay, it's harder to do selective breeding than it used to be. So I'm just going to get you on board. That's fine. I actually lose prestige because she's kind of lowborn or whatever. But that's fine. It's harder to pass on positive genes because you need to, really invest in that. If you want to get a good breeding program going on, it takes more investment than it used to be. It really does. So I've got no troops. Okay, that's a concern. So I need to invest in my cities at some point because I've got none. So I need to get some money. I just need to get some money as the starting point. I can't. Hang on. I assume I can't. Yeah, I can't raid because I'm feudal and whatever. So yeah, in a perfect world, we need to get you nice and hooked up with somebody nearby. I think Gwyneth is actually a good bet. You've got a nice young daughter, right? That's son. You. Right, you. How about we arrange a nice marriage between you and my son and heir? And doesn't need to be matrilineal. She'll accept that, which is absolutely fine. That gets me an alliance right there with him over in Gwyneth, and he seems pretty strong. I'm going to send that over. So yeah, we're just going to let that kind of kick off. And hang on, my education is in... Ooh, my education's in intrigue. Though I'm kind of bad at it, actually. I'm kind of bad at it. Okay. What I'll probably do is I'll go over to diplomacy and I'll take family focus just to basically get some children out anyway. Which I could go for temptation focus to get the same fertility, but I'm just going to be leveling up a little bit faster. I'm already focused in torture. Apparently I'm very good at torture. Because if your character, if you inherit a character who's a certain age, the game assumes they've been investing in their lifestyle tree already. So let's go over to a little bit of diplomacy. We'll go over to family focus. We'll start there. We'll start building up some experience and start getting some perks there. So there we go. That's all we need, kind of the basics. I assume also... Yes, I actually get to control my own tech tree. Because... yeah, I'm actually... Hang on. Yes, I'm the head of the Cornish culture. Because I'm part of a tiny culture, it means I kind of have a lot more control over my tech. Like, if I was, say, French, then if I was a small French count, I wouldn't have control over the French tech tree, because tech is handled at the culture level. So I get to choose what I do and don't want to specialise in. So, what do I want to do? Start moving Gavelkind so we can start getting special, some Gavelkind variations. Okay, so here's one of the biggest changes. So, in Crusader Kings 2, you kind of probably want to rush towards primogeniture really early on. Because primogeniture is good, and you don't really want to have Gavelkind. You can't do that anymore. You can't do that. Because if you want to have primogeniture, if you want to set things over to, say, to primogeniture, then the only way to have primogeniture is to have the primogeniture innovation. That is a tech. It is a late medieval tech, specifically. So if we just look at the tech tree over here. Right now I'm actually still doing, if you're doing the 867 start especially, you're still in tribal. So before you're allowed to start researching anything in early medieval, then it needs, you need to have done 50% of the tribal era's tech. So we're almost there for that. Then to get into high medieval, you need to have done, I think you need to have done again half of that, plus it needs to be 1050. To get into late medieval, it needs to be 1200 AD, and you need to have done a certain number of techs from high medieval, and then, and only then, can you start researching primogeniture. Okay? So you are going to not have primogeniture for centuries. So you're just going to have to deal. You're going to have to deal with different...
I want Gavelkind.
Well, it's not Gavelkind anymore. There's variants of Gavelkind. So you've got, like, Confederate Partition, where everything gets divided equally between all children. You can earlier get slightly better versions of Gavelkind. So you've got this version, which is Partition, where titles are divided evenly, but player heir always gains, like, the best shit. Your primary title and de jure stuff underneath it. Then a bit later, you can get High Partition, where, the lion's share of the titles go to your primary heir. So, like, most stuff goes, but a bunch of stuff doesn't.
Oh, the chat is not excited about Gavelkind.
I know.
It smells like a lot of murdered babies, says Tommy, who has a point.
So you can have revised Gavelkind. You can make you're stuck with Gavelkind for a bit longer, but you can kind of like have improved versions of Gavelkind as time goes on, where it's like half primogeniture, High Partition, where half your stuff's going to go to one, but the other stuff's going to go to somebody else. There are a bunch of elective monarchies that are just are elective monarchies, where the kingdom title itself changes. But I think what's the earliest you can get here? So you can get house seniority a bit earlier. You can get that a bit earlier. Primogeniture you have to wait for bloody ages for, because primogeniture is that's just really, really late. Ultimogeniture is so ultimogeniture and primogeniture both come at the same time in late medieval. House seniority comes a little bit older, where the oldest house member inherits. But that one's a bit dodgy, because your house can contain a lot of people. I have not seen any sign of Tanistry yet. I don't know whether that's even a thing anymore. They might have thought, Tanistry was a bit too nice. So that's one of the big changes right there. That's a huge, huge change. That you actually have to, you can't just, rush. Because I think in Crusader Kings 2, you could reasonably rush primogeniture inside, the life within, the first one or two kings.
Yeah.
You could just rush it. Because you say, you know what, just get me up to Legalism 4 or whatever it was. Get straight to that. So... If someone was asking how the tech actually works, by the way, so the way tech works is it's done at the cultural level. So if you are Anglo-Saxon, everyone who's Anglo-Saxon will have the exact same tech, okay? And you're going to start off with a bunch of techs that make sense for your culture, in that year to have. So more advanced people, the Byzantine Empire are going to start off relatively advanced. Tribes down in Africa or up in the, wastes of Scandinavia are going to be relatively not advanced. They're going to start off with less tech. So you're going to start off with a bunch of texts, and then there's going to be texts that don't show up. And some of them are going to take longer. Like, for example, right now, it's going to take me, organically, 400 years to basically get mods, like a type of natural defense, which would be very useful. Potentially, yes?
I've got people in chat saying Tanistry is for the Irish and the Welsh.
Ah!
And the Cornish just wouldn't have it, and also the Cornish just won't get primogeniture. It says in the tooltip. John, I mean, when y'all say read the tooltip in chat, have you met John? Have you seen one of their videos? Yeah,
I don't read
of our videos.
tooltips.
I mean, come on. Let's see.
It doesn't say they can't have that. It just says I don't have high crown authority, which you need to set. Then the other thing it says that you need, you need one, you have to have powerful vassals. They have to like you, and the Cornish culture does have primogeniture. Yes, it doesn't have it right now, but it can do.
Is that what that means? Okay.
Yeah, but it absolutely can do.
Okay.
No, Cornwall can absolutely have it. You just need to have the innovation, which, as I was explaining just a second ago, is a thing they have to work their way up to. But, like, basically, because I'm in control, because I control the most Cornish territory, because I control the only Cornish territory, I can pick a fascination, which is basically me saying, there's a thing I want to happen faster. So this now is now going to happen in 40 years rather than, what would have been before, 400. So it happens like 10 times faster. So once I have a certain number of texts, I can either keep doing these texts or I can move on to early medieval if the time is correct. So, yeah, basically, it's going to take me a while to work my way up towards primogeniture. And yet saying oh, no, they're right. They're saying this is not available to the Cornish. Do I get something else instead in that case?
I mean, I don't know. People really want to know if Tanistry is going to be a thing.
Well, it's very fast. We can actually check this because, like, you can very easily just abandon your run and go to a different one. You just say, you know what, switch character, take me over to a Welsh person. Boom, now I'm playing as the Welsh. So we can check. We could actually check whether they get anything different, and we can just go back to Cornwall. As long as they don't unpause, nothing happens, so it's fine.
Alright, by the way, chat, if you've got any questions about the game, and, you can always reply me in chat or the mods and ask questions about the game. I've asked the mods to help me, like, pick interesting questions about the game to ask John, because it's going very fast! And I might miss some stuff, so, yeah. You can ask in chat, and I'm gonna do my best to give questions to John. But, John, I'm afraid today you might have to let me talk more than usual, because there's a lot of comments.
Boo. But yeah, it looks like here, as you're saying, there's a bunch of people that just don't get, so like the Welsh also do not get primogeniture. So possibly a bunch of Celtic cultures just don't get access to that. They just can't have that tech for whatever reason. And okay, these are all saying not available to the Welsh, which is okay. Wales just doesn't get tech, apparently.
Wow.
In fact, I'm starting to be suspicious it's just saying not available to the Welsh because I'm not in that era. Because literally, it's saying not available to the Welsh against everything. So I'm starting to suspect. I think it's only saying that because I'm not in this era yet. Because otherwise, Wales isn't allowed any technology. And I've been to Wales. That's fair. They do indeed have no technology. It's just people putting stones up their noses.
Yeah, I've definitely got, Hamza in chat says not available means you don't have it now, but you can in future.
Yeah, I think that's what it must be, because literally everything is saying not available to the Welsh. So I think it's a slightly unclearly worded tooltip, because I can see how that would absolutely be very easy to not understand. So that's absolutely fair. If we see if we can find an example of this, but if I go over to the Kingdom of France, and hang on, where's the line of succession for Kingdom of France? I know you can check that feudal kingdom thing, succession law, confederate partition. There are absolutely kingdoms, I've seen this, that are just fundamentally elective, and they're always going to be, I think they're always going to be elective. I think England in 1066 is one of them, if I recall correctly. But I think possibly because we've started in 867, all of them, because like the whole point of this era of Central Western European history is kingdoms falling the flip apart. They're all going to be partition. So that, which is what Gavelkind's called now. It's called partition of varying descriptions. Yeah, they're all Confederate partition. I love the tooltips, by the way. It's so much easier to get information now, because if you just hover over something, it just appears. And you know you get information about the tooltip, and you get information about the tooltip's tooltip, and about the tooltip's tooltip, and you can just keep going until you eventually it just looks like you've kind of accidentally, like, you know, you've got a virus on your computer, and you've just got deeper and deeper, and it never ever stops.
I wanted to ask you about that because I've got a question in chat that's like, Claire, show us get him to show us the game rules or whatever.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure if, you know, immediately I thought to myself, like, Crusader Kings 3 game rules, surely there's not like one screen that gives you all the rules because there's so many of them.
Yeah. Actually, in 867, Byzantine Empire is listed as primogeniture, not imperial elective. So I don't know if the wacky, like, fixed ones, like imperial elective that were introduced for Holy Roman Empire and Byzantine Empire, are actually in the game yet. I hadn't noticed that before, but Byzantine Empire is listed as primogeniture in 867, which is weird. Look at Wessex succession. Alright, we'll check out the Wessex succession. That is Confederate partition, same as before. So, possibly they're going to add in a bunch of, like, different wacky cultural specific ones down the line. Because it looks to me like right now, like, some of the more unique flavory ones from Crusader Kings 2 aren't there yet. And this is, I'm learning this stuff as you do, because there's so much stuff I don't have time to look at it. Because right now it looks like there's only these ones. In fact, let's just jump over to the Byzantine Empire nice and quickly.
Well, while you do that, can you answer the question I was just asking about a screen with game rules?
Oh,
is that a thing, or is it just a tooltip?
Well, what there is there is a tutorial you can play. There's an interactive tutorial that's better than one in Crusader Kings 2. There is a really nice encyclopedia where you can just, like, you know, search for whatever. And, like, it's just got, like, everything in it, which is, it's very useful. And because, like, there's there's interactive things, the encyclopedia is really useful. That's been really useful.
Oh, God. Turns out I'm a Muppet.
Yes.
And the chat very obviously points out that what they mean is, can you show the screen where you set the game rules for your game before the game starts?
Ah, yes, that is a very good point.
I'm so sorry.
That's a very good point. Let's just quickly switch character back to Cornwall. I'm just going to drop a save to save the three things we've done. This is going to be a discussion live stream. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
this is
not going to be.
This is not like a detailed playthrough. And also, when you play as someone, they're then on the however you've dressed them up and whoever they are, their wife and their heir is on the title screen. So if you dress them up ridiculously, it's wonderful. So that's kind of good. So yes, you're right. What you can do is just pick anyone at random. And yes, game rules. There's not as many these days as there used to be. So you've got difficulty, which is just very easy or normal. I just play on normal by default because that seems fine. Exclave independent. You've got multiplayer murder schemes. Minor diseases, where you can have fewer or normal. You can change the gender rules if that's what you want. So, yeah, obviously, by default, there's a lot of... Basically, every title is going to be male-preferred or male-dominated. So you can just change that to equality if you'd rather play that way. And indeed, you can actually invert. I don't know if that was an option in Crusader Kings 2 from the start, but you can invert the laws. So basically, if in most starts, it's going to be female-dominated everywhere. So if you want to do that, you've got heresies that you can turn on or off. You can make them strict, relaxed, or normal. The Mongol invasion will be showing up in either 1200 random or not at all. Casus Belli, because Casus Belli costs prestige by default. But yes, you can just set those to be free. Because yes, you need to pay to start every war these days. But yeah, you can just turn that off if you'd rather. Culture conversion speed, so basically the speed at which things will naturally go to you can be, there's 5 levels of that, for slightly slower, really slower, or the same for fast. Same thing for faith, obviously. You've got your end dates, which is just 1453 again. or just not at all. Diplomatic range can be restricted, unrestricted, or normal. De jure requirements in terms of all sorts of bits and pieces. Custom kingdom, so you can create your own kingdom by decision. That's in right from the beginning. Generate families, on or off. So if you'd rather like not have an automatic wife, which can be useful, especially if you can set that for on AI only. So therefore you can pick your own wife the moment the game begins, which is quite useful. Same-sex relationships, so by default, of course, you're going to be bound by your faith's doctrines, but if you'd rather just change that, then everyone can just, everyone can just get with everybody and no one cares anymore. Sexuality distribution, so yes, right now there's, I don't think, it doesn't tell you what the exact distribution is, but like what you'll see is, you can check a character's sexual orientation now, it does actually say. Oh, yeah. Characters can be heterosexual, bisexual, or homosexual. I don't think asexuality is represented in the game. If it is, I've not seen it.
I thought they said that it would be in one of the dev diaries.
I think that's a trait, not I think it's a trait you can pick up, not a thing. If it's an actual fixed sexuality that's put in the same place as heterosexuality, I haven't seen it. But I've not seen one out in the wild. And basically that affects who you can and can't seduce. Because if you are a man and a woman is lesbian, you cannot seduce her. I don't know whether it's like that's just a hard thing, or whether it's like a -100 against chance seduce. So if you were like the most charismatic bastard in the world, you could still do it or not. I'd need to double check that.
But it's just like the seduce action. It's not like marriage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it does say asexuality on screen right now. It says it on screen right now.
Oh, I love you.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. John! It says it on screen now. It's very uncommon, though. I've seen quite a bit of homosexuality and bisexuality. I've literally never seen an asexual in the wild. Mm-hmm. So, it's very uncommon. But okay, it's literally in front of me. Yay. Yeah. That's a very good question, by the way. Because, of course, in 867 in Crusader Kings 2, you can find a few Hellenic faith people. I can't find any. So I don't think it exists, because we can actually check this. You can literally check. In fact, you know what? We'll come back to that in a second. Because you can check every religion in the world. You can check every religion in the world. So if we go over here, you can check other faiths, where you can filter it by only Christian or not. So this is literally every faith that's in the world, and which counties are following it or not. So this is, you can see there's these are just the existing organised faiths, or some of them are unorganised or unreformed at the beginning of the game. But there's a lot of cocking faiths. But some of them are so obscure, they're followed by like a handful of people, but there's not a single county that follows them. So we could go through literally this entire list right now, where you can see there's generic paganism, but that just like is basically a placeholder for where there's nothing else, and like literally no counties follow it. So I assume that might be needed for an event or something. So you got a bunch of Jewish faiths, and you've got the Muslims. They're kind of they're grouped. They're grouped by like what family there is. Now you can see here, Hellenism exists in the game. However, nobody's following it. So okay, we can confirm Hellenism does exist in the game. It's got communal identity, esotericism, and astrology. So it's just a normal religion. This is, wow, okay, I've just discovered this. I thought it wasn't here. So we've just discovered, can confirm, Hellenism does exist. And there's nothing to stop you converting to it. But you'd need to spend how much? That's 127,000 piety! It's quite expensive. Okay. So, you can bring Hellenism back. You can bring Hellenism back. However, the default cost to convert to it, because it's so different to my existing faith, is 10,000 faith. Because it exists already, it's a bit cheaper. Because I've got decent learning, it's a bit cheaper. However, because I'm converting from an organised faith to an unreformed one, plus 500 to cost, 50% because I'm feudal, 500% because it's dead, 200% because it's a different family, it's out of Christianity. So, if you want to convert, you can bring back Hellenism, but you would need to somehow get 127,000 piety in your life. I don't think I can check who people who are following it are. It doesn't tell you.
It's because it's a dead religion,
yeah.
apparently.
Yeah.
So Kale says converting to a dead religion is almost impossible because of exactly this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, okay, but okay, let's figure this out here. There are ways. Let's go over to learning here.
Okay, interesting. I had a question about learning. Mr. Ghostify wanted to know, is learning still trash? And can John give an overview of the learning focus?
No, learning's really good, but I'm not going to give you a full discussion of it because literally in 2 days' time on Wednesday, I'm going to release a massive in-depth video discussing all of the focuses, all of the trees, every single perk, and it will literally take me hours to do it, and I know because I did do it for hours, and Claire's editing it right now.
4 hours!
4 hours! But
it's really interesting now.
Lifestyle is not trash. There are some trees in every, like, there is trees all over the place that are a bit trash. There are some trees that are amazing. And
some really circumstantial ones you were saying as well.
You know the weird thing is, like, stewardship's good, but it's boring as fuck. That's the problem. The problem is, like, all the other ones have got really good role-playing potential. Stewardship's really powerful, but it's not very interesting, so I'm never going to use it. Learning's really fun. I was about to say, you've got the profit over here, but that only makes it cheaper to create a faith or reform an existing faith. It doesn't make it cheaper to jump faith. So, okay, you'd need to have a religion that gave you a mechanism for obtaining, like, piety really easily. Now, there are religions that do that, like, I was literally playing as Ghana before, where the Bedaic religion, like, you can use human sacrifice to, earn piety. But even then, I was only up to, like, I think 5,000 to 6,000 in my life. Like, it's there, but, like, honestly, I suspect this is going to be whoever can do this first, you know, props to them into the Crusader Kings community. Because looking at this, I'm just like, how the flip would you ever bring this back? It's theoretically possible to bring Hellenism back, but, okay, the thing is, you wouldn't, there's no point, because what you could just do instead is you could just make a new religion that was identical to Hellenism and call it Hellenism. You could just literally just, like, say, well, fuck this noise, I'm just going to go to that, I'm just going to create a new Christian faith, and I'm going to give it all the same tenets as Hellenism, so I'm just going to give it all the same stuff, like astrology, that's sex worship, though that one sounds fun, we'll go for that too. You could give it all the same stuff Hellenism had, you could call it Hellenism, you just call it Hellenism, you could give it all the same doctrines and whatever, and then you'd have Hellenism, and then it would be 50% cheaper to do, using the profit, perk, so, I mean, even if you get up to, like, exalted among men, like the highest level of piety, level of devotion, you become a religious icon, that doesn't get you piety faster. It just means in some religions, clergy like you more, and in other religions, everybody who's of the same religion likes you more, which is what happens in Muslim religions, which is really powerful. In Catholicism, being really pious, the clergy just like you more, but, like, in, I think, like, all of the Islamic religions, it's way more powerful. Because, actually I can't verify that because that's up here, but, like, I'm pretty sure, because I checked previously, that, yeah, basically all the Islamic religions, it's everybody, it's not just the priests, which is really, really strong, so, and yes, obviously you can name your own religions, and you can use that to create, you know, Mormon boat people, or whatever you want to do, to be honest, so that's a thing. But, okay, I've discovered something new I didn't know. Hellenism is absolutely in this game, but, like, I think it might be physically impossible to actually bring it back. I don't know how you would bring it back. And you could just create a new version that's exactly the same. So I think, like, recreating it as, like, new Hellenism, hooray. Though actually, ooh, okay, there's a downside. If you create a new Hellenism, you don't get a say over its holy sites. Old Hellenism has real holy sites. which have actually moved since Crusader Kings 2, weirdly. And by the way, if you're part of a religion, controlling the holy sites now gives a benefit to literally everyone who follows that religion. So if Hellenism controls Rome, all Hellenists gain stewardship and development, which is like advancement. Athens for diplomacy +1, stewardship +1, which is really good. Sparta, martial +1, combat +1. Alexandria, learning plus level of devotion, which is basically how good you are in terms of religion over time. +2. Hellenist, natural dread +5 for controlling Carthage. Don't know why Carthage. That's weird.
Folks are saying that it's possible to bring Hellenism back if you're already pagan.
If you're already pagan, that would be easier, yes. Because then you'd be part of... Actually, no. Because it's not part of the pagan family. It's part of the Greco... This is part of the Greco-Roman. Ah, okay, yes, I see. It's part... The subcategory is pagan, yes. Okay, let's jump over to someone who's... Let's just jump ship to someone who's actually pagan. Let's just jump ship to a pagan over here. So we got just a nice and lovely pagan man right here. So him, you're right, it's going to be cheaper for him to do it. So all other faiths, not just Finnic faiths, like literally all of them. And then where's... Oh, you're arranging these. How are you arranging these? Just arrange them in a way that makes sense, you bastards. Get down to the bottom. Generic paganism. Let's go. There it is. Okay, so convert to this faith. So that's going to cost... Okay, so that's a much more reasonable 37,000 faith needed for that. So the base is 5,000. Learning makes it a bit cheaper. Because it's existing, it's a tiny bit cheaper. But it's still plus 500%. So the best you're going to be able to do, because it's still a different religion. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if you could... I don't even know if it's possible to earn 40,000... like, piety in a single lifetime. I don't know if that's possible. Like, that would be insane. Because, like, bear in mind, I'm gaining 0... This guy's paying 0.9. So he's getting, like, you know, like, 10 to 12 a year. And you need 40,000. And you don't live that long in... Like, I don't know if you'd need to, like... I don't know if, by the way, the Immortal event is still present. I've not come across it.
that was one of the questions.
I haven't seen it. Let's see if immortality is listed at all in the encyclopedia.
Can you also search for Tanistry when you're done, because searching for that, because people wanted you to do that as well?
Tanistry?
Yeah.
Is not showing up. It has not appeared.
Also, from Daniel, are there societies, and also are there bloodlines?
Oh! No! Tanistry did just show up!
Nice!
Okay. Tanistry elective is somewhere. So the ruler and all vassals of 1 or 2 below the title can nominate an heir, the Tanis, from among members of the ruler's dynasty. Vassals will tend to favour older, distant relatives over close family. However, it does not specify how you access it. But I can confirm Tanistry is in the game. Tanistry is in the game, we just don't know where.
Interesting. Matt in the chat says the devs have alluded that there are special events to bring back Hellenism if, quote, the right conditions are met.
No.
So that's interesting.
I mean, logically, that's going to be controlling the holy sites, which weirdly now is including Carthage.
And Pizza Delivery says, in a dev diary, they said that it was a thing, but it wasn't enabled without mods. And I don't know if you mean Tanistry.
Yeah.
If you have a comment, please be quite detailed.
So we found Tanistry. We found Tanistry, but we don't know how to access it. We've no clue how to bloody access the thing. Because even in Cornwall, who is like, you know, Cornwall, Brittany, and Wales would be the logical places for it to appear. It just doesn't appear. So it's just not there. So it's not showing up as an option. Whether that means it's not enabled right now, but like it's going to be at some point is really unclear. But like, you know, arguably the bigger rush is like it would be nice to have like the Byzantine and the Holy Roman Empire back to how they should be. In fact, you know, I'm going to check on the Holy Roman Empire. I'm just going to very quickly check like what they've got.
Also, let's see. Eranara says you mentioned that the settlements had different style. could you move over to like Constantinople to look at how fancy their settlements are?
Sure, we'll do a little flyby in a second. We'll just quickly check on Holy Roman Empire and check what's going on with them.
Delivery says immortality is an option in the files.
Ah.
Very good.
Yeah, right now, even the Holy Roman Empire is Confederate partition. So the fancy Holy Fury... Or actually, it wasn't Holy Fury. It was the free update that came with Holy Fury, I think. The special ones are just not enabled by default. So Byzantium just starts off as Primogeniture. Holy Roman Empire starts off as Confederate partition. So that's tricky. So yes, if we just kind of let's zoom in to 1066. Oh yeah, you got the Hagia Sophia. There. They could do with being a little bit bigger, to be honest. Like one thing, actually, in offense, that's the city right there, and then that'll be the Hagia Sophia right next to it. I think like some of the cities, it would be nice if they spread out more. Like one thing that Imperator did really nicely was you had like territories filled up with houses. Really nicely. Whereas now, like, if you zoom right in, you can see they're, like, vaguely architecturally appropriate. But they look very small. Even what should be quite big cities, like Athens, over here, it just feels like it's a tiny, tiny Motte and Bailey. So, like, you've got a bit of, like, you've got some, like, architectural variation. But they feel very small. And I wouldn't mind, like, you can see there, like, say over here in Carthage, you can see the style of the tower. And the style of the church is a bit different. But, like, it would be nice if they felt a bit bigger. I wouldn't, like, this is one thing Imperator did really well. And I wouldn't mind seeing that going forward. Like, a little bit more of towns spreading out and filling their entire county when they become, like, prosperous or big or, like, maybe, like, because there's not really a population system in this game, maybe, like, representing as their development goes up. Or, like, as the amount of building or the tech... I mean, maybe that happens. That might happen anyway. But, like, it just looks to me that, like, even this place, which has got, like, a couple of techs already built, has, like, nothing going on. So it would be nicer if it built out a bit. That's definitely true.
Okay, so we've got lots of questions about about non-Christian religions, the one that we've not looked at yet.
Yes!
So the bread that caused Les Mis specifically asked about what Satanism is like in Crusader Kings 3, and also just a general successions for other religions as well.
I don't believe Satanism is specifically a religion. Instead, you can pick up a trait that says you are, like, satanic or whatnot. But it's more like, it's a thing that means Christians judge you. I don't think it's actually a religion you can join. I'm willing to be correct. I'm literally just, like, feel free to pause the stream. I'm going through literally every religion that exists in the world right now. And I don't believe Satanism exists. It's not like a religion you can, it's not a religion you can join. Because, of course, Satanism, or rather, like, it was, I'm not sure it was actually a thing in Crusader Kings 2, because wasn't it, it was the society,
right,
rather than a religion, and societies are one of the big absences. This is why, like, I wouldn't give this game a 100 out of 100. I think, like, the people who did that got a bit overexcited, because there are absolutely, things that are missing, which it's nice to have. Like, societies is a big one. The one, and this is relatively small, but it's one that I think I feel the absence of.
Yeah, shout out to Daniel, who asked about societies, and Raider, who asked about things that are missing from base games.
Yeah. So, one of the big things for me is treasury. The treasury is gone, meaning you no longer have, like, a bunch of items that you control. You don't have items that you control anymore, which is kind of sad. Because I liked, like, having a certain amount of things in my treasury that you felt like were being passed down from person to person. Because it meant that, like, it felt there was a sense of continuity. Like, Payrun's axe was passed down from person to person. It was nice to keep having that. Yeah. But, like, you don't have that anymore. So there's a bit more of, like, a separation. What you've got instead, and also, like, the way characters work has changed a bit. Which is, you get less permanent traits, but they matter a bit more. Like, they tend to, like, be a bit more meaningful, and you get more events tied to them. But generally, characters will start off, you're like, so just about everyone has, like, not more than, like, 3 or 4 traits, generally. And then, as you go through the lifestyle, you'll pick up these traits at the end, are the special lifestyle traits that are very powerful. Actually, some of them are. I'm going to discuss this in my videos on Wednesday. Some of them are kind of traps.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people in chat pointing out the learning thing where it reduces conversion by 75%. which I am telling them we do know because of the video.
The conversion by 75%.
Yes.
Which one's the conversion by 75%?
I mean,
because I don't remember conversion by 7. I'm
what, religious conversion?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what people are saying.
Well, you've got profit, which is faith creation reformation, down by 50%. I don't remember which perk are they talking about.
They haven't actually said.
If you what did you chat? Let us know what you mean by 75% conversion cost down. Because looking over the options, I don't remember seeing that, and I don't remember seeing that at all.
Yeah, Chulio in chat says video on Wednesday. How intriguing! Yeah, I mean, we just thought we'd prefer to like stream this today and then
just have a chat about it.
Yeah. Speaking of having,
I mean, we're doing a video later anyway, so we just thought we'd have a chat.
Apostate.
Yeah.
In the middle of the street, apostate.
Of
a different tree. There we go.
Oh, over here. Yes, okay, over here in Scholar. Yes, okay. So faith conversion cost. So okay,
Thank you
take
everybody.
that. Yeah, get that. You get that down. So if you were pagan, you could get it down to 10,000 piety, which is still really high, but is at least vaguely doable.
I mean, I guess if you start on that character.
Yeah.
Like if you start playing as that character really young, and then you can rack up.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, sorry, I'd forgotten that there was a bit of religion in the middle of Scholar. But yeah, Scholar's also got a bit to do with religion. I'd forgotten that was there. But yeah, okay, so you can get that to like... even getting 10,000 piety on one character is difficult. It's not easy.
Sure.
So that's very... that is definitely on the tricky side. People asking why the Emperor has a fabric belt. What if we don't like the Emperor wearing a fabric belt? We could change him to wear whatever we want. We can just make him wear anything. Just rags if you feel like it. Just, if you feel like putting the Emperor into whatever you want, just make him wander around in a nightgown. Yeah, there you go. Now the Emperor's in a nightgown. So if you want to humiliate your opponents, you can just like basically... Just go over, switch character, switch to them, and put them in something embarrassing, give them a bad haircut, then jump back to your set, then switch character back to you. And congratulations, you've just humiliated your opponent for no good reason. Though I like this, because like in the small version, he's wearing a hoodie with little kind of dangly tags. So just put the Holy Roman Emperor in a hoodie, because I feel like it.
Nice. Okay. Let's see. Do you know if there's bloodlines in this game yet? That was quite late, wasn't it?
That was quite late.
Yeah.
There is... hang on, I believe it is a decision. Yes, okay, so kind of. You can consecrate your bloodline. So you can create a bloodline that's kind of like... but that's like, it works to dynasty level, not at like a direct blood descendant level. So by decision, if say in Catholicism, or basically wherever you are, if the head of faith loves you, if Catholicism is organised, if you control a holy site, if your level of devotion is really high, and you've got a giant pile of faith to spend, then you can gain the trait Paragon. So, religious vassal plus 20, which is kind of garbage actually. Giant pile of renown, which is useful for your dynasty, and doesn't actually give you anything like going forward, because you gain the trait Paragon, so that's not really a bloodline, to be honest, because like because now instead you just gain renown, which affects your renown, which is the new dynasty currency, which I'll be going into in detail in my one-off special video tomorrow, because you've got like a bunch of, so there's a bunch of stuff you can do by decision, like creating, on this occasion actually I can't, of course I can't create a kingdom or create emperor. I'm already the Holy Roman Emperor. But yeah, you can only create your own stuff by decision. So you have the ability to do that. There's Mend the Great Schism. If you want to mend the Great Schism, you can try and do that straight away. What did I actually do?
Alright, so we have $50. Thank you so much. From Notabot, who has to leave soon. Sorry, I'm gonna actually make John shut up and read some super chats, because that's not happened yet for like an hour.
I guess that's fair.
Notabot says, Happy Crusader Kings 3 day. New week, new asking for Fallout 4 YOLO/yo-yo. Much love. I've been watching since the Kotaku article about the channel. Love every playthrough that you do. Much love for all of you, and make sure you keep hydrated.
We've got water right here.
Very important.
And every time
Thank you
everyone brings
so
up
much.
Fallout 4 Yo-Yo, I push it back another week. Oh, here's a cute thing, by the way. Which is special, like, ancient wonders of the world and stuff are on the map, and they exist, and they actually have a purpose.
Yeah.
So, for example, like in Rome, there is a special Colosseum building. So, that leads to army maintenance down in your realm by 5%, building construction time down by 10% inside this holding. So, that's kind of what you get. And yeah, you've also got the the Aurelian walls. So, fart level up, garrison size up, garrison up. Hostile raid time takes a lot longer, levy size up. So, that one's really nice. That one's really nice indeed. So basically, what you've got, there's like there was a really good example of this somewhere. I think was it you over here that's got a good example of that. I can't remember. I know there's here it is. There's a good example over here. I'm just gonna go over to this guy who I've seen this before because this guy can show you a really good example. So if you've got like every holding has basically just a bunch of slots, where you can just, like, have basic buildings, like, hey, I want slightly more money, or more garrison, or more fort level, or loads more money, or more levies, or basic boring stuff. However, if a territory is also the capital of a duchy, it's got a special duchy building slot. So those buildings are more expensive, but they're really good. And they can also affect the entire realm. So these buildings are really, really damn powerful. So like siege weapon of effectiveness plus 20% in the entire realm if you've built one siege works in one of your duchies. So that's really powerful. That's really, really damn cool. And there's loads of these. You can see, like, look how many of these there are. They can affect, like, all sorts of stuff. Like, all your holdings in the entire duchy, 10% taxes. Leisure Palace. Everyone loves a Leisure Palace. Your realm prestige up 5%. Stress loss. Hostile scheme success chance plus 5. Really good. Royal Preserves for loads of tax. These are really powerful buildings. So that's something you can build in a duchy capital. However, these guys, there is also special buildings. Some of them already exist on the map. Like, you know, some form of special system. And by the way, as far as I'm aware, there's nothing to stop you doubling these up. So if you want to, like, have several of those, you could just do that. In fact, can we actually verify that with you right now? What duchies do you have right now? Go over here. Yes, if I wanted to. I don't have the money. I don't have the money to test. But I think you can have duplicates to just keep stacking the effect. But if it is, some places just have special buildings, like ones of the ancient world. However, the reason there is a special building slot right here is because these guys are, like, part of a pagan religion, and this is one of the holy sites. So as a result of that, he can build a grand temple here that gets him, like, tax, giant piles of levies, piety up across the entire realm, like, really powerful stuff. So, like, taking over your own holy sites is really powerful because you can build grand temples that are so good. They're really good, and that's such a lovely thing. So that's really cool. That's a really, really damn cool thing.
Are we still with the Holy Roman Empire right now?
We can be.
I've got a couple of questions about that. Basileia Romaeon, sorry about probably butchering your name. Do Roman emperors still have the born in the purple traits for their heirs?
Do you mean the Byzantine Empire for born in the purple?
Well, that's what the question says. Let's see, and Aman wants to know if you can show the effects of reforming the Roman Empire. Does it convert people to Hellenism?
I don't know if I can see that. Hang on, we've just moved over to Byzantine right now. So let's check the decisions that Byzantine has available. So, find a holy order, consecrate bloodline, dynasty of many crowns, restore the Roman Empire. Okay. So Byzantine does get restore the Roman Empire as an option. So Roman Empire will be restored, and you'll get de jure for all currently held empires. You gain the trait Augustus, prestige up 0.5 a month, vast opinion plus 10. You gain the Roman Empire, which will just exist. Let's just have a little look-see at that. So does that actually? Do we know what the rules for succession for that is? It does not say. Yeah, that costs 1,000 gold. What a rip-off. Copy. It'll basically just be the Byzantine Empire. So it'll just replace Byzantine. So you need to have 5,000 prestige, all of the appropriate things. I will restore the Empire. So it doesn't say. I mean, the thing is, it might create a decision to revive Hellenism, which is what happened in Crusader Kings 2. Like, just doing it. let you revive it. That might happen, but obviously I can't just, very quickly take over Europe to verify that.
Yeah, the thing is I've got a lot of questions that are very, specific.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be able to address all of the very specific questions. So I am kind of going more for very general questions. But I think happen people to have a bunch about.
People will like this one though. They also have the decision: dismantle the German pretenders to destroy the Holy Roman Empire and just destroy the title. So if you if you've got 10,000 prestige and you completely control a bit of territory in Europe, you can just start a war which, if you win, will destroy the title, Holy Roman Emperor. It'll just be gone. So you can dismantle the German pretenders. Mend the schism, of course, which is excellent. So that would make orthodoxies, it further goes up, and further of all the other Christianities goes up, goes down even. So that will be absolutely lovely too. Oh dear, spectacular! I can't remember if that was a thing in. I can't remember if that was a thing. Going forward, there. That's actually very true. I've not seen. You know what? Sorry, we got distracted, didn't we?
We always do.
We got extra distracted, which is we didn't actually finish going through the rules.
Oh yeah.
The game rules.
Oh my god, It's so hectic right now, John. In chat, you don't know.
There we go. So you've got a special destroy the Holy Roman Empire. Where did we get up to? What was it that distracted me last time? Sexuality distribution and faith acceptance. So faith attitude towards other faiths. So by default, say Christianity tends to be okay with variants of itself, but generally you hate everything that's not part of your own family. Whereas you can just set full faith acceptance if you just kind of don't want there to be holy wars or whatever. So you can just turn that off. Randomized faiths. So you can just have random faiths just everywhere. In which case, okay, so if you turn that on, there will be Hellenists in the world. Somewhere. There will be Hellenists. Because presumably, dead faiths might just be generated. And you can also just have completely... So you've got randomized on straight away. Rulers are randomly placed, but they convert to local faith. So randomly let's just start a game where I turn on all the random. So all the random stuff, some of it's back anyway. Nudity's a thing, by the way, because there's a religion over in India which doesn't believe in clothes. You never see genitals, but you will actually see, on the boobies, you will see the ladies' sin buttons. So just be aware.
I believe you are allowed to say the word nipple.
Shh.
Even if they are female-presenting nipples.
They are sin buttons and nothing more. So you can turn nudity off.
I don't know. I don't think you need it to be more than that. I think sin buttons are already pretty good. But
and yes, the Hungarian migration. There's a couple of different settings for that. So that's it. That's what we got. I'm just going to start a game with all the randomized shit on, and we're just going to see whether Hellenism exists.
Oh my god. Okay.
See if Hellenism exists. Why not? I assume that's... Yeah, you know what? Randomize all the things. Make everyone a random religion. And everything. Random.
Oh
Pretty we're gonna just see this right now, so... I mean, It's saying they're still... It's saying these guys are still, the religion they're supposed to be. Which is bullshit on toast. So maybe it means, Does it mean, people in your coin? I'm just gonna start as, Harold Godwinson. Bad person to be, under the circumstances. No! It gets shuffled the moment he begins. So, right, so the title screen's lying. So actually, Harold Godwinson is now Donny Poloist, an unreformed Tani faith. Okay, quickly, to the religion screen. Holy shit! I'm so happy!
Yeah, well, Pizza Delivery wanted to know if you could show the religion map, but I think they meant,
Welcome to the new improved religion map! I've made it...
If you can show it in the regular game as well. Oh my god.
I've just turned everything to... Okay, so Harold Godwinson really wants to go on a... Presumably, if he were to make the decision, I'm going on a... I'm just going to quickly do the pilgrimage decision. Presumably he wants to go on a pilgrimage to India now. Do it now. Go. Yes, he's going on a Donny Poloist pilgrimage. Quickly, to Where's he going? What's furthest away? I want the furthest away thing. They're all pretty far away, so it's quite expensive. Yeah, we're going to Tezu. He's going to Tezu. We're off to Tezu. So I'm setting off on my. We're sending Harold Goldstein. You know what? England's not a fun place to be right now. So we're just gonna go. We're just gonna see what shows up on my pilgrimage. Oh, I've got lost on the way to India. I could have sworn this was the road to India. Wow. Fuck. I've got lost. I swear India's just a bit more in this direction. We just keep going, we'll reach India. Oh no.
Are you okay?
This is no time to give up. I don't care if I've got a cold. We have to push on and walk. Walk to India. We're going. I've made it! In like 3 months, that was very fast.
It was always very fast in CK2 as well, so I'm kind of glad that is still the same, because it was always that fast.
Actually, the nice thing is, because I've gone so far, I've fit to like 1,000 piety, which is great.
You only need to do that 9 more times, and then we can reform Hellenism.
That was a surprisingly quick... I'm back as well. That was a surprisingly quick jaunt to India and back. Okay, now we need to find, I don't know how I'm going to find Hellenism. Oh, hang on, if I use the character searcher, I should be able to find a, if I search by, religion, if I search for, show me, excuse me, literally everybody, right, because that should be everybody in the world. Right, now, arrange by, can I have you arrange by religion? How do I arrange it by religion? Fudge. Okay. Search for... Is it Hellenism? Yes, Hellenism, faith. Holy... The King of Mongolia! The King of Mongolia's Hellenic! It's back! Okay, so if you want Hellenism in your game, you need to set random faiths, because apparently the King of Mongolia... The King of Mongolia is... Yep, we have got a massive, powerful Hellenic king! He's back! Yes!
Amazing.
The shit! Okay, so it's not quite as, like, comprehensive as, like, the randomized buttons that they introduced in Holy Fury. Was it the free update with Holy Fury? It was one of the two. But you can randomize everything. So there we go. You can just create this cocking mess if you want to. Yay! Oh, this is wonderful. There's a Dutch person who's Hellenic. Oh, but she's down in. Okay, she's Dutch, but she's controlling a bit of. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so this is the random. Let's not stay in the random world. The random world is a silly place. Let's get back to the world where people want to see the religion and the culture map.
Yes, people want to see the religion and the culture map. Shout out to Pizza Delivery who wanted to see that.
Yep, so there are more religions than there used to be. Obviously, in particular, like, down in Africa, it used to just be African pagan, and the whole thing was just African pagan. Now it's been broken out. They've had to make a couple of assumptions about some of the religions, but, like, there's a nice bunch of them down over there, and they've all got their own, like, unique stuff, unique flavours, unique holy sites and everything. Which is very cool. Indeed, you've got insular Christianity, big parts of Catholicism. Obviously, like, you've got less paganism in the 1066 style. There's more of it floating around in 867. Orthodoxy up to Russia. You've got Tengri, of course, very familiar, or shows up all the time in Crusader Kings 2. Coptic and Kushite down over here. And Waki down over here, kind of down towards Ethiopia way. Various sects of Islam in particular, mainly these three, kind of the most predominant in the world. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff over here, including, like, you've got Nestorianism if you want a bit of Christianity in this part of the world, and then, like, loads more. And I'm not going to click too closely because somewhere around here is the Nudi tribe. There are some nudists. They're somewhere around here or something. I think it might be one of these. So we're not going to click on them in case they show their boobs, and that would be sinful and wrong, and also YouTube would hate it.
Do we have adverts on live streams normally?
I can't remember. Possibly.
Oh man, I guess maybe when we put them, when we upload them afterwards, that's the problem. I was gonna say.
So that's the religious thing, and yeah, if you click on a religion, it shows you where all the holy sites are, which is really cool, and also shows you what the Catholics gain when they get the UI is lovely. The UI's been improved so much, it's so nice. Just click, and all of a sudden there's holy sites, and there's what they do, which is really powerful. So that's really cute, and similarly, let's go over to the culture map, which is that one's very similar to what you've already seen, but again, Africa in particular has had the most work, because they've now been split out into loads of different stuff, as opposed to just being lumped together as generic Africa, which is nice. And obviously, because of the way research works, there is an advantage to being a really small culture, because it means you get control of your tech tree relatively more easily. If you're Greek, it's going to be really difficult to control your tech tree, because the Emperor is going to control it. So if you're a small Greek person, it's going to be really small. It's going to be really difficult for you to do that. Same is going to be true for Russia. Anglo-Saxon, basically, it's just going to be the King of England controlling that. So it's going to be a little bit on the tricky side in that regard. So being part of a very small culture, like Cornish or Welsh, there's loads of them. And actually, I like how the Scots is actually its own tiny culture separate from Gaelic. I can't remember if that was true in Crusader Kings 2 or not. But that's kind of fun. And there's actually, Norse is actually its own, even though, obviously, if we kind of just go back over to religion, these guys have gone Catholic. Culturally, you've still got Norse up here in Iceland, which is kind of cool. And that does affect what text you start with, by the way, what text you start with, it kind of varies culture to culture. So you can see here, just which ones are flicking to, green or not. It's kind of quite similar, but it does make a bit of a difference to just kind of provides a tiny bit of variance. And you can also see which each of these cultures is, where the fascination from the culture head is has decided to put their attention, which is really cool. So that's the culture map. Let's move over here to make sure you see the side over on this side too. The mysteriously wibbly torn map, as if they're planning to extend it or something. I don't know. Seems that way to me, anyway. And the other one is just houses. Which is very similar to the existing map, just with a different thing written on it, to be honest. And then there's a bunch of little extra ones. There's now only 7 showing up. There's slightly fewer. You've got the county map if you want that, which is zoomed this far out is kind of bananas on toast. You've got your terrain map, which is the simplified terrain map, which is very useful for figuring out if there's somewhere you want to guard or not guard in particular. So if you've got forests, wetlands, kind of keep in terms of warfare, that can be very, very useful indeed. So that can be quite useful. Development, of course, useful for spotting the more or less advanced territories in terms of where tech is likely to be better or worse. And government showing what's going on in the world. So mainly, of course, you've got feudalism, tribalism, and the clan around here. Though if you notice a few dots of red, there will be the republics that exist in the world, which you cannot play as right now. You can control them, however, just in terms of taking over. And of course, theocracies for any wholly controlled ones. I think that's it. It's only those 4 or 5, whatever. So yes, I think that's your lot. Claire's waving at me.
We are so behind.
I want to talk about Crusader Kings 3.
I know, and I've been asking you questions from chat specifically about the game, but now we do have to talk about the super chats as well as questions from chat.
I guess we do.
Shout out to Diathane, who gave us $50. Thank you so much, Diathane. It was always incredibly generous.
Thank you very, very much, Diathane.
Diathane says, John, I picked up CK3 this morning. Thank you for your Twitter replies. Most of this should go to Claire for working on a bank holiday, #Cult of Claire. I did volunteer and I'm getting the day back in Leo another day. It's fine.
Yes.
You do this kind of work, you have to be a bit flexible, and we're quite happy to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And Isildur gave us €50 and says, since I get the game for free, take my money instead. I love all the content that you two create.
Oh, thank you very, very much indeed.
Yes, indeed.
I did see someone in chat, by the way, just mentioned they wanted to see the tenets of the Jewish faith. So I'm just going to find the most populous Jewish faith, and I will put that on screen for you in just a second.
Yes, and then, I mean, I've got a lot of questions that people have been asking in chat for like a million years, so there is a system, John.
Yes.
Shout out to Joseph, who was very patient, because that was one of the very first super chats at the beginning of the stream. I'm very sorry. Joseph gave us $20 Australian and says, due to real world commitments, I cannot buy this game until November. So John, I need to live vicariously through you. Please don't screw this up.
We'll do our best. This is kind of like, I thought this would just be like, I just wanted this to be like a nice chatty chill stream where like if you had questions about the game or you wanted to hear my experience of it, you can. So honestly, there's probably going to be much like, narrative to this, sure, to be honest. Like, but there's plenty of that to come. Just to confirm, like tomorrow, that's when video embargo is. That's why we're doing a live stream, because the live stream embargo was one day before the video embargo. So that's why we're doing the live stream today. Tomorrow is going to be a special one-off video that's really cool. It's so fun. It looks at all the it particularly focuses on the wacky new stuff that's been introduced by Crusader Kings 3 and has a proper narrative to it. And on Wednesday there's a big deep dive guide to the lifestyles, because there's like how many is it? It's 27 perks across 3 trees. Times 3, 1 for each of the 5. So there's like, 100, 120, 130 something perks arranged over 15 trees with 15 focuses. So, there's a lot of figuring out how to build a good character. And some of them are kind of garbage and some of them are really good. So, we'll get to that. Clap.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Herbie, who gave us £2 and says, John, thoughts on Crusader Kings 5? And Damon, who gave us £10 and says, CK4 livestream won!
Skip it. Just wait for Crusader Kings 6.
I see. B Point gave us, I need to look up that currency.
Gave us parcel tongue.
No, this is how you know, by the way, that it's a busy stream, is if I forget to look up the currencies ahead of like saying the super chats. Shout out to the book 778, who gave us £5 and says a king, a castle, and everything else.
Excellent.
And Jess gave us £3 and a lovely little pear sticker. Thank you very much, with little heart eyes.
Excellent.
Michael gave us $10 and says, hello, I love this music.
The music is damn good. Okay, so that's how far behind you are. Got it.
Yeah, and I read like 2 of them, and then you spoke for an hour.
Sorry.
And a half. Thomas gave us $10 and says, who disliked this, lols?
I don't know. Some people just aren't into Crusader Kings for some reason.
They are wrong.
They are.
I mean, people can like the things that they like, but I like this thing. I like this thing.
No, you can't like. They're not allowed to like things they like. Boo. Boo, I say.
Yeah. Sorry. No, what happens is sometimes I see a name and my brain wants to say it the French pronunciation, and I'm like, no, wait,
well,
I'm sure there's an
French.
English way
it
of
might
saying
be
that.
French.
They might, because they donated in euros, actually. So I'm gonna go with Matthias. Gave us €5 and says, oh, the hype! I waited too long for this. This will be epic!
It will. Just a very quick thing to show off here, by the way, which is you notice that buildings, of course, have many levels. They're less gated behind tech than they used to be. So, like, as far as I can tell, as long as you've got the money, you can keep it just improving things. So there's nothing to stop you just basically, like, getting your military camps and just building them straight up to level X. It doesn't say anything like, hey, you need to do X, Y, or Z. But I don't know, like, does it actually say anything about... Yeah, it just says cost. It just says... cost. Campsmiths must be constructed first, but campsmiths is just the previous thing. So that just means you need to build them in the right order. Already constructing. And has... okay, Devon has a concentric castle building. Or its upgrades. Cornish culture has... Okay, so yes, it is tied to culture. This is interesting. I'm learning this too. I'm just making this shit up. So, okay, what I just said was totally wrong. Which is, yes, you can build basic buildings, but then thereafter, each level is tied behind some form of tech. So, yeah, you've got to have the right innovation to keep this leveling up. So, okay, and also it costs more and more money, but obviously, like, as you upgrade, they just get better and better and better in various ways. Though, actually, you notice one thing that's really interesting is there's a lot more buildings that have realm-wide effects. Like, buildings used to generally just give you, like, a thing. It's a thing that it did. Like, you know, military camps give you a pile of levies. But now you notice, like, if you've got a high-level military camp, it's giving you benefits to the toughness and damage and, like, whatever, and pursuit of every single type of that unit. And those are your men-at-arms, by the way, like your new retinues. Like, in your entire realm. So, and I know you can build, like, military camps here, and I could build another military camp over here in this capital. There's nothing to stop me. There's nothing to stop me doing that at all. So, like, you could absolutely stack those bonuses on top of each other, so you can get up to some crazy bonuses if you want to specialize. Like, that's the thing you couldn't do so much in Crusader Kings 2, but you can actually build buildings to give yourself powerful stacked realm-wide effects, which is really cool. Claire.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Ali, who gave us £10 and says, "Hey, it's the same Ali from the Fall Guys live stream."
Oh, it's Ali, the hero who almost won 3 times, robbed.
I just wanted to say that I'm now up to 18 wins. I hope that redeems my stream failure.
Well, that's what they say. Do we actually believe it?
I can't stay long as Saturday was my birthday and I've got a social distance family gathering. Aw, happy birthday, Ali.
Happy flipping birthday.
I hope you have a lovely time. Let's see. Oh dear, oh dear. Sorry, I know we're super behind on super chats. Everybody, in case you, if you donated and you have to leave, please do let me know. I'd much rather you let me know, and then I can bump you up the list and I can read your super chat before you go. Very, very important question from Omega Games Studio, who gave us 25 polished zloty.
Yes.
Can you still marry your horse? And if not, what is even the point of living anymore?
I've not come across Glitterhoof yet, but I've heard him being mentioned. I think they mentioned him in the one of the dev diaries. So I suspect that will be the case. Yes.
Yeah, and they also gave us another 10 polished zloty, did Omega Game Studio, and says, Sin buttons are definitely going into my game. So there you go.
Also, I just want to quickly, this event happens to be a good time to actually discuss one thing that's kind of new. That's a really fun thing. So events these days, the way they work a little bit differently to how they used to. So you'll notice that one thing that I can get for this event where, basically my spy master is being a bit of a dick. So I need to figure out how to deal with him. Something you can get is lifestyle experience. Which is, like, you know, what gives you lifestyle perks, which would normally take you, like, 2 to 3 odd years to gain a perk, to gain 1,000 XP for a perk. Events will often give you the ability to gain lifestyle XP of varying descriptions. So, for example, 3 of these options give me lifestyle experience, which is great. Some events will tell you what your chance of success are, some will not. So sometimes you've just got to kind of look at your stats versus his and try to figure it out, versus sometimes it will absolutely tell you a percentage. However, you can also just, like, yell at him, and on this occasion give myself a bit of dread, which is a brand new mechanic which basically makes people scared of you. So if your diplomacy is terrible and everyone's hating you and plotting against you, if you're scary enough, they won't do anything to you anyway. So, for example, in particular, vassals won't join factions, they won't scheme, etc. Claire's wiggling at me.
I just wanted to shout out Retum in chat, who was asking about Dread, what it is and what it does.
Yeah.
And people also wanted to know if Threat is still a thing, which I thought might be related to Dread.
You know, I haven't actually seen Threat at all so far. I don't know if it's gone. Like, I don't want to say too early because maybe the evil isn't defeated, but I've not seen any evidence of Threat. Let's look up Threat in the, let's just look up Threat in the dictionary and see if we can find any evidence of Threat existing. But cross your fingers. Mm-hmm. It's not mentioned. The evil might be defeated! We might have killed Threat! Cocking Threat, man. Cocking Threat. I think it might be gone.
But if your dread gets, like, really, really high, does it mean, like...
No, it's not the same
No,
at all.
it doesn't do the same
Because high
at
threat
all.
is bad, but high dread is good.
No, I know that, but,
Because, yeah, basically, like, the way that dread works in terms of an interaction is the game compares how scary you are versus how brave the opponent is. You don't actually see a number. Well, okay, you see a dread number, but you don't see, like, a bravery number for your opponent. So, like, if your opponent is... If the person you're testing against is, like, a coward, then there's a very good chance that, like, they'll be scared of you regardless. Like, cowardice means just, like, by default, they're scared, they're intimidated by everybody. Whereas if they're brave, they'll never be scared of you. But I can't really figure out, like, exactly what it is otherwise, because, like, I've seen characters who I don't have any reason to believe they're more or less brave. One of them's intimidated versus terrified, because there's 3 levels. There's I don't care, there's I'm intimidated, there's I'm terrified of you. Intimidated means I'm less likely to do things against you, like join factions against you or plot against you. Terrified means I literally cannot. It means the AI cannot attack you. They can't do anything to you. I don't know whether they're allowed to declare war, like independence. But then again, independence is a faction. So, would they be allowed to just start an independence war? I don't know. I need to look into this, because it's a little bit vague. It's a little bit vague, the tooltip. But basically, yes, it just says... And it also means you can get away with high tyranny. Because, like, even if if someone's got minus 100 opinion of you, like, if they can't plot against you, and they can't faction against you, it doesn't matter so much anymore. So, yeah, I don't...
Okay, people are suggesting terms to search in the encyclopedia as well as threat, defensive pact, and aggressive expansion.
So let's look at a defensive. Let's just look at defensive. Defeat a Euro drift and unyielding defending. Let's look at pact. And peasant faction, populist faction. Nope, that's just peasant faction. And aggressive
expansion.
Yeah, we'll go for aggressive. And that is a perk aggressive attacker for more fatal casualties for the enemy. It's really powerful, by the way. We're not seeing any evidence of it. It looks to me like the evil is defeated. We might have killed it. Yay! We finally got rid of threat. It's dead. Yes. Yes! Hooray for dead threat! Spectacular. Threat is good. I like... no, threat is bad. I like dread, though. Dread is fun. And also, the only thing that kind of, I think, could do with a bit of balancing is there's no mutually exclusive between dread and diplomacy. Which feels like a high dread and high diplomacy character feels a bit too powerful. Because, like, diplomacy gets you more than it used to. Neutral diplomacy is 8. By which I mean if you've got 8 diplomacy, it has no effect on anybody. For every diplomacy above that, you gain +2 to general opinion. And for every diplomacy below that, you gain -2. So diplomacy 0 is -16 general opinion to everybody. Which is really problematic, obviously. That's difficult to deal with.
Ghost Efficient Chat says, why was threat bad? It's just because whenever you were taking land, whenever you were expanding...
It was just annoying.
Yeah, whenever you were expanding, then you had to just stop for a while for threat to go down.
A cute new thing for naming, by the way. You can automatically name a character after you, after your father, after a random ancestor.
Oh, that's cool.
Any random name that matches your religion, any random name that matches your culture.
That's cool.
And of course, you can just name a character whenever you want. This is going to be John, and he will grow up good and fat. Grow up good, wise, and fat, my son. Yay!
Why does John hate threat so much? It's the only thing stopping you taking over the world with your first ruler. Because it stops you taking over the world
with your... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It stops taking over the world. Well, you see, there's a point where you've clearly won. Where you've absolutely, clearly, 100% won. And the only way the game stops you from expanding further is by saying, well, actually, literally the entire world, France, Spain, pagan steppe people, Islamic people across Northern Africa, they're all going to form an alliance to stop you. And that's nonsense. It's gibberish. Like, to my mind, if you've got an absolutely massive empire and the game wants to stop you from expanding outwards, it shouldn't invent a completely historical nonsense everyone in the world is going to declare war on you simultaneous alliance.
Yeah.
It should create better internal problems that mean expanding causes internal issues. Like, you know, it makes sure it makes your most powerful vassals more ballsy and more keen to, like, you know, declare independence. And there's going to be more civil wars, or there's going to be more plotting against you because people are scared you're getting too powerful or something. So, okay, did I just call my daughter John? It's possible.
I don't know.
It's possible I did, yes.
Let's see.
No, it was a son.
Hey John, did you know it was possible to deactivate threat in the game in CK2 in the startup menu without any downsides?
Yes, but if you do, you feel like you've turned off something that should be on, because by default it's on.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm kind of cheating, whereas in Crusader Kings 3, if it's not in the game, then that's how the game's supposed to be played. And you kind of feel like in Crusader Kings 2, if you turn it off, you're not playing the game as it was balanced, as it was tested. Whereas in this game, clearly, they've made the active decision that the default experience should be, it shouldn't be on. Yeah. Which I think is therefore more desirable. Do you have any more things to look up in the encyclopedia, by the way?
I don't believe so.
Fair enough.
Now. Yeah. I know people are going to suggest things as soon as they hear you ask that, but, like, we are so... We already have a massive backlog of questions and comments.
Lol.
So, we are not going to do that just now.
Something I just noticed, by the way. Sorry, this is a tiny thing. Because, of course, in the 867 starting point, Holy Roman Empire doesn't exist yet. It is a decision. So you can create that by decision. And one thing I forgot to mention, by the way, this is more important in 1066. Of course, as I saw in my original Cornwall playthrough, in 1066, if Norway wins and takes over England, and then England uses elective to just basically vote itself out of Norway, then Cornwall just gets left in Norway because they're not de jure England. That has changed. Cornwall is now de jure England to stop precisely that happening. So instead, if you want to have the Kingdom of Cornwall, it needs to be created by decision. So that doesn't exist. And you can also see there, founding a new kingdom exists in the base game by default. So if you've just got like a certain number of duchies, even if there's no kingdom title you can claim, you can just make your own. You can just make your own kingdom if you want to. And oh, that's cute. I didn't even realise that. I don't know why this one's shown up for me in particular. I haven't seen this one before. Strengthen the bloodline. So my dynasty gets strong blood, small health boost, 40% chance of inheriting good traits, and plus 40,000% of new good traits coming out of nowhere. That seems really good. I'm not sure if I've seen that one before, but you unfortunately to make that happen, you've got to have like intelligent, beautiful, and strong characters in your bloodline, including at least one genius, beautiful, or Herculean. So that's a thing, and also no bad traits. So maybe everyone gets that. I just haven't noticed it before, but that's cute. I like that. Clap.
Shout out to Matthias again, who gave us another 10 euros. And says Cornwall 867, which, you know, that's about how we are.
That's where we are, is that? Okay, I see.
Yeah. Titan gave us 20 Swedish krona and says do Gotland. We're not actually playing, we're just talking about the game.
I'm kind of playing in the background now.
Ish, yeah. Tree Shaker Tucker gave us £2 and says, hey guys.
Hey Tree Shaker Tucker.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see. James gave us $10 and says, whatever happens, we need to create the Cult of Claire following the strict doctrine of the tenets of Tabby.
I mean, you can just create your own. You can create your own spin-off faith anytime you want to. Is that Vikings, by the way? Okay, they're not attacking me. They're attacking Wales. That's fine.
In reference to you being late, when we started the stream, Brian gave us €5 and says, I suppose this makes John a wizard then. After all, he's never late, nor is he early. Mm-hmm. Oh dear, oh dear.
I'm going to check whether anyone else has that same 40,000 or not, because that might be a bug.
I mean, yeah, it does look like it would be a bug.
Strength of bloodline. Strong blood. It says 40,000 for other people too. I mean, maybe the chance of them just showing up out of nowhere normally is like so catastrophically low. 40,000% makes sense. I don't know. That's fascinating. So much faster to just swap leaders these days. By the way, it's great.
Yeah, and O'Neill gave us 50 Swedish krona and says Crusader Kings 4 and exclusive Bethesda women. What is the world coming to?
I know, it's great. Well, you could. It's better than you don't want exclusive Paradox women. They just send you the foot and then sell you the rest of it limb by limb for the next 3 years.
You've made this joke on live stream several times.
I know. Oh dear. Okay, now it's something very important just showed that I want to talk about. So stress is really cool. Because basically, like, the best way, everyone knows, the best way to play Crusader Kings is if you roleplay it. Like, it's a game about roleplaying. And the new the thing is, the new stress system basically is a way of very softly nudging you into roleplaying and leaning into what your character is like. So I'm playing as a patient, vengeful, arrogant bastard. So, like, technically, if I had that character in Crusader Kings 2, like, you might be more effective if you played to his strengths, but the game didn't, like, there was nothing went wrong if you didn't, if you just said, no, I'm just going to do something else instead. Now, you can absolutely do, like, you can go against your nature, but if you do, you pick up stress to represent the fact that you're doing something that's, like, mentally incongruous to you, or difficult to your character. So, I am, so yes, basically, because I'm vengeful, if, unfortunately, my bloody, my court physician's done a terrible job, apparently, with my little son, and possibly, yes, disastrously mistreated him, in fact, I can just say that was very naughty of you, and then just let him be. But, unfortunately, wow, my son just lost an eye. That's pretty bad on the mistreatment. He's just, how did you take his eye out? Bloody hell. But, like, that gains me stress, because I want to be vengeful. Whereas... You knew the risks, we all knew the risks, you are forgiven, no trouble there whatsoever. That's a massive increase in stress, 60. Once you hit 100, you start getting really bad stuff happening to you. So, because, you know, that naturally is a bad thing. Or I can say, guards, put him under lock and key and try and arrest him because he just did something really bad. Or I can say, this traitor deserves to die. That would get me some dread. And, but that would be an act of tyranny, because I feel like cutting out the eye of the heir to the throne should be a crime. It's just me. You know what? He's going in prison now. Into prison you go. You can go in prison now. Right. And the nice thing is, I'm pretty sure I saw this character was... you're a torturer. So he can actually torture people without it being such a big deal. So you're going to be really, really sad that you ended up in my dungeon, my friend. Torture! 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 Yay! So I might discover a secret by torturing him. So I'm just going to torture him. And I'm picking up some intrigue because I'm doing torture. I enjoy torture. And let's see if I'm going to learn a secret. So these rats might seem shy, I say, as I strap the bucket to his chest. But once he gets warm in there, they'll do anything to escape. Luckily for them, their teeth are very sharp. And it had to be done. And he's gained a lot of stress, and he might gain the trait lunatic. So yes, if you get tortured, it's very bad for his stress. So his stress is now very poor. He's been recently tortured, he's in a dungeon, so yeah, there's a good chance he's going to start suffering some penalties. This is what I mean, by the way, about having a smaller number of more important traits. Which is, rather than having, like, you had way more traits in Crusader Kings 2. These days you have, like, a larger number of, like, temporary traits. That are, like, down over here, and a smaller number of important traits that define who you are a bit more meaningfully.
Yeah, that won't maybe, like, disappear, or...
Yeah, exactly. So you've got, like, a smaller number of things that define who you are more significantly. And things like, you know, them virtues and vices representing massive changes in how people react to you. And, like, it just means, like, you feel like you understand your character and you're playing... You have a particular type of character, and the stress system means you want to play to that character. So it does actually, like, it encourages you to roleplay, which is really cool. It's a really cool system. So, yeah, there we go. Clap.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Exodus, who gave us $5 and says boop.
Boop, boop.
Boop.
Clara's officially booped me on the cheek, actually.
Well, because your nose wasn't...
highly unconventional booping.
Yeah, James gave us $2 and says, I have tested negative for COVID.
Wow, well done.
Congratulations. Well, I mean, well done. Very happy, as I said earlier.
Good work.
Yes, indeed. B Point gave us 25 Romanian Lao Leo, I think. I always believe I'm saying this one wrong, so I'm very sorry. And says, hey guys, I'm glad to see you finally play CK3. I can't wait to get my hands on this too. And of course, I can't wait for your playthrough, John. Long live King John.
I've got a plan for my full playthrough. It's beginning later this week.
Yeah.
So it's going to be good.
And thank you again to B Point for giving us another 10 Romanian Lao to let me know the name of the currency. Thank you so much. I was gonna Google it, but this is much appreciated. Oh dear. Also, just sick Phil John killed the space monkeys. Gave us $5.
You never say it right. It's and the space monkeys.
I know, but like it's not and the space monkeys because they've changed like the sentence and it's harder. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. I just draw attention to one thing, by the way, quickly. Really nice quality of life improvement. Or your entire army now raises at one rally point if you want to, and you can move it wherever you want. So I can just set the rally point down over here, and my entire army will raise there. No more, like, raising the army and then grabbing them and moving them, but having to, like, control-click, because otherwise it will raise the ones that are on occupied territory. You raise them all in one space, and I'm being raided right now, which is why I've just, I'm planning to, rise up my army, because these guys are going to start raiding me momentarily. Raiding works, yeah, basically, if someone raids you, you have the right to attack them. You're hostile to them for a certain number of years, so you have the right to drive them out. But I'm a bit worried there's more raiders coming in, so whether I want to fight or not is a question. Claire?
Yes, indeed. The Just Sick Phil, John killed, and the space monkeys!
Close enough, I guess.
Whatever, please let me read the thing instead of correcting how I say a username. Come on.
Fine, I guess.
You have no idea how much there is. They say, yay to drinking and incest and murder and war crimes and more incest, 100 out of 10 game of the century.
Yay!
Yay! Happy Hope gave us £5 and says, I'm super excited for this one. I just got finished watching the entirety of the birthday stream. Your live streams go great while playing Wasteland 3.
Oh, Wasteland 3's out, of course it is.
So there we go. And then Chip gave us $5 and says, thank you for bringing this to us. Is there a way to make custom characters like you could in Crusader Kings 2? I hope you all are well and staying safe.
Not yet, unfortunately. There are no custom characters. I don't know when or if those are coming, which is a shame. So I've been trying to fight off some attacks from the Vikings. We knew the Vikings were coming. I'm dealing with this small army. These guys are nipping off. You may notice he's walking straight into the sea. This is because, very big change, navies are no more. Navies do not exist anymore. Which honestly is probably for the best in terms of streamlining. Instead, when you just step out onto water, depending on how many people you're trying to step out onto water, it costs you a certain amount of money, and as long as you stay on the water, you keep paying a certain amount of money monthly until you get there. So, like, it just kind of represents you, like, hiring boats, or, like, the cost of maintaining, or, like, the cost of raising boats you already had, but we're just not mentioning or something. But, like, navies are gone. And also, this guy has sacked part of Devon. What a dick. What do we have the options? We can spend some prestige.
Yeah, they said character creator would be in a free update after launch.
Ah, excellent.
So, thank you very much to Oleg TI, Plasmatic Mink, and Pinstar for pointing that out.
Excellent. I will spend a bit of prestige to yell that fiend at this dick over here. But over here we're doing very well. You may have also noticed one other thing there, which is, yeah, we've got victory. He's now retreating, so we're doing some damage. You may notice one thing about this army, which is the way armies work has now changed quite significantly too. Which is, you may notice it only has a single commander. So, it doesn't, like, have, you don't have, like, a center, a left, and a right anymore. You've just got one army. And commander is not a job you, like, assign anywhere, and then, like, you pick commanders to actually lead the armies. Instead, literally anybody who's, like, in your court and vaguely appropriate can just be given the role of commander. So people who are acting as knights could just be commanders. I can just make myself a commander too. Just depends on, like, you know, how good are you at personal fighting, how good are you at command, and whatnot. So this guy's my best candidate, so I'm just going to be telling him to keep doing that. There is a better person right now who's visiting my court, but I can't afford to recruit him, so we'll be passing on. This is, like, a really big change to how, like, this is another huge change, by the way. This is, like, this is the thing about Crusader Kings 3. It's full of all these changes that, like, if you wrote them on paper, sound really small. When you actually play the game, you realise, actually, the effect they have on the flow is huge. Which is, and I'm really pleased, by the way, because this is something, actually, I've mentioned when talking about Crusader Kings 2 in the past. Which is, I've always said in the past, it's a bit too easy to just, like, go into your character lookup, find someone good, invite them to court, and then just give them a job. Especially in the early game, if you're part of a small territory where you've not got many vassals. That was just a bit too easy to do. So you can't really do that anymore. Like if you just try and like invite people into your court, they're much more likely to say no. The base acceptance is way lower than it used to be. So if you want to invite someone to court, you really need to like put the effort in bribing them or swaying them or using a befriend scheme on them or something to actually get them to come to court. Because it's way harder than it used to be. So what you have to do instead is take advantage of guests, because in your court at any given time, some people are just going to be visiting, and they're going to be flagged as guests, and you can, like, there's various things you can do in game to make, like, better quality guests show up. Like, if your prestige is high, you're just more powerful, or you've taken certain, dynasty perks or whatever. There's various things you can do to make better guests show up. While a guest is there, you can make them do any job you want, but, like, if you don't make them do anything, or they get bored, or even if you've given them a job, they might decide, you know what, I'm off. Bye. At some point. So, if you want them to stay, you've got to actually, like, get them to... You've got to recruit them, which generally is going to cost a certain amount of money. Then they'll be happy to stay. So, you've got this rotating cast of characters. And some people are just going to arrive, and some of them might have claims, some of them might have skills. So, this guy here, who's just arrived, is very good at martial, pretty good at prowess. He'd probably be, if I recruit him, he'd be my best commander. And that's probably the best commander I've got access to in the game right now, because if I, like, I don't know, just... Yeah, because this is a thing you do in Crusader Kings 2. You just say, you know what, look up everybody who's in diplomatic range of me, arrange them by, like, martial skill, just give me people who, like, aren't landed, because they'll be easier to, like, come to my territory. Find people who like me, so he's +2, so that's fine. And then, like, you know, it'd be like, oh, well, I guess I'll just invite him to court or whatever. And, like, it just doesn't really work that way anymore. These people just refuse to come to court. I'm actually getting an option to invite these people to... Why am I even getting an option to invite these people to court? There is an option to invite to court. I've said unlanded adult inside diplomatic range. I don't know why you're not... Why are you not just going to put you as not a ruler? Just to see if... There we go. So yes, so invite to court is... Let's find someone who actually likes me. Oh, it was because they were unlanded, not ruler. They were still ruler, they were just unlanded... Wait, does that make any... I don't know. Opinion of you. I ranked this up right there. So let's just find someone who's... So, you know, this person's pretty keen on me. They've got 21 martials, so they're pretty good. They've got themselves unyielding defender, good military education. But if we wanted to invite him to court, there's no way he's going to say yes to that. Because the base is -50, and opinion is just not particularly good at all. So as a result of that, you just can't get him. So you need to like get a hook or bribe him or something. It would take a lot more to get these people to court. So your guests are really, really important. I mean, sway is an option, but it would take bloody ages. It does take ages to sway people. That is a scheme you can just kind of do. So you've got, like, if you want to invite people to court, you've got to invest in them. Like, the days of just, like, looking at people in the character creator and say, hey, come to court, them saying, you know what? I've got nothing better to do with my life. That's gone. That's done. That's not happening anymore. Which I think is a huge improvement. It's a really good improvement. Ah, they were mercenary captains. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. That's why they weren't coming, yes. So that's why that's a thing right there. Claire, back to you as these Vikings choose to retreat out of my territory.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Fuzzus, who gave us $20 and says, I've been so excited for this game and this stream. Long live King John the Fat. Andrew gave us $5 and says, is it too early to change over to Tanistry? Which we can't figure out how to do it. It might not be being enabled yet. Yeah.
Or it might be by decision. It might be decision. Oh dear. I don't know how the game decides this, but on occasion you will see a miscarriage event.
Oh yeah.
And I can't remember this show. Like, I think it seems to happen more often in Crusader Kings 3 than 2. Because I'm pretty sure it was in Crusader Kings 2, but it very rarely showed up. But, yes, like, the miscarriage event does happen. The game doesn't call it a miscarriage. But, like, occasionally pregnancies just sort of don't work out. And I don't know whether there's, like, the game's, like, doing something like calculating the number of people in your court or something, or whether it's just a random chance. Like, because obviously a lot of stuff's happening behind the scenes. But I've seen that event more than once. It can happen.
There must be some kind of a roll of the dice for it.
Yes. Presumably, yes.
Does it give, like, a bad, like, a stress or something like that?
It would depend on your character, because just about everything in terms of stress depends on your character. So, like, someone who is callous or arbitrary might not even care. It might well look at your relationship with your wife, how many children you've got. It's probably going to look at a whole bunch of things.
Surely she's going to get, like, a temporary, thing for it.
Quite presumably, yes. But I don't know whether that would affect her relationship with me. No, it doesn't mention that. It might affect her stress level, but I can't see her stress. You can only see your own stress level.
But can you not see her, like, temporary things? Like, that person you tortured had a tortured thing.
She doesn't have any. They'd be over here if there were, but there doesn't seem to be anything right now. So, like, there doesn't seem to be, like... It might affect her health in some capacity, I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see.
And my hide tents are done. Can you double build buildings? This is important to me. Not in the same thing. You can only have one of each building in the same thing, and you can see here that now I would need the barracks innovation in order to actually increase my military camp, so I could have that, because I control Cornish culture. I'm literally already working towards barracks, so that's going to be done in like 40-odd years, as opposed to 400 if I wasn't focusing on it. So we're already working towards having those level 2, but next time I have some money, I could actually put up some, more barracks over here, or some more military camps over here as well, because you can also see, like, barracks and military camps do basically the same thing. They just give you some levies. But, like, one gives you a realm-wide bonus to some damage. Others give you realm-wide bonus to other types of damage. These refer to your men-at-arms, by the way. This is basically just, your group of, like, basically retinues. But unlike retinues, they don't stay standing all the time. They have a certain cost when they're unstood and a certain cost when they stand. They're professional, good-quality troops, and you're going to be wanting them. As soon as you can afford them, really, because they hit a lot harder than basic levies, who are now kind of trashed here. Because, yes, the game calculates not only it's not just how many men you've got anymore, or about the commander, it's also about the overall quality, which is affected by unit mix. So, levies that are just produced by buildings and cities and whatever, number of knights you've got, and right now I don't have enough knights. So, my army could be better than it is, because I literally don't have enough, like, important local powerful people, so I managed to, like, invite some people to court in order to actually make them. So if I wanted to recruit this guy, you know what? He's going to be recruited to court. He's going to be a knight now, so now I'm going to have an extra knight. So if I just actually move time, there we go. Now we've got a knight's up, and he's actually one of the best knights I've got, and he's actually going to be... he's going to be a terrible commander. For some reason, he's got bad martial, but he's got good personal, like, combat skill, which is good. And as soon as I can afford it, I can actually have some more men-at-arms. Sorry, my voice is starting to go. Would you believe I'm really excited and talking really fast?
Yeah, no, I would, because I haven't been able to talk.
If only there was some form of solution, like I talk less and you talk more.
Yeah.
If only there was. If only there was some solution to this.
Alright, shout out to Scott, who gave us £5 and says, hey, both of you, I loved the Crusader Kings 2 Cornwall playthrough. The question everyone will have is, what is your next Crusader Kings 3 playthrough? May I suggest House Buchan in Scotland? Buchan?
Oh, I know what it's going to be, but I'm not telling. That's a secret till later this week.
Yes, indeed. And Ryan gave us $5 Australian and wants to know what your thoughts are on the different religions. I really want to do a run with Nubian Christianity.
That's the Coptic, isn't it? There's Coptic down over in this direction. I mean, I admit, like, I like how they're built. In terms of, like, because they're built out of these 3 tenets, they can feel very different. one thing I'd like to see, I wish they were a little bit tiny more extreme, so they felt more distinct from each other. Because some of them do absolutely, like, some of them feel really distinct. Like, say, Alexandria, like, the Alexandrian religions get, like, 20% bonus to your lifestyle, to learning lifestyle experience, which is really powerful, because it means you can get Scholar up relatively easily. Some of them, like, conversion speed, plus 50%, that's really good, right there. Some of them are not so interesting to my mind. Like, monasticism just means, you know, it creates a new decision where courtiers can choose to become monks, which is fine, I guess, but it's not particularly exciting. Some of the pagan ones have got some good sexy stuff going on, in terms of, like, there's, like, warmongering, where you have to be at war, otherwise your vassals hate you. That one's fun. That one's fun. The one I played at when I was Ghana has human sacrifice. That's fun. That's a good way of getting loads of piety. And that means you actually have your own special Casus Belli declaring war to go and get captives. But some of them feel a little bit, like, similar to each other when it feels like they conceptually ought to be really different from each other. So I kind of wish they were a little bit more extreme. Like, every religion just, like, take what it does and double it, I think would be maybe a little bit more to my liking. But then, like, you know, it's... I've only put like 50 hours in, which in Crusader Kings term, I'm a noob. As you may have noticed from the fact I've said various things, looked at them and thought, oh wait, no, I'm completely wrong. So that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, and the thing is, we were quite happy that we got it, like, you know, quite early.
I had this a month ago, give or take. I've had this for weeks and weeks and weeks, but I haven't been allowed to talk about it. I can't remember the exact date, but I've had this for like 3 or 4 weeks at this point, and I've not been able to talk about it until, like, openly till tonight. Like, do you have any idea what it does to a man to have Crusader Kings 3 and know about it and be playing it for weeks and not be allowed to talk about it? It's pain.
I think
pain in my soul.
I think the chat is playing tiny violins for you.
Tiny violins,
yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, Liam gave us $3 Australian and wants to know, is Shattered World still a thing?
No, but we saw earlier you can you can shuffle religion and leaders, but you can't like completely like redo everything. Like, it creates, like, I guess that's kind of Shattered World. It did create a world where, like, everything seemed to be on a county level and it was utter madness. So kind of yes, but not quite as thoroughly as it used to be.
Yeah, and shout out to 2K Doros, who gave us $10 and says, hey John and Claire, I hope you're doing well. So excited for the CK3 stream. Is this going to be another 12-hour one?
No, we're done by 10 because other videos need to be done.
Yes, indeed. And Ziren gave us $5 and says, I'm going to tell Arvik what you said about the Welsh. Expect a horde of angry ferrets at your door. Did you say bad things about the Welsh again, John?
I just said they had no technology, which they don't. It's not my fault.
They don't yet in the game,
they
of
don't.
course.
Because I want John to be good. I'm just going to give John extra points for a groomed to rule. And I think that immediately becomes true. Yep, so Rickett just increased his diplomacy by 3. And John doesn't get anything because John sucks. Oh, John's inherited. Well, this is lucky. So you'll notice there that obviously my wife is intelligent. Now, that doesn't mean that you necessarily inherit intelligence. John has instead inherited the lower level of intelligence, quick. So, okay, John is smart. Mm-hmm. Yay! John, etc. Maybe you'll pick up the extra points down the line. That'd be good. Oh. Have we actually given you an education yet, by the way?
Oh, wow. Shout out to Tyler, who gave us $50.
Oh, thank you very, very much, Tyler.
Oh my god. Tyler says, hello, John and Claire. Thank you for all of the content. I guess CK3 means that Fallout 4 YOLO is going to be delayed even further.
Only by a matter of weeks, because they're not in the same slot. They're not in the same slots.
Because, of course, CK3 is going to be a series, and Fallout 4 YOLO is going to be on Fallout Day.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. And Moonbear gave us 1,000 Norwegian kroner. Thank you so much. And says, can't let the Danish win. I think there's a Krona war going on in the super chat.
War. Okay, I will not go to war with any. If the next time if any more barbarians or like Vikings come in, I'll check if they're Norwegian, and if they are, I'm going to leave them be. All right. But if the Danish come, we will slaughter them for you. So thank you.
dear, oh dear. Let's see. Shall we take some questions from chat?
Yes, why not?
We've got some questions about the game experience overall. Burnt by... so I'm going to give you a bunch of questions together.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Burnt by Bright Eyes says, I'd like to ask if this game has been dumbed down in any way, because that's always my biggest fear with new games. We've also had a question about whether CK3 is harder or easier to get into and to get to grips with for a new player than Crusader Kings 2.
Okay, can I answer them one at a time? Because those are different questions. In terms of which it's easier to get into, I still think the easiest Paradox game I've ever played to get into is Stellaris. Like, if you're new to Grand Strategy and you want an entry point to Paradox, I would still recommend Stellaris. However, Crusader Kings 3 is easier to get into than Crusader Kings 2. It has a better tutorial. Its tooltips are really useful. It's got really good tooltips going on, where you can always, like, hover and get an explanation, and then that itself you can hover over. So the tooltips are amazing. The UI is a bit easier to get to grips with. Like, it's more transparent, so you can figure out what's going on more easily. There's a lot, it's not the easiest thing to get your head around. It is more complicated than Stellaris, so I'd still recommend Stellaris first, but it is better than 2. But then again, 2 you can just pick up for free to see how you feel about it, but bear in mind, 3 is easier to get your head around, to my mind. What was the first one?
Okay, I'm gonna get back, because I'm trying to actually shout out people who ask you questions, and then if you answer them one at a time, then you answer all the questions before I can shout people out.
Okay, fair enough.
Shout out to Sinister. Well, these are very, very related. Aaron says, I love Stellaris. Will I like this? And Sinister wants to know, how steep do you think the learning curve is for this compared to Stellaris for a new player?
Okay, I think it's very conceptually different to Stellaris, because Stellaris, part of the joy of Stellaris for me is the fact that it's always random, and it's the exploration of the galaxy and finding stuff that's really important that you don't know what's there. In this game, the world is always going to be the same, and it's always going to start in the same way depending on which start date you go for. So new stuff is what you build and what other people build. Like, they're conceptually similar, but for me, like, the sensation, the joy I get from Stellaris is very different from this. So I wouldn't fundamentally assume just because you like Stellaris, you will like this. I happen to like both, but I like them for different reasons, and I get different joy out of them. So I wouldn't necessarily say that's a definite. So that's a maybe. What was the other half of that?
Whether the learning curve for this game is higher than Stellaris. How does it kind of compare?
I think Stellaris has a more gentle, new player-friendly learning curve, and the simple reason is because, of course, in Stellaris, you literally start in, like, your home planet, and you expand outwards, and until you meet someone, there's no one else in the galaxy. So literally, all you need to do is just manage your one planet and go out and, like, you know, lock down one system and set up a mining base in that. So the game starts off very small scale, whereas in this game, I guess you could sort of do that if you, like, say, played as Iceland, or, like, down over here in Sri Lanka, or, like, you know, maybe the Canary Islands or something. But, like, for the most part, you're going to start off in a world that you already know about, and already knows about you, and you're already in diplomatic range of hundreds, probably thousands of people. So it starts off more intense by design, because you're already part of a world where even if you're, like, you know, elsewhere on an island and relatively safe and secure, you already know about hundreds of other people and thousands of other individuals. So, like, Stellaris is always fundamentally going to have a more gentle learning curve for new players just because of that.
Yeah, and then the next one that we had was... Yes, Burnt by Bright Eyes wanted to know if you feel like the game has been kind of dumbed down or simplified in any way, as that's always a fear for me with new games.
It has been streamlined. I don't feel like it's dumbing down to me. And, like, it's give and take. So, for example, you may recall in Crusader Kings 2, there was a laws screen where there were loads of laws, where you set the laws at, like, the kingdom level, and you set the laws for, like, what the, you know, each type of vassal had to give to you. Now, that's gone. that's gone. You might think, well, that's dumbing down, because now I don't have a law screen anymore. But instead, what you've got is, you've actually got, like, individual contracts with every vassal. Now, I don't have any rights here, because I'm such a tiny person and my vassals are not counts. Count is the lowest level you actually get a vassal for. But if I, like, go over to West Francia, over here, and their king, for example. So I've got individual contracts over here with every single vassal. I can micromanage every single person. Alright? And if they really like me, I can probably get away with taking the mix slightly. And, like, you know, I can say, well, I want more troops from you, but, like, you know, and I can, if I'm willing to accept some tyranny, which I might be willing to do, because now the game's got dread, it's easier to have tyranny, because you can get away with having a bit of tyranny for a while. It's not such a problem. But, like, if you don't want the tyranny, you can say, well, actually, you know what I would say is, you're now protected from title revoking, so I can never revoke your title. So, that's legal, because it's give and take, but he'll like me a bit less. But also, if I've got hooks, which is now what favors are called, basically, you can also push through, like, any change to their contract. So, like, it's give and take. So, you know, you have much less in the way of laws, but you've got much more in the way of control over individual vassals, say. Like, you know, you've got less, it all works like that. Like, I could give you, like, examples, but I think you get the point from that, which is, like, you know, it's give and take. There's stuff that is streamlined. There's a lot of stuff that makes more sense than it used to. But that's not bad. I don't look at anything and think this is dumbed down. There's a few things I look at and think it's a shame that's missing, like treasuries and items, because I'd like to have them. They're good. They're fun. It's a shame we don't have them. Why are you glowing, by the way? I don't know why. Scotland just sort of was glowing really bright there for a second. I don't know why. But like I don't look at anything and think, yes, this is dumbed down right here. That's not the impression I get at all. There is streamlining. There's some give and take, but I wouldn't call any of it dumbing down.
Yeah, and then we've got where are we? Yes, Marcus would like to know what would be a good start in CK3 for a new player.
Always go Island. Island was always, in 1066, was always a good start back in CK2. It remains as such. There's also, I think the tutorial looks at 1066 Spain, Northern Spain, which is a perfectly good place to be as well. Generally, somewhere that's nice and mono-religious, mono-cultural, so you're not having to worry about massive holy wars coming in and breaking all your stuff, which I know Spain would be at exactly that, but like Spain, you've got friends nearby, so it's fine. Ireland is a nice place to kick off, like, you know, a nice safe little count somewhere right in the centre of the Byzantine Empire wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either. Probably start small, right? There's a really nice thing, by the way. So my spouse just happens to give me 300 diplomacy XP, which is like a third of a perk. So that was just at random, presumably because because she's really good at diplomacy. She's got diplomacy of 21. So she's just helping me out with diplomacy, that's a really powerful boost. So thank you, darling. That's much appreciated.
Ooh, and another question on kind of the same, if you're a new player. Level Tyler gave us $20 and says, I've picked this up, but I've never played any Crusader Kings games before. Any advice for a total noob? P.S. I love your streams and videos.
Wars will always take twice as long and cost twice as much as you think. So, only start them if you're really, really, really doubly, triply sure you're going to win. Mm-hmm. That's the key to my mind.
That's your advice?
That's the key. Learned that one, yeah.
All right. Let's see. The Grinning Viking gave us $2 and says, you know back when it literally mentioned asexuality on the screen and you couldn't see it?
Yeah, I missed it.
The Grinning Viking says asexuals have secret invisibility powers.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a joke about erasure in there, but maybe
Claire, no, Claire.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. There's probably a joke, but we're not the people that are gonna make it.
Good.
Oh dear. Let's see. Hotshot number 1 gave us $5 and says Holy Roman Emperor's Caracalla. And also, Fred gave us $2. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very, very much indeed.
Uh-huh.
Is there anyone I want to go and attack?
And Domi points out that if both parents have a congenital trait, for example, intelligent, the child is now guaranteed to inherit it, which wasn't the case in Crusader Kings 2.
Ah, but I'm guessing it might be towards, like, it might be a lower level. So, like, my son's picked up Bright from an intelligent mother. Yeah, makes sense.
But maybe if it was an intelligent mother and an intelligent father,
yes.
both,
Then I'm not. Even then, I don't know whether it would be guaranteed intelligent or whether. Because I know for a fact, like, there are dynasty level traits that you can take that, like, help reinforce perks. There's a special blood track that helps, like, chance of new congenital traits up 30%. Feels a bit low next to 40,000%. That must be a bug. Yes, here you go. Chance of reinforcing congenital traits. So if you breed an intelligence, you might get a genius. So that's kind of cool. And also you can get rid of bad genital trait. Not genital traits, congenital traits. How many times have I been saying genital traits when I've been meaning congenital? How long have I been doing that?
I don't know.
Probably some time. Just you gotta reinforce those good genital traits. It's really important. I'm going to go over these a little bit in my video tomorrow because these are really powerful, the dynasties. That's a brand new thing. Like, you know, like, this is one thing. Like, if people say, oh, well, they took this out, they took out the treasury, and they took out that. That's true, but you also gained a lot. Like, you gained the legacies, which are really cool. These are kind of like bloodlines, but taken to the extreme. Because once you've got this, everyone in your dynasty has it for the rest of time. Cool. So it's kind of like a bloodline on steroids.
Oh, nice. Let's see. Aero Bugger gives a top tip for new players. Always check the monthly cost of your mercenaries.
Yeah. And indeed, the monthly cost of your actual troops, the men-at-arms here too, where you can see there that while they're unraised, they're costing me 0.15 a month. However, they're costing me 0.45 a month, so triple once they get raised. So they're kind of like retinues, but not, because like retinues, of course, you pay for up front, but then once they're done, once they're raised, they don't cost anything anymore. So these are kind of weird. They work just like levies, but they're a lot more expensive. You can only have so many of them. So I like the new men-at-arms. It's an interesting system, especially as they counter each other, and they're very good at pursuit and whatnot. So you chopping down more of the enemy, which is really good.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. We've also got.
Also, I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna say while you're speaking, I'm just gonna very slowly scroll through this list of duchy buildings in case anyone's interested what all the duchy buildings are. I'm just going to slowly scroll through all of them now so you can see all of them.
Yes, indeed. So more questions about the game.
Yep.
Martin gave us 20 Swedish krona and wants to know, does the Pope exist and does he control Rome?
The Pope does exist. He controls Rome. He's a theocratic ruler, meaning, of course, like you can't play as him. And on top of that, he is a head of religion. So he actually has his own special thing. I'm just going to quickly just finish scrolling through this. Just pause the video if you want to see any of these. But you see they're very powerful. They're very powerful, the duchy buildings. But, oh, hello. Your steward has insulted me. Well, I'm not giving you money, but that's kind of the King of Wessex who's been insulted by my cocking, incompetent steward because he's bad at his job. There we go. He's going to plead for your forgiveness publicly. That's good. That's very, very good news. Right, wait, what was I just saying before I got distracted by a thing?
You were saying about the Pope and Rome?
Yes, the Pope. Okay, so religions now have, or some religions have, a head of faith. So Catholicism has a head of faith, and that's like determined by its like little kind of doctrines down over here. Because one of the rules of Catholicism is, here we go, where is it? Somewhere it says head of faith. There's every religion has like 10 million rules, but like there is a head of faith, which is therefore this guy. So head of faith is a special thing. Here we go. Head of faith, spiritual. So yes, given to prominent clergy, can grant claims and can grant gold to pious adherents. He's got his own special thing, which is the papacy. So it's technically a kingdom title. In fact, plus, of course, he's just kind of floating around doing his own thing there. He's actually been eaten by Romaine at this exact moment in time.
I'm sorry, he's
Sorry?
It just sounded like you were saying that he'd been eaten by a head of romaine lettuce.
Oh, I apparently he's not though. I don't know what I was just seeing there for a second.
Oh,
Possibly. Oh, that must have been De Jure. That must have been De Jure.
Oh,
See, he's got his own papal lands. He's got a decent number of troops because, like, you know, he's got special buildings that give him extra defenses and extra troops and stuff. So he's not doing so bad in that regard. So he's got a decent little army to kick him off. But he plays by his own rules. He's a theocracy, which means he's unplayable. You can't play as any theocracies. But yeah, he's got his own thing. But he's very important because now faiths all have levels of fervour, representing, like, you know, how into Christianity or Catholicism, whatever people are. If prominent priests get caught doing naughty things, it knocks the entire faith down a bit.
Oh, I see.
And, like, if the Pope gets caught doing a naughty thing, double so. So the Pope's got to, like, not be caught doing naughty things. Otherwise, like, bad. So that's an important thing right there. So you've got to make sure that the Pope does a good thing. And I'm just going to do one thing quickly. So I'm just going to get rid of the distracting. Sorry. Claire sent me a video of a really cute wolf, which was great, but unfortunately it was somewhat distracting. It was slightly distracting. It was in the corner of my eye. So
I sent it to him this morning, so he would see a cute thing first thing.
And it was really cute first thing, but now it's kind of in the corner of my eye.
No, I just want to know. I just want people to know. I just don't randomly send you pictures of, like, distracting things.
Why would you say that like it's a bad thing? It's a good thing. It's a very good
thing. You said it was distracting.
It's distracting during a thing. Oh, hello. Who's just shown up here? Oh, there's some Russian lad. Some Russian lad's just attacking Wessex right now. That's good. That might keep Wessex busy for the time being. Also, this is a really big thing, by the way, which is the way your council operates has changed. Now, at first glance, it looks like the most important thing. Also, I should really have a chancellor, by the way. Should have one of them. They're quite useful. So we'll be having you. You seem good. The biggest change, like initially, the beginning of the game is probably going to be chancellors are now garbage and do nothing. Chancellors are now the worst things in the world. Because they've lost their ability to fabricate claims. That now lives on your realm priest. Now, this is a problem, because of course, in certain religions, like Catholicism, you don't get control over your realm priest. And you can't just change a law that makes that so that mildly pisses off the Pope anymore. Because now, religious law is set at the religious level. If you're in Catholicism, you obey the religious laws. You can't just change a law that says, actually, I'm going to make my law this. Can't do it. Not an option. Meaning, unless I leave Catholicism, create my own spin-off, or find a way to change Catholicism to my liking, you are going to be stuck with a Pope-assigned court chaplain for as long as he lives. You may notice the Pope's given me a shit chaplain. Meaning, I'm now stuck with a terrible chaplain, meaning it's extremely difficult for me to fabricate claims. He's going to be slow, and the more important thing is, you may notice here, like, okay, this takes a moment to get your head around. Basically, you can give your council jobs, just like you used to. But the job itself, what the actual job does, like, say, for example, this guy generates, if I put him on domestic affairs, he will get vassal opinion up, which is good. But the amount he gets vassal opinion up after years of work is 6.5, which is a pathetically small amount. Okay? So, what matters more is the side effects of what he does. Because while he's doing that job, stuff might randomly happen. If he's good at his job, lots of good stuff might happen, and a tiny bit of bad stuff might happen. If he's terrible at his job, all bad stuff will happen. So if I tell this guy to go and fabricate a claim, not only will he take 10 million years to do it, but while he's doing it, my vassals are going to lose respect for me, I'm going to lose piety, and the target's going to grow to hate me. So, yes, basically, this guy probably needs to get himself assassinated at some point. So, previously, like, if you just thought, you know what, this powerful vassal wants to be on the council, so I just need to give him a job. I'll just give him a job, because if he's, if I'm not getting bonus cash in that much, that's fine. Basically, you got a certain amount of cash in, a really bad vassal got you a tiny bit more, a really good vassal got you loads more if they were in the steward position. That's not true anymore. A bad vassal will actively make things worse. They will screw it up. So, say for example, a very bad spy master over here, well, he's 9, which is fine. So, if I try and tell him to support my schemes, he's going to do an okay job at that with 9, but he's also going to lose me party, lose me prestige, and potentially cause the entire scheme to fail, because he's incompetent. So, bad council members will actively make it worse. Oh, and guess what's not a thing anymore? Advisors are gone. You can't just take your worst vassals and shove them in the advisor slot anymore. There are no advisor slots.
Okay.
They're gone. They're gone forever. If a powerful vassal wants to be on the council and you want to put them on the council, they've got to be given a job that matters.
Oh no.
You can't just shove them in a job. You can't just shove them in the advisor slot anymore. That's gone. Advisors are flipping gone. However, your spouse, or your primary spouse, if you're like polygamy or concubines or whatever, gets a permanent slot on the council, where she can either help you out with a little bit of everything, or she can help you out with half of one of her statistics in just one thing. So I'm probably going to put her to court politics, because she is really good at diplomacy, so therefore she gives me a +10 to my diplomacy. So I'm getting 10 of her. So I've just doubled my diplomacy to 20, because I'm basically letting my wife go around and chat to people, which is going to make a huge difference to how much my vassals like me, because diplomacy, that's worth like 20 is worth +24 to general opinion. And now general opinion is everybody, because general opinion just used to be the people in your immediate court. When you spoke to people abroad, they had their own way of looking at you. Not anymore. General opinion and personal diplomacy now affects your foreign relationships too. So that +24 also affects the King of France, which is huge. So yeah, the council has changed, and I really love this change, because it means that incompetent, powerful vassals are now, there's so much trouble, because you've either got to accept that they hate you because you're not allowing them on the council, or you've got an incompetent idiot who's actively going to mess everything up, and that's brilliant. It's so good. I love that. Clap.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see, more questions from the chat. I've got some questions about technical requirements.
Yeah.
QT Funny wants to know if there's an option for disabling character animations in the options to reduce graphic requirements.
Let's find out together.
Yes, indeed. And let's see.
So we've got scaling, texture qualities, refraction, shadows, map objects, mesh. Animated characters can be disabled, yes.
Oh, great.
You can disable animated characters. Let's see what that actually looks like if we actually turn that on. So he's just, yeah, basically it's freeze.
Yeah.
So he's,
that's alright.
So yeah, it doesn't look bad, to be honest. They're just not dancing anymore. So they're just kind of in a position. I hope you noticed, by the way, the stance they're in is affected by like what their character is. So like, if we can find a nice example of someone who's like, I swear there was someone who was like cowering. I mean, there's obvious ones, like this guy is looking a bit, this guy's he's a drunkard. So he's got a bit red-faced and squinty. And like people who are cowards will literally like, they'll be cowering, and he's wrathful, so he looks angry all the time. So like, there's some cool stuff like that. I haven't actually tried running this on like, a worse PC. I've only been running this on my own PC, which is a pretty good PC. So I cannot...
there were questions about how things run and everything. Bert wanted to know how it runs.
For me, it runs super...
What specs you're running it on.
This is a GTX 1080 Ti, and the CPU is an i9. One of the lower class i9s. So this is a dumb, needlessly overpowerful computer.
Well, this is the work computer.
This is my work computer that I need for rendering.
Yeah.
So like it's hard to say. Like I've not tried running it on a bad machine or like a normal tier machine or a low tier machine. So I'm afraid that I can't speak to.
Yeah, and Renee wanted to know how big the install is.
I don't know. Hang on. Let's see if I can check that. I'm going to need to quickly nip into my own Steam account to see if I can actually check
and whilst
that.
You're in Steam, I think you mentioned already, but we did have a question about how many hours you've already got in this game.
50. Just past 50.
50,
So I spent
very
about
nice,
50
very
on
nice.
that. How do I check?
Dear.
How do I check this? Local files. That can't be right. Can't be 5 gig. It's got to be bigger than that, surely.
A Grain of Rice says 8 gigs in the chat.
I'm seeing local files, what looks like 5 gig. But I can't say for certain that's true. It's not huge.
Well, several people are saying 8 gig now. So.
Okay, I'm only seeing 5 gig, but then that I might not be seeing everything there. But certainly it's not huge. Like, next to many games today, that ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. That's fine.
Richard Lawson says 15 or 50. I think the graphics card, right? 50 Ti?
1080 Ti.
Okay, well, no, I don't know what,
No, number of hours in the game, 50.
Oh.
I've spent about 50 hours in the game. I would have spent more, but I had to, do other work, creating other videos. Tragically.
Yeah, the Steam store page says 8 gig, and, somebody says 5 gig from pre-downloading on Xbox.
Yeah.
So, I'm not quite sure, but yeah.
Oh, here's a change, by the way. So my child just reached age 6. I'm not sure whether it's 5 or 6. Where they gain education. So the childhood has been streamlined. So obviously you used to get like a childhood focus that gave you a couple of traits that then led into an education when they hit 11, and then that led into the education trait when they were 16. And that's now been streamlined down to just 1. So when they're a kid... Yeah. They just kind of get a smaller number of perks. So this kid's lost an eye, because he just has. But that's fine. He's got natural dread and learning up from having lost an eye, because I assume he spends less time outside and more time reading books, because he lost his eye at some point. And he's just picked up natural curiosity, meaning we can now push him towards basically either a learning education or a diplomacy education. So I'd say why not learning? For the sake of it, we're pushing towards a learning education. Now this is perhaps the one example where I actually think the streamlining has gone to a state where you could theoretically call it being dumbed down. Because you'll notice that at this point in his life, my child has exactly 1 trait. Well, he's got the one-eyed, but that's like an extra thing. But he's only picked up a single trait. You see this a lot with children. They'll have only 1 trait. So if I go over to John, John he is rowdy. He's just picked up rowdy and he inherited quick. So children often only have 1 trait, meaning effectively that's going to mean always he's going to have 2 educations you're good at and 1 you're bad at. And that's basically all a child is ever going to have, as best as I can tell. Like, I've not seen many children get more than that. Meaning basically the child is... you've got to go for either the 2 educations they're likely to do well in, the 2 they're neutral in, or the 1 they're bad in. That's always true. So you don't end up in situations where, you can see a child where, hey, this child happens to have, 3 traits that mean, 2 of them mean they're going to be really good at martial. We should definitely go for martial for this child, because this child could be a genius when it comes to martial. Like, you don't get that anymore. So I feel like the one place where I think the game has been a bit oversimplified, and I'd like to see some of the complexity come back, is children, the perks they pick up in the first 5 to 6 years of their lives, and how that affects, their education. Because now you just put them in an education, immediately, and actually they get automatically put into an education that's most appropriate, and then you can just choose to change it once, if you want. So he's already actually in learning focus. Do I even have anyone who's, competent to assign as a guardian?
I suppose the other thing you don't get is you don't get the thing where, they have, they have a couple of traits that are kind of contradictory.
Yes,
and
you
so,
don't get that.
It's quite annoying.
You don't get that.
You're like, well, they're not exactly good at anything because the one thing they'd be good at they're also bad at because of their traits,
Yeah, that's true. You do not get that anymore. That's true. I find that's a bit of a shame. Do I have anyone in my court, by the way, who's actually good at educating a learning child?
Most of the childhood education stuff in CK2 came in DLC, so it'll probably be worked on at a later date, says End Production.
It's literally the only bit I look at and think, this is mildly disappointing. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? Because I've got, no one to educate this kid right now. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move him over to diplomacy education, which is already, he does have an aptitude towards. He's got a decent base stat, and that means I'm going to move him, I'm going to use his mother to educate him, because his mother's a diplomatic genius, and she likes him, so she'll go the extra mile. So we just need you to educate this child, please. There we go, send that proposal. And we can if we want to, yes, you don't need to, this is a really nice improvement, by the way. You no longer need to bother, like, having someone have a particular education if you want them to have a religion or cultural conversion. Instead, when you assign someone as guardian, you literally have the option to convert them to this person's culture, yes or no. And if the religion was different, the same thing was available. So because she's Bavarian and he's Cornish, I can say do or don't convert this child. So you don't need to if you want to convert a child, you're not stuck in that one single heritage education or that one single religious education, which is so much better because it means you're not stuck giving children shit educations that don't suit them just because you want them to match the right religion. So it's so much better. So I'm going to say do educate him in diplomacy because you're a genius at that, but don't convert him to your culture. Send the proposal and she should accept that. And she gets opinion because, you know, I'm trusting her with my child, who's not actually her child, so hopefully this is a good idea. I'm sure she wouldn't assassinate this child so her natural child becomes the primary heir. She wouldn't do that, right?
Anyway, let's get back to the questions.
Yep.
Shout out to Spanky the Sock Puppet, who gave us 10 Australian dollars. And says, hello, John. First, I would like to thank both you and Claire. I've had so many PTSD sleepless nights, but there was always an MATN video to get me through it. Can you name one of your sons after me?
Oh, as soon as we have a son we can name, we'll do it. Make a note of it.
Yeah, I will do. I have had a few people who've asked me to name things, and I think now it's kind of quietened down a little bit. We might be able to, but earlier it was just a bit too hectic for it to happen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't know. I've noticed this before, by the way. Mm-hmm. If you actually tell someone to be a tutor, they themselves get slightly better at the thing they are tutoring.
Oh, that's cute.
So for the next over a decade, she gets diplomacy +1.
That's really
which is
cute.
super cute.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Yeah.
That's really cute. We've also got a lot of new members as well. So shout out to Thomas and to James Liu, Command Unit, and John Tolley. Welcome, new channel members.
Hello, new channel members. Welcome to the club.
Yes, indeed.
I swear YouTube must have done something to the UI, because that's happening so much more than it used to.
Yeah, also we talk about it now.
That's true. If you're a channel member, do check out the community tab, by the way. You'll find a post that was previously invisible, but now you can see, letting you contribute to the Patreon cast.
Yes, indeed, which is a podcast that we do for people on our Patreons that we have.
Darn straight.
Yeah, so it's coming up because it's the end of the month. So if you want to ask us any questions, John talks about what has been going on during the month, and then answers a bunch of questions, and it's generally like 3 hours long.
It's dumb long, yes.
So if you want to ask any questions,
Here's an example, by the way, of a good person on the council doing a positive thing. So I just told this person to work on levy size, which is fine, but the possible side effect was increased military presence, which is just triggered at random. So in Cornwall, 1, this county can no longer suffer corruption. 2, control is going up 1 a month, which I think it's already at 100, so that's fine. But 3, garrison size plus 20%. So that's a huge benefit. Like, this is the weird thing about the council now. The side effects are often more significant than the actual job you give them. The jobs tend to be kind of trash. This is especially true for chancellors, where the jobs just do, like, naff all. Like, foreign affairs is okay because it gets you prestige. Like, that's okay. But the other job tends to be a bit on the trash line. Plenty of jobs just don't do much. But, like, the side effects can be really significant, which is really cool. I think that's really cool. I think that's a really nice change.
Yes, indeed. Felix wanted to know, have you seen most of the game yet, or do you have a lot more to discover and experience?
It's Crusader Kings. I'll still be discovering stuff in years.
Yeah, of course.
And, of course, the moment I think I've started to understand the game, they're going to add a new DLC.
Oh, yeah, of course.
This is the base game. And it's, like, the thing I want to stress is, like, this base game is so much more complete than the Crusader Kings 2 base game. Like, this feels like Crusader Kings 2, but with a big pile of DLC installed, which is, I think, going to significantly alleviate any risk of people saying, oh, it feels like we're going backwards because you've stripped out this, you've stripped out that. Like, the amount of stuff that we've lost is like, okay, the treasury's gone, children's education's a bit too simple now. What else is gone? Because there's a whole bunch of stuff you've added. The dynasty system and the renown system and the dynasty perks.
Secret societies?
Society's true. Yeah. Societies, treasuries, and children's education are probably the three biggest things I look at and say, okay, these are missing. Good call, well remembered. But like, you've gained a lot of stuff to offset that.
Speaking of, Felix also wanted to know what is your favorite new mechanic or addition to the game?
I think it's probably got to be the renown, which is the new currency up top. So you've still got gold and prestige and piety, but now you've got renown, which is basically prestige, but for your entire dynasty. And I'm going to go into this in detail in tomorrow's video, and it's really fun. Because renown is such a fun mechanic to play with. It's so fun.
Yeah, and you have already mentioned a few of these things, but I just wanted to shout out Bob Space for asking about best changes made between this and between Crusader Kings 2 and NES.
There's so many quality of just little quality of life things. Like, it's not one thing where I say, oh my god, they've, like, you know, you've still got the War of 1066, but now there's like tits on Mercia that go boingy 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 when you twiddle the sin buttons. Like, it's not like there's one thing. It's like, it's a load of little things that you think, as I mentioned earlier, like, if you put these changes on paper, you might think, well, that doesn't sound like a big change, really. When you put them all together, it feels very different, and, like, it feels a lot more dynamic and interesting and exciting. Like, I think, like, it sounds so dumb, but, like, the stress meter might be my favourite.
Oh, yeah.
Just because it's a mechanic that doesn't block you from doing anything, but it's a mechanic that encourages you to roleplay and play along, and that's the best way to play the game anyway. It encourages you to do that roleplay, and it means if you choose to play against type and do what your character wouldn't actually be comfortable doing, you can, and you're not going to be, like, stopped, but it's going to make your life trickier as time goes by, and you're going to have to work extra hard to offset that stress. And I think that's such a clever, genius way of encouraging roleplay without, like, slapping the player's hand away. It's really good.
Yes, and then a lot of people in chat asking, A Grain of Rice, Jim, Lucky, Blake, all asking if there are epidemics or plagues in the game.
I've seen illnesses being mentioned, and there was, so I know they do exist. They don't seem to show up as much, and you may also have noticed there isn't an illnesses map mode. Now, that's weird to me. And I don't really know what, like, I quite like the illnesses map mode. So it feels like they've been, okay, that's probably another example of something that feels like I can't say for certain, but it feels like it's been a bit stripped back. There's definitely not as many major plagues. So I suspect at some point there will be an equivalent to the Reaper's Due to flesh them back out again. Because the fact that there is no map mode for illness feels kind of odd. And also there's an example, by the way, of my incompetent priest ruining everything, which is, I've just got him, like, you know, doing religious relations, and as a result of that, there's literally no positive possible side effects, it's just negative. So my party just went down by 50, and is now minus 24, because he just fucked up, because he started, like, preaching not the Bible. Like, you have one job, like, he was supposed to preach the Bible, and he didn't, he preached something else. He just, like, I don't know, got out, like, the God Delusion or something, and started reading it, and everyone started booing and throwing tomatoes, and that's, now I've lost piety, you dick. So, I feel like you need to be assassinated. How easy would it be to kill you? Ooh, 60%.
Okay.
He's gonna be assassinated now.
So Jinx says the diseases were in the starter screen, which you could go and check.
I did see them, yes, but, like, the point is, like, they don't seem to show up that often, and there's no map mode for them, suggesting they're not a big deal.
A shout out to Moonbear, who gave us another 500 Norwegian kroners. Thank you so much. That's extremely
Thank you very, very
generous.
much indeed.
And says, so what I'm hearing is that everyone's favorite game show, Let's Talk All About the Things That John Got Wrong, is getting renewed for a new season. Love it!
Damn straight. I need to talk about this, by the way. This is a good time for this. So the way murder schemes work is more complicated, than it used to be, but kind of more simple in a way too. So these days there are 2 separate stats keeping an eye on what's going on in the murder scheme. It's more predictable than it used to be. So 60% is the chance it's going to succeed when at the end of 16 months the event fires. Meanwhile, 74% is secrecy. The chance that it's going to remain secret whether or not it succeeds. So therefore, we're going to want to get both of those figures up, and they're controlled by different things. So this is controlled by success chance, and I think secrecy is... No, it's not scheme power, because scheme power is the third stat that controls how fast it happens. So, yeah, you've also got a bunch of agents that can be recruited or not. My Chancellor Knight really likes me, so he can be convinced, but we're going to have to figure out how to deal with that. But again, this has been kind of streamlined a bit, which is you don't need to... No, don't tell him to do that. I just want him to... Yes, here we go. Just click on him. So rather than having to send him a bribe and then invite him, now you can just bribe him, like, in one go. So that's going to get him on board. So he's going to be joining the scheme. So there tend to be a smaller number of people who have a bigger impact on the scheme. So he's going to add 20 scheme power, which is going to make the scheme go a lot faster, and 20 scheme success chance, which is going to get up from 60 to 80%, which strikes me as worthwhile. So, yeah, there's now going to be a second agent. One agent just joined in automatically. Ah, that was my council person. Are you supporting my schemes, by the way? No, he's currently disrupting other schemes. Move over to supporting my schemes. Give you my hostile scheme power plus 19. So I'd like you to start doing that. So once we put those 2 things together, 68% up to 88%, now... we're going to be able to kill this guy. It's only going to take me 11 months, and 90% chance to succeed, 95% chance, which is the cap, of remaining secret. So as a result of that, we can now be pretty confident we're going to be able to deal with this. But there's also going to be... okay, is this related to the assassination by any chance? It's the same guy. So okay, merchant presents me with an exquisite carpet, hopes of good future relations. I marvel at the fine weave, struck by a thought. When a carpet like this muffle the treading of feet, even conceal the steps of a bumbling agent. So yes, you get little events like this is super cute, by the way. During when you're planning an assassination, during the period, like you get little events where you get to choose to, like, you know, spend money, time, or do some dice rolls to improve things or not. So okay, I can do a murder scheme making progress by giving the gift, and also there will be monthly prestige plus 20% hostile scheme resistance down. And alternatively, extra vigilant. But hostile scheme resistance. Or it would look great in my room. I think the scheme's going fine, so I'm just going to have the carpet in my room. Boom.
But someone will be able to assassinate you in your room then.
Yes, but my prestige is going up higher. Because I've got a fancy carpet.
And maybe your cat will want to sleep on that because it's plush.
Look at that. 20% prestige. That's not bad. That's a good thing to have right there. I'm having that carpet in my room. No one's planning to assassinate me. Everybody loves me.
Do they?
Yes, because my wife's great, and she's the one smoothing it over while I'm murdering people.
Wow.
No, that's literally what's happening. My wife is counting for, like, half of... I should mention this, by the way. There's no state diplomacy doesn't exist anymore. There is literally just your diplomacy, which your wife contributes to. There is no state stat anymore. That's been streamlined. There is just your stats. So that's it. So we're just going to keep an eye on this little, plot as it goes by. Claire!
Yeah, sure thing. We have got more mechanics questions from the chat.
Yes.
Classic Frog wants to know what you think about the combat. In the other video, it looked very simplified over CK2, like no flanks or tactics.
It only looks that way because there isn't, like, a separate flank wing. What there is instead is a lot more you can do to micromanage how strong your troops are going to be. So, for example, like, especially when it comes to men-at-arms, if we just kind of look at footmen versus bowmen versus horsemen versus pikemen versus armoured footmen, they've got their own stats and things they're good at. So particularly horsemen are, would you believe, good at pursuit. Mm-hmm. So therefore, they are better at doing damage after the battle is over and, you know, when you're kind of doing casualties to the enemy. Whereas, and also they're good in certain terrains and bad in other terrains. So, like, you know, if, for example, you are Ghana, like I was playing as Ghana in my video. So, you are very strong military, so you've probably got the largest force, and you've got big, flat, open plains and deserts and drylands. You're going to want a ton of horsemen. because you're going to be able to ride in, and when you win, you're going to make sure you've destroyed the enemy so they can't regroup. Which is very important. And these guys, like, they counter each other. So, you know, armoured footmen counter spearmen, and these pikemen counter cavalry. So, potentially breaking down and retraining men-at-arms to counteract what you think your enemy has might be very, very useful indeed. And then there's, as we've been discussing, you can build buildings that provide realm-wide bonuses that didn't really used to be a thing in terms of providing benefits to your cavalry, to give your cavalry the edge, and then even more so at the duchy building level. So in terms of like realm-wide benefits there, which can be huge. So I mean, look at that. That archery grounds. That's at level 1. Skirmisher and archer damage and toughness up to like 5 to 10%. That's at level 1. That goes up to level 3. You get that thing up to level 3, you've got yourself archer damage plus 45%. So, in some ways, the strategy's moved to less about, like, arranging your army into centre versus flanks and getting the right commander in play on each of them, and more into building your empire into such a way as it supports the army and your army is as strong as possible. So, it's much easier for you to straight up outpower your enemy if you, like, have built your empire correctly. And then, of course, when you factor in martial traits that make you strong in various different ways as well, like, it's entirely possible that, like in Crusader Kings 2, numbers were king. Because, like, everyone would be putting their best commander in play. So, for the most part, if you had the biggest army, you could be pretty confident. You know, there'd be exceptions. Like, if you're standing on a mountain, like in the Battle of Skull Mountain, famously. But for the most part, the largest, like, whoever had the largest army was dominant. In Crusader Kings 3, that has changed. Just because you've got the largest army, you can't be certain at all you're going to win, because you might have an inferior quality because of inferior unit mix. You might have men-at-arms that are countered by their men-at-arms. You might have armies that simply are not as strong because you haven't invested in strategist, whereas your opponent has. You might have an empire that's not got as many military buildings as your opponent has. So I think there's actually more strategy, but it's now more at the macro empire building level and less at the actually laying people out in flanks level, which I think is actually better to my mind, because it means, like, it's less decided by a single battle at the moment, and it can be more decided by what's actually, like, how you build your empire long term. And, of course, is massively swayed by leaders, because previously the only impact you could really have as a leader was, is your martial stat high, and thus you produce many troops, yes or no? And are you good on the front line, yes or no? Do you want to lead your troops yourself? Now, thanks to the martial lifestyle perks, you as a leader can have a way more significant impact on your nation's ability to wage war, which is really cool. So, I see what you're getting at, but I think it's like I was saying earlier, it's give and take. Some stuff's been taken away, but other stuff's been added, and I think on balance, it's for the better.
Yeah, and we've also got a comment from Michelle, who says, kudos to the UX team on this. The menus look a lot less daunting in this than CK2.
The UI team's done a beautiful job, they definitely have.
It looks beautiful.
It looks, the map is beautiful, the tooltips are really nice and helpful. Like, I think it's really, it's telling that sure, like, you know, it's a joke, that John got wrong. I've made mistakes, but the thing is, I've realised those mistakes really fast because the tooltips are very good at letting you know when you're messing up.
Yes, indeed. And let's see. Shout out to Kobe, who gave us 50 euros.
Oh, thank you very, very much indeed.
Oh my god, thank you so much. Kobe says, hey John and Claire, just a late happy birthday gift for John. I couldn't attend the party itself. My girlfriend and I had our 10-year anniversary on the same day.
Oh, congratulations. That means they got together pretty soon after us. Mm-hmm. About the same time. We've been 11 years or thereabouts. I forget.
Yes,
It's been a long time.
Kobe...
Oh, fudge. He's discovered the scheme.
Kobe says, Kobe says, because of that, sorry but not sorry. I'm more sad that I missed the Fall Guys live stream. That was great. Have a good one.
Oh, thank you very, very much indeed. I hope you had a lovely, lovely evening.
Yes, lovely anniversary.
So, unfortunately, my scheme I've been unlucky and my scheme has been discovered. So I can try and say, oh no, the murder plot. We were throwing you a birthday party. That's what we were doing. and my subjects won't be thrilled. It's going to cost me a bunch of prestige. The scheme's going to come to an end, and he's not going to be keen on that. And he's going to no longer endorse me because he was paying me taxes, but now he's going to stop. Or I can say, oh, I'm going to show you how far I'll go. And everyone's going to hate me because I'm now openly trying to... Like, at this point, I'm no longer secretly planning to murder. I now am openly planning to murder. This is now, I'm going to kill you, you twat! We're just yelling that to his church. It's going to give me some dread, which is going to make people scared of me, which might be useful. You know what? Screw it. We're going to make it happen. It's probably going to make it very hard for the scheme to succeed. The scheme's probably going to update at the end of the month. We'll see. Because he now knows. He now knows about it. And everyone's really not thrilled because I'm murdering priests. Which never goes well.
Shout out to Sonata of Chaos, who gave us $10 and says, in honor of finally catching a live stream, here is a pun that always made me chuckle.
Okay.
What do you call a masochist with a foot fetish?
I don't know.
A lover of defeat.
Duh. Okay, the stats haven't gone down at all.
And also they say absolutely love your videos.
Oh, I love your videos too. I assume the reason that the stats haven't gone down is because he doesn't have a court to fall back to. Mm-hmm. Like, because he's theocratic, he doesn't, like, have his own court. He's lowborn. He's not got a proper court. Because normally, I assume, if you get caught, they, like, automatically put their spy master to defend themselves. He doesn't, like, he knows I'm coming to kill him, but because he's so lowborn and unimportant, he doesn't have anyone to actually fall back to. The Pope can't be happy about this, by the way, because the Pope might... Does the Pope know what I've done? I'm just going to check if the Pope knows. Your Holiness? Okay, the Pope's still pretty chill with me, fortunately. The Pope doesn't seem to mind yet, but I'm guessing when I kill this guy, if I succeed, it might... The Pope might just know, because I did, like, loudly announce, I'm going to murder you!
Well, it's still saying that the scheme isn't discovered, apparently, according to Sir Roderick, who probably has read the screen better than you.
Hostile scheme? Where does it say undiscovered? I don't know where it says the scheme is undiscovered. Oh, probably in here. It actually doesn't say undiscovered there. That doesn't say undiscovered. A scheme power undiscovered.
Can y'all in the chat let us know where to look for that?
It doesn't. I'm not seeing discovered or undiscovered being mentioned.
It says that no schemes discovered yet.
Oh no, that's my schemes.
Yeah,
that's schemes that I've discovered that other people are doing in my territory. That's okay. Because there's 3 slots. There's I'm doing a shitty secret thing, which is quite complicated and involves agents. There's I'm doing a personal thing like, hey, I'm trying to sway Claire by giving her a massive raise. Thus her opinion of me goes up by 20 for 5 years.
But it was already at 100.
You get a kiss for that. How cute was that? Did you see that sick wholesomeness, Phil?
That was so smooth.
That was smooth as flip. So yeah, then your personal skill. Then down here is schemes which you have discovered from other people. So yes, that's a thing. And we're going to see if we kill him anyway, and if we do, whether everyone knows about it. Which they might do. Oh, England's falling apart, by the way. There's another little tiny Viking state. The Isles have taken over Northumbria. And then we have got the Jarldom of Vastergotland. Yep, I suspect that might be Vikings. Claire!
Yes, indeed. Just because people are asking in the chat, we haven't had pet pictures yet. And John, very, very, very important question from many people in chat.
Yeah.
Can we have cats and or dogs in this game? Has it been confirmed? And can we pet the dog?
I have literally seen someone else, I think it might have been Spiff actually, I can't remember. Someone shared a screenshot of if you have a dog, you gain the decision to pet the dog.
Yes!
I know, but there's a downside. I'm assuming, I didn't see what it did. I assume it reduces your stress. However, because an action in this game can't be repeatable, because if you were to do an action over and over again, it would be too powerful. Once you've chosen to pet the dog, petting the dog is unavailable for 5 years.
What?
You can only pet the dog once every 5 years. So I assume what it means is every day you're petting the dog normally, but like one day you make the active decision to create a big petting the dog ceremony where everyone is summoned to pet the dog in a row. Because he's such a good boy. So I've got to assume that's the case. Like, because otherwise it's nonsense that you only pet your dog once every 5 years. Like, obviously you're doing it every day. So I'm assuming that the decision is actually you're setting up a big pet the dog feast where everyone pets the dog in a row.
Apparently it's confirmed with cats as well.
It was Rimmy who got the dog. Okay, yeah. I haven't had the dog event yet. It might be tied to, I mean, logically, if I had to guess, it might be tied to... I was about to say it might be tied to the hunting focus. There isn't a hunting focus, John. That's gone. Oh, there's a fucking change. I spent more time in the hunting focus than literally any other focus because it gets you.
You didn't want to die.
Did it get you war and health?
Oh,
but that's gone.
I see. So they're saying that like you're petting the dog continuously for 5 years and that will reduce. I mean, maybe you're just petting the dog to hang out with. You're
making a conscious decision that I am going to pet you so much.
No, but I think what you're doing is you're petting the dog, like, because the dog wants to be petted every day.
Yes.
But then, like, maybe once every 5 years you feel a little blue and you have to have, like, you know, therapy cuddles with the dog.
Yeah.
Like, to make you feel better.
Okay, so my agent has acquired a deadly spider and arranged for a servant to put it in his bed. So I can't... Okay, so this is the thing. When a scheme reaches completion, you get the option to say, do it, or... don't do it. The reason you might want to say don't do it is because if your chance of discovery is too high, you might choose to reset it back to 0. That means that the agents you've already recruited stay recruited, and everything you've done stays done, but you just get to basically have another...
You have to wait it out and you're like, see, you didn't get murdered, well, so there wasn't a murder.
No, it's more that you have another year for events to show up where you might be able to improve your chances. So basically you press the go button when you're satisfied.
It works in terms of lying low as well, in terms of the storytelling.
Yeah, so on this occasion, it's, I'm going to give it a go, because it's 88% chance of him dying, and only 5% chance of discovery. Though, he already knew, but I guess it means, like, other people know after he's dead or something. I don't know if that was a bug, because it felt like this scheme should have been discovered, but it feels like it kind of wasn't, so that might be a bug, I don't know. But we're going to see if we can get lucky here. And... Corwin is dead by a lethal bite. Good, good, good. Thankfully, spiders do not talk, so the attack cannot be traced back to me. So Corwin is now dead, and he's been got rid of. There we go. And we've now got...
You asked an agent who then asked a servant, so it doesn't matter if the spider don't talk, but sure.
Yeah. Well, we've got ourselves a better priest. The Pope sent over somebody new. His name's Sergio. And he is much better, because he's got a learning of 12. Unfortunately, he's not backing me, because he kind of hates me. Why does he hate me?
Is it because he thinks you murdered his predecessor?
No, it's because, one, I'm a tyrant from the time I'm going to kill you so much! Just before my previous priest mysteriously died in an unrelated spider accident. So there's tyranny. And specifically, we've got a problem, which is, this is what I mean about... Exactly. One of his small number of things is he's forgiving. Though he is lusty. He's a randy old bastard, apparently. But he's forgiving and calm, and I'm vengeful, so he really hates me for that reason. Can we just bribe you, by any chance? And it looks like we can't just straight up... bribe him. We could just try and sway him, which should be relatively easy to do, and that'll get his opinion up by plus 25. So yeah, we're just going to try and do that, because you can be running one personal scheme at the same time as your hostile scheme. So you see, there's my personal scheme. And this isn't a crime. Personal schemes tend to be very simple, because they don't have agents. So it's just a question of, do you have good diplomacy, yes or no?
Yeah.
So that's fine.
Okay, so shout out to Aerobugger in chat, who says... But the spider was a drunkard. He sat besotted in a tavern and confessed his guilt to everyone who'd listen.
That's my impression of a spider. Sorry, he was a drunk spider.
I love you, Dad.
Oh shit, I feel like I've got 16 legs. So dumb. I'm so dumb sometimes. Sometimes I'm just the dumbest shit. Does anyone else feel like they've got 16 legs?
Oh my god. Okay. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Alright, shout out to Retim who gave us €5 and says that some of the dead religions may be event-based.
Yeah, they probably are.
Some of the dead Islamic faith are school of theology that were made in the 13th century.
Yeah, it's very likely that, like, if you do something with reforming the Roman Empire, like in Crusader Kings 2, there'll be some form of event tied to that. It's just, I can't prove it. There might also be, if you, like, are on a holy site and have an appropriate learning or scholar education, just like in Crusader Kings 2, same thing might happen. Or, like in Crusader Kings 2, if you're a lunatic, you might just decide to do that. My steward is causing problems, by the way. This is... I mean, look at this. My steward's just messed up as a side effect, and as a result, taxes down 20%, development growth down 50% for 5 years. This is why bad vassals are a problem.
You know, in real life government, when people fuck up, our taxes don't go down.
Yeah. Well, I think it's more he's just incompetent at gathering them.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
But I just had, you know, I just had a sad because of that. Anyway,
Oh yes, little John, bright little John, who's got no hair. We should dress him up at some point. Let's see, what are you good at, my friend? And yeah, you can see once again he's only got one thing, which is he's rowdy. So he could be good at martial, or he could be good at intrigue. His natural base stats skew more towards martial, so we'll put him in that direction. So actually, you know what? Before we do that, I'm just gonna double check we've actually got someone to educate him. Who's good at have we got anyone who's good at martial? Yes, my beloved knight, who mostly seems chill with me. He's got a level 4 education. I'm going to give it to him.
Speaking of knights,
yes.
Drigri in chat wanted to know how knights works.
Okay.
Even work.
So they're one of the kind of three parts of your armed forces. You've got your basic levies who just come from generic buildings all over the place, and are also they're still boosted by your your leaders. Martial together with the skill of your martial. Then you've got your men-at-arms that are like your retinues. Knights. So knights are interesting. Basically, knights are a position of honour. And just get out of the way. We're talking about knights right now. They're a position of honour where you're allowed a certain number of them. They go to basically anyone in your court who is available to be a knight, which is basically any courtier or any vassal. And they will, by default, go naturally to the people who are best in terms of combat prowess. So that's how it's decided. You are allowed a certain number of knights. The number of knights, you can check where that's coming from. So I'm allowed 6 knights because I'm a duke. Another very common source of knights is 1, if you get your prestige up and your level of fame keeps going up. Say, Living Legend gets plus 4 knights, so you can have another 4 knights. If you invest in the prestige tree, if you invest in the prestige tree down over here, is this the one? Yeah, Life of Glory down over here in August, that doubles that, so that's plus 8 right there, and there's also Gallantry, over here in Martial, which I believe gets you, that makes your knights more effective by 75%, does that get you more knights? It might get you more knights. Yeah, plus 4 knights over on Kingsguard, over there. Basically, knights are very important, because of a few different reasons. I love these guys. So, the more knights you've got, the higher the overall blended quality of your army. So, it makes your whole body of knights more effective. 2, if your knights are highly effective and very good at prowess, that means your knights, when battles break out, are going to fight knights facing off against them. Now, if it turns out to be a bit difficult for you to, say, assassinate an enemy general, or a leader, or a vassal, or even the enemy king, bear in mind, there's a very real possibility that if you've got better knights than they've got, you're going to be knocking out their commanders. You have a much better chance of injuring, killing, or capturing their commanders who might be their vassals. And captured vassals are worth a lot of money. Captured vassals are worth a lot of war score. So, yeah, having extremely good quality knights makes your whole army more effective and makes you much more likely to kill, wound, and capture enemy leaders, which is so good. So I really like knights, and yeah, then it's just a balance. Like, you know, there's nothing to stop you just recruiting guests who are potentially competent knights and just making them knights, which arguably is, if your important vassals are like, you know, knights right now, you might want to, like, say, you know what, I don't really want you being a knight. Because if you're a knight, you don't get to actually say to a knight, don't be on the battlefield. Knights just have to be, because, you know, it's part of their knightliness. But you can say to, like, a particularly important vassal, I forbid you from being a knight. Or alternatively, you can say, you have to be a knight, screw you, just, I don't care how bad you are. So even if you're not, like, a really bad knight. So knights can be a good way of getting people killed. If you want to get a bad vassal killed, you can say, hi, you're going to be a knight now, and then just kind of throw them into tough battles, and they might get themselves wounded, killed, or captured, and then you can just refuse to pay for them, which could be very useful. Alternatively, if you have a good vassal who's not very... Well, you might have a good vassal who's pretty good at fighting, good enough to be a knight, but you might not want them to take the risk with their lives. You might choose to say, you know what, though you'd be a competent knight, I'm willing to forbid you from being a knight. And I don't know whether that causes negatives. Let's see if that actually... Does that affect your relationship with me at all? Doesn't seem to, actually. And it looks like I can't change it. Can I change it? No, I can just change it anytime I want. It doesn't actually seem to make any difference. So they don't hate you if you forbid them from being knights by the Luxiov end. But it's a really interesting tactical decision. Because, like, what you could do is you could just recruit guests to function as your knight. And just force all your guests to be knights if you don't want any of your vassals to be knights. So... yeah, it's an interesting little balance, I'll say. Also, by the way, who are you, by the way? In serving your steward, I've learned much about record keeping and finance. Who are you? Oh, you're the mayor. You're one of my vassals, right? Yes, my steward, vassal, and serving your steward, I've learned much about record keeping. So, okay, this is interesting. So 40% I gain stewardship +2, 60% I gain taking finance lessons, so stewardship +3, but only for 5 years. And, but he gains a weak hook, which is a favour. Weak hooks can be used for things like child educating. They can help tuck marriages over. They can't be used so much for law changes because laws aren't a thing anymore. So they're not quite as dangerous as they used to be, but I don't really want him to have a hook. But what if I help you instead? The problem is, I'm guessing what the game is saying is, how does my stewardship compare to his? And his is better than mine. So I can't really do that, but... I do gain a weak hook. He'll still gain taking etiquette lessons. So diplomacy +3, 5 years. Oh, so I'm... I see. Oh, God. Help, I'm dying. I'm teaching him about diplomacy instead. Or I can gain a bunch of prestige for saying, no, I don't need your bloody help. Yeah, you know what? I'll teach him. And then again, a weak hook on him. So now, because I've got a weak hook, yeah, if I wanted to imprison him... well, okay, I've got a 100% success chance anyway, but it would now be more likely, so I can use the hook, which is kind of like, I don't know, like, I'm inviting him to tea. I'm inviting him into a location where it's easier to capture him. If I wanted to revoke a title, I could do that with a hook. If I wanted to arrange a marriage that he wouldn't like, I can add +100 to marriage acceptance with a weak hook. It's not bad at all. So that's kind of nice, and I like knights. I think they're good. They're very, very good indeed.
Interesting question from A Grain of Rice in chat. What if the character you're playing as has a bonus for extra knights and he dies? Does the heir get the surplus of knight as well?
Wait, how are they describing where the knights come from?
I don't think they've described where the knights come from. Instead of what if the character has a bonus for extra knights? I guess it would depend what the mechanic is that's giving it to him, right?
Bonus for extra knights overwhelmingly come from things that are tied to the character. So, for example, if you're getting 4 knights of Kingsguard and that character dies, and the heir doesn't have Kingsguard, you do not have those knights anymore. If you previously had, like, say, a ridiculously dumb number of knights, and then you lose the right to have knights, what's going to happen is if you go over to your knight screen, then the number of knights will just reduce, and just your top knights will remain knights. The game will, by default, keep the most talented knights, or the ones you've got set to be forced to be knights, as knights. But, yeah, if you get a new leader and they've got a lower prestige or level of fame level, then yes, the number of your knight cap's going to go down, and as a result of that, you might find all of a sudden people who you've had in your court and you're paying for, and you pay to have in your court, might just not be doing anything anymore because you don't have the knight capacity, which represents them kind of saying, well, I'm not being a knight for you because I was a knight for your dad. He was great. You're just some little shit. I don't care about you. So I guess that's kind of what that kind of represents.
Yes, indeed. And could you talk about hooks a tiny bit? Because Roychelin is asking in chat, about, because you mentioned a weak hook.
Yes.
And wants to know if that means there's a strong hook and kind of what they do.
Yes, hooks are basically favours. So basically, like, if I...
But like, I mean, they function like favors, but story-wise, narrative-wise, they're kind of the opposite.
Yes. So, like, say for example, as I'm the head of a dynasty, I get weak hooks by default on, like, my own children. Because, like, which represents, like, they have respect for me as their father and as their dynasty head. So as a result of that, if I wanted to get them to do something, like if I wanted to imprison them, which, again, it would be 100% anyway, but, like, I could make it much easier to imprison them. So, the way you get hooks sometimes is if you learn secrets about somebody. If you learn secrets about somebody. So, say, for example, and the way you get secrets is you might torture someone and learn a secret, or I might send my spy master to learn secrets. Like, one of the tasks is find secrets. So I can just send him somewhere, and when you hover over it, it tells you what the chance of succeeding finding a secret is. So you can find secrets in your own court. You can find secrets elsewhere. I love this this UI, by the way. This is beautiful. And, like, as you go further afield, it becomes potentially harder to find secrets, but also in some territories, there's so many secrets, it's relatively easy to find them. So, let's, like, you know, send them... let's find them somewhere that's nice. So, some nice... where's some nice secrets? Do we have some good secrets in... I swear I saw, like, a 90% around here. Somewhere just a second ago. Ooh, 95% over here. Ah! Leicestershire! There's flipping secrets abound in Leicestershire. From Leicestershire. Let's shove a person down Leicestershire. So, we're just going to send him down over here. And it's going to take him 9 months to find a secret, or rather he's got a 95% chance of finding a secret. So we'll just let him do that for a second, and we're just going to speed up time while he just does that right now. So that's just going to happen very, very fast indeed. And Sergio's being swayed and started endorsing me because he likes me more, so I'm going to get more taxes in.
Good.
So just wait for that to happen. And also sway Italian culture. Commoner of Italian heritage has been accosted in the streets of Exeter over some minor offence, and aha! So, because I'm trying to sway this guy, I get an event related to that. So, I can spend some prestige, and I get some stress. I'm stressed about complimenting Italians, because I'm arrogant, and I'm not Italian. Or I can say, the Cornish are superior! Yes! So Cornish superiority! And in a moment, we're just going to let that tick over. So, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And he's going to find himself... There we go. Despite my best efforts, my agents have yet to... You had a 95% chance. You absolute idiot. Right, just keep finding secrets. But, like, okay, had he just found a secret, that would now be listed here. And when you find a secret about someone, you basically can blackmail them. When you blackmail them, you say, I want to have a hook on you. And they have two choices. They can say, I accept that you are blackmailing me, in which case you now have a hook. Or you can say, I refuse to be blackmailed. I am now going to expose my secret, I don't care. At which point, whatever it is you found will now be publicly known by literally everyone and go on their profile forever.
Yeah.
Which, you know, if it's something like cannibal or incestuous, might be really bad. Like, if it's you murdered your dad, then that's going to completely screw them up.
So that's never going to be president now.
So this is why also murder is more dangerous than it used to be. Because when you do a murder, like you can see this right here, my secret is I murdered Corwin. Now, I got away with it at the time, but the fact I murdered him is now listed against my secrets forever. It will never go away. That is just there. I am a murderer. Now, if someone discovers I'm a murderer, they can approach me and say, look, I have found out this secret. Either give me, like, a giant pile of money or whatever, because obviously they won't have a hook on... They probably won't have a hook on you. I imagine that if it's the AI approaching you, they'll ask for, like, money or something. But if you don't, I will expose it. And then you will be known as a murderer to everybody. I will just gain on my character sheet, I'm a murderer for the rest of time. So, just because you get away with something doesn't mean it's done. The evidence can be found later, which is very, very cool indeed. But once you've got a hook on somebody, weak hooks are just used for, like, little things. Like, you know, making them more likely to accept marriages, become agents in murder plots, etc. Strong hooks, however. Strong hooks are great. So, yeah, you can force them to join, like, murder schemes, for example, and they don't expire. When you use them, they just go on a cooldown. You can use them once every 5 years. It's great.
Okay, so Tom would like to know in chat, do all your accomplices know that the murder happened?
As in the agents.
Yeah.
Interesting. Logically they would do, but I don't actually know whether that's the case or not. Or whether, like, the game, like, handwaves that by saying, actually, you recruited these people, like, through messengers, so they never knew who they were working for. I don't actually know whether if you were an agent, therefore you know the secret and can go on to use that. I would assume not. Otherwise, by virtue of doing any scheme that involved agents, you basically would be ripe for blackmail from multiple characters. But that's a very good question, and I don't know.
Yeah, JC says, the Secrets and Hooks system is one of my favorite new features. It really helps focus the game on the characters having living histories.
Yeah, it's very
That's
good.
true.
And I like that, yeah, this is the balance, which is murder is a lot more powerful than it used to be. Because you've got all sorts of other schemes, like abducting and murdering. You can do 2 murder schemes at once. So murdering is really powerful. It's really powerful. But if you're going to go around doing it,
Yeah, the more you do murders, the more there's a chance that it's going to be discovered and known.
correct. Which is very interesting. The fact, just because
Which
you...
was the case in CK2, but now they can also try to force you to do stuff.
Yeah.
So I suppose if you were saying, like, actually, I don't care if my secret is discovered because I'm very rich and I'm just going to pay whenever I get blackmailed, you know?
Kind of but noticed that York just attacked me. And they want Devon, and I'm not really sure there's much I could do about that, because they've got 7,000 troops.
Let's see, Domi says the encyclopedia might have something about that on the agents page.
That's very true. Let's check that, to put off the fact I'm being attacked by Vikings and I can't possibly stop them. Let's look up agent.
And Roshdus gave us $5 and says, exposing your own secrets, also known as the Hamilton maneuver. Can't wait to watch the series. I'll be on the lookout for concubine positions.
I mean, you absolutely can end up exposing your own secrets. In particular, like, as I showed in the Ghana video, in the event where, like, if you've got a mistress or a lover of some description and they have a child and you want that child to be legitimized, you have to admit it's yours.
Yeah.
Which therefore literally outs you as an adulterer. So, yeah, hostile schemes having agents close to the target is very important. For example, councils, family members, blah, blah, blah. Having agents in a hostile scheme is a crime. Agents risk being discovered. I think now that's just reminded me of something that I think I saw in a dev diary. Agents can't blackmail the people who they were in a scheme with because their own involvement was itself a crime.
Oh, that's cool. That's so cool.
And that's a good handwave for why they can't do it.
Oh, that's
because
neat.
obviously, if they were tried to expose someone else in the scheme, they'd be exposing them themselves in the scheme, which you can't choose to do. So,
and Darth points out that it's possible that, you know that 95 chance of success that fail?
yes.
That might be because the target had no secrets. I don't think the chance of success informs you whether secrets exist or not.
Interesting, could
Apparently the tooltip was saying a 90% chance, 95% chance to discover a secret if one is present.
be. Yeah.
So thank you to Cohen for pointing out the specific phrasing.
Let's see if we can get okay, we can get an alliance going on with Wessex. I can pull Gwynedd and Wessex into this war. They're between me and York, but I'm not sure we can actually stop them regardless. So, yes, we'll be arranging a thing here. So I've got an alliance with these guys, so that's good. So we're just going to get that sorted out. Then I'm going to pull both of my allies into the war. Oh, obviously Wessex just... Oh, no, never mind. I must have clicked on them to see what was going on inside. Please accept the marriage. Please accept the marriage. There we go. Thank you. Right. I'm gonna. So this new alliance that we've got. I'm going to be needing you to join. Attacking these guys. Yes. Call to war. They will accept. Gwynedd, I'm going to be needing you guys. In not. Don't need to request a claim. Call to war. That's absolutely spectacular. Too. So he's going to accept as well. Right, guys. Seriously, we all need to join forces against York right now, and luckily I've got like some troops. I've got like, it's not much, but it's gonna have to do. Raise my armies, and we'll see what happens. Okay, we'll see what happens as a result. Yep, there we go. And now they've joined the war. I've gained joint visibility. So you get an automatic joint visibility in the event of that. So, whoo-hoo. Good. Oh, enemy allies are also joining the war. Yes, this is why wars get out of hand, by the way. Because now that an alliance is just a marriage, it's much easier to throw together massive wars really fast. Where, like, if you've been attacked, it's like, you know what, I'm just going to marry that kid to somebody else, and all of a sudden you've got a new ally, and there's a good chance they might back you. So all of a sudden, yay, we've got ourselves interesting times all of a sudden. So I've now got 2,000 troops on my side, and these guys are 1,500. So we're just gonna have to see what's going on.
Yeah, so next up we have loads and loads and loads of comments, in fact. Despot Parent, the Wise of Serbia, gave us $5 and says, I had to choose between this and the new Philosophy Tube video, so you better make this worth your while. You better make this worth my while, bucko. You were called bucko.
Okay.
Anyway. Oh dear, I hope you're enjoying the live stream, even though I can't talk anymore.
Can we set this army as point? I don't know how you set as point or give your allies commands. I haven't figured that out yet, if you can do that. Yeah, he's brought more friends. I've brought more friends. So yes, we've kind of, we've accidentally triggered a massive England versus Viking mega war, because that's just what happens. It happens sometimes, it's fine. Best option is probably to try and rush their territory and just force them into a white peace, because we're not going to be able to win. So I guess that's what we're doing. Yay.
Yeah, shout out to Herbie, who gave us £5 and says, I was hoping that you'd treat us to a Crusader Kings 3 livestream. Looking forward to the main series and to seeing this Cornwall run with Cornish culture now.
Yep, we've got some good Cornish culture going on. Though it is tech is, naturally, as per Crusader Kings 2, tech is slow to go in. Though you can do things to boost it a little bit, like, I think it's, one of them boosts, Scientific. Cultural fascination progress plus 35% is really powerful. So, like, if you are the head of your culture, it's worth taking scientific pretty much under all circumstances.
Yes, indeed. Skull Candy gave us $10 and says, I'm glad that you're playing CK3. You are one of my favorite personalities on YouTube.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. That's very kind.
And Daniel says, Daniel gave us €5 and says, yay, CK3.
CK3.
I'm one of those that you introduced to Paradox strategy games, which is to say... which you say that you are sorry for. Dear, oh dear.
Oh, there they come. They're coming in by sea. Right, I think these guys might have the right approach. If we can just pick off their armies while they're separated, we might have a chance. So if we're just going to get all our armies over here, we can trap them on the land. 2,700. We might have enough altogether. Everyone just move into Devon and be ready. Everyone just be ready. We might be able to take these guys out. Okay, come on. We might have a big-ass battle on our hands here. They're kind of trapped in Cornwall. Bear in mind, because ships aren't a thing, they can just flee to sea anytime they want to. Are they trying to engage in battle right now? If they're trying to engage in battle. Same rules apply as ever, by the way, which is you can change where you're going, but after a certain point, your movement is locked, so the movement rules are unchanged. Is Wessex moving in for a fight right now? I have a daughter! Was it a son or a daughter who we needed to name? Someone said...
I think it was a son, but we've got a message just now from Jillian.
Yes.
And I'm sorry if... I'm sorry if you're not... I'm sorry if you're not a lady, but I just kind of am making the assumption of the name Jillian. Jillian gave us $5 and says, my birthday is tomorrow and this is the best gift ever. Please name something after me.
Is that Jillian with a G or a J?
J.
Okay. Like that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we've got ourselves a Jillian.
There
Congratulations, you are our daughter. And yep, the fight's kicked off. And reinforcements are coming in. We need to get in to help them out. The battle is already underway. But it's going well in the favour of Wessex right now. And I am coming as fast as I can to assist. But it looks like they've got this. Wessex has won a powerful early victory here, and it looks to me like this fight is... Yeah, you can see here now there is a pursuing phase, which, because these guys have got some horsemen, is going to be very, very devastating for these guys. Wow, you've got What's your deal? So that is the petty king. That's King Alfred himself. And he's got himself 27 martial to 17 prowess. And he is a blade master. So, okay, that's why he just kicked ass and took names. King Alfred is very good at murdering the shit out of Vikings.
Yeah, and shout out to Rachel, in fact, Rachel with an A.
Oh,
who
amazing.
gave us $20 and says, I'm so excited for this game. I've been watching you guys for ages, and I'm glad to finally catch you live. Glad to be able to show support however I can.
Oh, thank you very, very much indeed.
And we have another birthday. Go to Dude gave us $25 and says, today's my birthday. Thank you for playing the sequel to one of my faves.
Oh, well, it's not a hardship, I'll say that much.
Yeah.
It ain't a hardship.
Oh dear.
Okay,
oh
we need to
dear.
get them to plus 30 to accept white peace. So we're still some way off that. Let's just see if we can maybe continue drowning them around this territory. There's more coming in yet. That's an enemy army. Don't know what's exactly inside it, but it looks small to me, so we'll see what happens. Clap!
Yes, indeed. Let's see. We have a message from Renaud, who gave us €5. And wants to know if there's something from CK2 that you are missing already in this game. Keep going. Your channel is amazing.
I know it's a tiny thing, but as I've already mentioned, I really miss the treasury because I liked the sense of items being passed down, where you could like look in your treasury and say, "Oh yeah, that came from so and so 3 centuries ago, and it's still being passed down now."
Yeah,
that was really cool. So I kind of missed that.
Like a random weird chest, and then you like found the key.
You found the key 300 years later. Yeah, that was so. Shit like that's really cool. And it's nice to be able to, like, you know, have your own weapons and, like, you know, kind of think, you know, when you're a duke, think, oh, I'm going to save up 100 gold for an amazing sword. Then you use it for, like, 2 generations, then you're a king, you think, you know what, I really need to replace this sword now. And, like, you know, and you can pass the sword on to someone else, and it's nice. It's really nice.
Yes, indeed. And 3x Pence gave us £5. And says, I'm assuming this will be read later, but the pilgrimage to India should take 76 days, according to Google Maps, with walking selected. So 3 months.
Really?
3 months sounds about right.
That's okay. That's some good walking.
From yeah, I mean, I don't know.
That's some damn good walking right there.
Cornwall to
India.
I know, right? Cornwall to India flights? No.
No, we want to go on foot, thanks. That strikes me as optimistic, but okay.
It's like 1 day and 2 hours by plane, but sure. Because apparently there is a flight from Newquay.
Oh, amazing.
I mean, it's not going to be direct, but yes. Okay, let's select on foot. And let's see what it wants me to do. This route includes a ferry. Yeah, no shit.
Wasn't expecting to have to swim, to be honest, no.
This route may cross country borders. Verify COVID-19 border restrictions. Oh gosh. 1,844 hours.
Quite a long time then, okay.
Yes.
But is that assuming, because it doesn't assume you have to, like, stop and sleep and shit, because it assumes normally when you set something for walking, it means because you want to walk it in one go. Like, is that assuming that without sleep and without rest? Is that assuming if I was literally just to walk non-stop?
How many hours do you walk in a day of pilgrimage? That's the question.
Yeah.
Because if you divide by 24, it does say 76, but like you would never be able to walk like 24/7.
Yeah.
So let's see. I'm gonna divide it by, I don't know, maybe 8, maybe 6.
Yeah.
How long a day do you think you can walk?
Not that well, and it's going to get progressively less as time goes by, and depends on heat. Heat's going to be a problem. I mean, if I'm walking directly to India, that suggests I'm going straight through the Middle East, meaning I'm passing through desert once I'm past the Fertile Crescent.
Yeah.
And there's questions about, like, it's going to take time to cross borders, because you can't just go as the crow flies, because some of these borders are hard borders. And also there are some small war zones we'd be passing through.
Yeah, but maybe, well, I mean, I suppose, I was going to say
well, it
maybe
won't be a
at the
pilgrimage
time.
if you have to pass through a war zone. What's even the point?
I was going to say maybe not at the time, but then I suppose...
No, at the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I just, Google wants me to walk through Kabul.
Okay, well, it's a lovely place this time of year. And available perks. Oh, I've got lifestyle perks. Excellent. Thicker than water, personal scheme, success chance against family members. That one's kind of pointless. But friend is fun, though. It's basically like Sway, but just better, because it turns them into a permanent friend.
Friends are fun.
Friends are fun, and also very useful. I must be missing something. I think there must be a way to say, I would like to take point, like Solaris, but I cannot see where the take point button is. I don't know where...
So it's take point for, like, your armies, then?
Like, as in, allies, please follow me. But, like, I cannot see where the take point button is.
Horses exist. Yes, you could go on a horse rather than don't forget the mountains as well as the desert.
Yeah, true. There are some small mountains in this part of the world. Just a few little ones. Let's go around the outside. It's fine.
Okay, Jedi Master Yoda says rally points are in the military screen. Click the red flag at the bottom.
That's rally points for where you raise your troops.
Okay.
I think. What have we got here?
No, I was just wondering. It seemed like it was related, so I thought I'd give it a shot.
Okay, well I know Scots exist, but okay. Did they do something? Oh, Strathclyde's become independent, I think. Is what's going on there. Yeah, there are rally points, but those are rally points for where your troops raise up, I'm pretty sure. Because yeah, you can see there it's raise local army or raise all here. So that's just where your troops raise up. I want my troops to take point, as in please follow me. But they're not following me. They're just hanging out in... Well, the thing is, what they're doing is, this war is to take Devon. So they're hanging out in Devon, which technically makes sense. Like, because, if the enemy can't take Devon, and I continue to hold Devon, and they fail to take it, then they can't win the war. But, like, if their army is divided, and we can pick off some of their armies while they're weak and separated, I can see the sense in, like, splitting apart. And, like, leaving Devon for a moment to go and pick off one of their armies. But for some reason, we just can't do that. I wonder if we could bring Scotland into this, by the way. Scotland's not in good shape right now. They're a bit battered. They're a bit battered, and also his wife's in prison and not looking hot. Not looking hot at all. She's ill. Do we know? Oh, bad humours. Okay, she's got some bad humours, but we don't know what those bad humours are. So that's... Okay, so she's been kicked out, I think. So she's got fertility minus 10,000%. So that's sad for her. Claire.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Brian, who gave us €5 and says, alas, I must go, but I shall be watching this later. Good luck, John.
Oh, thank you very much indeed.
Joshua gave us $10 and says, I just got promoted, so have a share of my $50 raise.
Oh, thank you very, very much indeed. That's very kind of you.
Yes, indeed. Spaceosaurus? Spaceosaurus?
Yeah.
Look, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce it the way it's clearly intended, which is making it sound like a dinosaur.
Okay, we've actually found a secret, by the way.
Ooh!
In Leicestershire, you flippin' pronounce your T's.
Give us the T, John, give us the T.
That was a fucking amazing joke, well done. Was that intentional? Did you do that intentionally?
I mean, no, but I'll take it.
Do you know what you just did?
Yes, because you were talking about T's.
Yes, Leicestershire people drop their T's and give us the T because it's a secret. That was really good!
Thank you.
That was very funny. We've discovered a secret about someone. So, Wolfmeyer, we've discovered that he, in fact, doesn't actually believe in Catholicism.
What?
Do we know what he actually believes in, though? Discovered secrets. Hooks and secrets, here we go. So yes, he is a non-believer, and I'm not sure if we actually know. So we could just straight up expose him. So there's okay, so right now we've got a secret. That's the base. Once you've learned a secret about someone, you've got a few things you can do. We could just expose him, at which point he will just be known as whatever he actually is. Okay? Or we can blackmail him and say, look, I want a hook, and if you don't give me a hook, then as a result of that, yeah, he's got an 80% chance of succeeding. And if he chooses to say, no, I'm not willing to accept you having a hook on me, then he'll just be exposed anyway. So let's see what happens. So we're just going to put that over to him. Let a little bit of time pass. And we'll see we got a weak hook. He chose to accept, but that also leads to a loss of opinion because he was blackmailed. So now, as a result of that, he should move over to here, and he's going to move. There he is. There he's in the hook now. So obviously now, if I wanted to murder someone in this territory, or I want to do any form of
You can make him do it.
I can't make him do it, but he's now, I can use a hook. I mean, he's much more likely to be able to be got on side. So I don't actually want to murder anyone locally, but just out of interest, if I did, let's just theoretically just put a murder scheme on right now. So right now, this murder scheme's only got 5%. 5% chance to succeed, because, you know, this is a foreign court, I don't know anybody here, and I'm very far away from this place. So it makes sense, and it's going to take me 8 years to murder this guy. However, let's see if we could maybe invite someone along. So, yes, here we go. So, Wolfmayer, who's right there, could add 14 success chance immediately. He wouldn't accept, but with his hook, he will.
Nice.
So that's what hooks are for. Hooks can be for all sorts of things. So I could also use it if I wanted to, like, you know, force a marriage for anyone he controls, if he's, like, got immediate family. I can invite him to schemes. We're going to cancel that. Depending on which way you go in your things, like, you can also try and blackmail people, so you can convert hooks into money. Only if he's got money, though. If he's got no money, you obviously can't blackmail him. So yeah, that's kind of how secrets and hooks works. And I think it's better than favors, because favors were fine, but they were a bit dull and...
What? Is it a war?
There was a war going on, but I'm not sure whose war it was. Whose? Did I just get beaten?
Likely.
Who are you? Oh no, I think I won.
Oh, did you?
No, I won. I was just attacked by some random raiders. They were just some raiders coming in to be twats, and I just won. Sorry, I won without even I didn't even see there was a battle happening. I was too busy focusing on the secrets of Leicestershire.
Well, the thing is, you know...
I mean, arguably, obviously another thing you could do is you can obviously spy inside your own territory. You can spy inside your own territory to find secrets about your own court, which arguably can be more useful. So, yes, Alfred the Great is the King of Wessex right now, so I'm just going to tell him to move over here. Mysteriously, like, he has less success, possibly because, like, I don't know what that's supposed to represent, like... People know he's the spy master, so therefore they're less likely to say, you know, when he asks, hey, do you know any cool secrets about, like, you? It's like, oh yeah, I don't actually believe in God, and I eat children. Like, they're less likely to because they know he's a spy master. I don't know. But whatever. It's a thing.
It's quite interesting because, like, with the favors, like, you gave somebody an IOU and then they came back and they said, like, vote for this, vote for that.
Yeah, and it was quite dull, really.
Whereas now, at least, like, on top of having this storytelling device, you know, we have a choice of what we want to do.
Exactly. It's more interesting. And, okay, my steward has unfortunately been wounded. How did he get himself wounded? Let's see. Might have been in a duel, might have been any number of things, might have just been, I don't know. He was just chilling out here. He shouldn't have really been involved in anything bad, but apparently he's wounded, so that's a shame. Claire.
I've got a bunch of questions about other games.
Yes.
Yash gave us $5 and says, so John, how did it feel to lose at Hitman against Matt?
I did lies. That didn't happen. I totally won, presumably.
Tim gave us $5 and says Matt is better at Hitman than you.
Oh, amazing. How many of these are there?
Also, Fallout 2 YOLO when?
How many of these are there on the roads out of interest?
That's it.
There will never be a Fallout 2 YOLO.
The Best Rue gave us $5 and wants to know if you plan on playing Wasteland 3 soon. Your Fallout 1 and 2 were so much fun to watch.
I might at some point, but, like, suddenly, like, after there being no games coming out at all of a sudden games have actually started coming out. So, as I've already looked at it, I will get to it at some point, but I don't have, like, an immediate, urgent rush to. Is that Denmark passing by? Well, not Denmark, but that's just Denmark. Where are you going, my friend? I don't know. Technically, you're not actually... Oh, you're probably just raiding someone, aren't you? Yes, they're off raiding. Right, Denmark's just naffed off to... They're just nipping around to France to, like, go and raid somewhere. So that's fine. They're not here, so it's honestly okay. Claire.
Yes, indeed. We've also got Jessica, who gave us 50 Swedish krona and says Genghis Khan was so impressed by Aphrodisia's military prowess that he converted to her religion. That makes sense.
Quite possible.
I can see that.
By the way, you might have just noticed just there for a second that the character model just very briefly flickered. Obviously, these days, thanks to the fact characters age, like, every year, rather than just when they hit milestones, like 16 and 50, it is much, like, you know, you don't have characters suddenly sprouting a massive beard overnight when they hit 16, and adulthood kicks in, which is much better. So you can kind of, you know, see your kid growing up over time, and you can kind of see them picking up traits.
How are John and Gillian doing?
So Rickett, our actual heir at the moment, is trusting and curious, and is being trained in diplomacy. So he's picking up, like, I think they pick up like traits that are like associated with like the training they receive, because he hasn't picked that up from his mother or his guardian in the same thing, because she doesn't have either of those. But he's picked up, like, some traits that are... He's picked up trusting, which is relevant. And curious, I don't know. Like, it doesn't tell you what curious is going to turn into. Because obviously in Crusader Kings it told you. Like, traits would convert into one thing or another. So, he's getting on fine. He's got some decent stats. Like, for an 11-year-old kid, that's not bad. John is a bit young to tell. He could be a good commander when the time comes, and Gillian is also quick. We've been so lucky on the inheritance here. We've got 2 children who have inherited positive traits, and that doesn't happen that often, because like in my Ghana run, I did 16 children, and very few of them inherited anything good, but she's too young for us to tell, to be honest, and until she's like 4 or 5, we won't be able to give her anything. If Gillian would like to specify a, I don't know, a hair colour, or something, or a hairstyle, we can do that, FYI.
Yes, indeed. I'll watch the chat for Gillian's response. This says, Windows Dan gave us £5 and wants to know if we're streaming until release. I'm waiting for when they start to let me download. I'm so sorry, we are not. We are going to be wrapping up, although I do have a lot of messages still to read. We haven't really caught up, so...
We might have to push Last of Us back to 11.
Yes, indeed. That is fine, but yeah, definitely not until release for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, so the game is obviously releasing tomorrow, and if you go to Steam, you should be able to see, like, a countdown of how many hours it's going to be for the territory that you're in. Because sometimes it's not, like, exactly the same, you know.
Okay, so Denmark's now coming in. They've decided bit of Denmark. They've decided they want Cornwall. So we're in an unwinnable war against York to claim half my empire, and an unwinnable war against Denmark for the other half. So that's good. Luckily,
good.
I can just call up my friends to assist with this. So, yes, please join me in this stupid war. Again, thank you, much appreciated. That's everyone everyone involved in my stupid wars.
Yes, indeed. And next up we have Ilana, who gave us £5 and wants to know if a mod for it exists. Can we have Fallout 4 Yo-Yo, where every weapon is a yo-yo? And then she wants to know, how are you both and how is Tabby?
That strikes me as eminently reasonable, yes.
That sounds very fun. We're both really, really good. I've mentioned this to Ilana in chat, but Tabby is good. She had a bit of an adventure yesterday.
She did.
Yeah, a friend of ours who's been staying at her parents for isolating had to go back to London, back again, and she was just driving past us when she was driving back. So she dropped by. You know, we kind of like did a bit of like a how's your lockdown been, and like compared notes and thought, you know what, we've both been safe. We can like merge bubbles. We've never done that with anybody
good old
else.
bubbling.
So we've never done that, so it was cool to do. So we got to hug Jen, which was really,
very
lovely,
exciting.
just the best.
Very exciting.
And she had a kitten with her.
She had a
so
kitten.
Tabby got to meet a kitten.
I know.
This was very exciting. Obviously, you know, I mean, we have always, when we adopted Tabby, they said she needed to be the only cat in the house and not have other pets, not have kids and that. And we've always kind of thought like we'd like to have a kitten, but we don't know if, you know, she would be okay with it.
But she was super chill.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't, like, go over and decide, like, oh, a kitten, I shall mother it, but she was really chill with it.
Yeah, she was super chill, which was really cool. So she's unfortunately, that means she's very likely to get a kitten friend when we next move into a bigger place where we can have a kitten and a puppy.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely need to be moving to a place with a garden first, but
yes.
Yeah. Puppy, we want to adopt a puppy and a kitty at the same time so they can be friends.
Yes. Okay, so...
I have one picture, Myra. I'll try to upload it. I'll put it on Twitter and then I'll link it in chat.
Okay. This guy, because he's failed to take Devon, is slowly losing this war. When we get him, if we can just get him to 30, we can wipe peace out of that war, leaving just the Denmark war. The Denmark war we've got a better chance in, because in that war, together we outnumber Denmark. But he's now just come into... I think he's come into basically... He's sieging down territory we already didn't hold. Wessex is just being burnt to the ground, but the army of Wessex isn't getting involved. And you may notice there, by the way, hooks do expire. If you don't use them, they will go away.
Weak ones, right?
Huh?
Weak ones?
Yeah, I think strong ones are forever, weak ones go away, so that's another difference between the two. Claire.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. So, yes, sorry, Spacosaurus, who I struggled with earlier, and then there was a war, so we got distracted. Spacosaurus gave us 100 Danish krona and says we can't let the Swedes win.
Holy shit, I think my two enemies are fighting each other.
Woohoo!
I think they are hostile to each other because they both want to attack Wessex. So, flipping York is now attacking... Yes! Yes! Murder each other, you stupid dicks! Yes, basically York has decided, no, I'm taking over Wessex. Get the shit out of my conquest, you dicks. So that's worked spectacularly in our favour.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. Mega Nye 22 gave us 20 Canadian dollars and says, I'm super excited to hear John's thoughts on the game, as this is one of my most anticipated games of the year, and I trust his opinions on strategy completely.
This is probably going to be game of the year. This is very likely. You may notice, by the way, as I put a more talented spy master in play, he's now gathering secrets like twice as fast.
Yeah. And Megan I also says, I'll have to tune in and out due to work, but good luck, John.
Oh, thank you very, very much indeed. And, well, we're not taking this too seriously, but if I can avoid losing territory to York or Denmark, I'll flip and take it. I'll take that gladly.
Yes, indeed. Just Sick Phil, John Killed, and the Space Monkeys gave us $5 and says, I can't remember what you said that was stupid in the live stream earlier to warrant this comment, but they say, John, do we really have to explain to you where babies come from? Can we get a baby named after my puppy, Lord Baxter?
I can't remember what I said, but if we have a puppy, he'll be named Baxter. Whether we'll get lucky enough to have that event, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Maybe if given that our next son is supposed to be named Spanky, we could have one called Lord Baxter as well. If we end up having twin boys, you know.
Yeah.
If we have time, I don't know if that will happen in the time, but
I'd love to bring Scotland in, but unfortunately, the only son I would be able to get engaged to Gillian is currently in prison. Why are you in prison? Prisoned by the Count of. Oh, you're actually at war with... Oh, this... How'd you do that? Okay, fine. You know, some tiny Viking exclave in France has captured the flipping son and I assume wife of... Yes, they've just captured the entire royal family of Scotland. Because Crusader Kings 3. Welcome to Crusader Kings, where nonsense happens all the time. Clap!
Yes, indeed. I just wanted to clarify that this live stream isn't actually sponsored by Paradox.
No.
We did some...
which is why I've been able to just criticise the game freely.
Okay. I don't believe the brief that you had said don't criticize.
Actually, it didn't. It said I was allowed... Very often, briefs do actually say, you're welcome to make criticisms, like, as long as they're not, like, you know, unfair.
Yeah, dickish.
Yes.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, what we had is we had a contract with Paradox to make a couple of videos.
Yeah.
Where, like, you know, they get to review the footage and tell you if they want you to make any changes, but usually they tend to not really ask for changes.
Well, they did want me to go to something a bit more weird and experimental.
Right, because they wanted some, like, vloggy content and some skits in,
exactly.
in the preview in the video. And that's fine, but it's like, you know, the way it works is we sign a contract with them for making specific amounts of videos.
Yes.
And they provide the game as a review copy.
Yeah.
To make content, and then once we have done our contracted work, we can still use the game in content creation, and then we're not showing it to them ahead of time. There's nothing like that. And the only, you know, when we're under embargo, the only thing we can't do is, you know, we can't, like, say we have it.
Yeah.
We couldn't say we have it for a long time. And then I think there's something about, like, reviewing or giving opinions.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay, I think we can white piece. Yeah, we're going to white piece York out of this. There we go, because they've reached plus 30% because they were never able to take the target.
Yeah.
There we go.
I mean, Domi wants to know if Paradox had to approve the KOTOR sketch. And they did, yeah.
I thought they were gonna cut, like, I literally said to them, like, FY, we've put a different game into the game coverage you paid for, is that okay? And they said, this is fine, but I don't get it. So I had to explain the double joke to them. That we have a community, we have a mod called Thomas, who I enjoy torturing, and I will never, ever, ever do Knights of the Republic just to mess with him. And so that's why that's there. And also, all the female voices were literally basically every woman who's ever been featured or mentioned on the channel in various capacities, and a bunch of mods, community members providing voice work as well. I had to explain the joke at length to them. And they said that's very amusing. Whether they were just humouring me because they wanted me to go away because they were scared, I don't know. Okay.
Dear, oh dear. Okay.
At this point, I really need these guys to follow me to, like, because at this point, if they just followed me, we could go and take them out. And I'd like to see if maybe we can make that happen. And Vassal is being a dick, so I'm just going to ignore him. And that gets me some diplomacy lifestyle, so that's fine. Guys, if you'd like to follow me, we could totally take out the Danes, or not the proto-Danes. They're not Danish yet, so that's fine.
I mean, yeah, the thing is funny about the KOTOR skit is that in preparing for the KOTOR skit, you did more work on making KOTOR run on the computer.
It did. It took like half an hour. FYI, big change. You can no longer assault territories unless the walls have been breached. Okay? You cannot do an assault until the walls have been breached, and the walls cannot be breached without siege equipment, which is a special type of retinue that you may well not be able to train because you might not have the tech for it. So you might need to go and get the tech for, yes, here we go, onagers over here. So literally assault might not be possible. It's entirely possible assault is not possible. So that's kind of cool. Where are you going, by the way? Because I might need to murder you just for fun. Just to, get a bit of a warm-up here.
Let's see. We have some questions. Let's see. Terrence gave us $5 and says, hey, Claire and John, what's a superpower that each of you would love to have that would make your day-to-day a little more awesome?
Freeze time so I can actually bother to make all the videos I want to make.
I mean, I would say usually probably like, teleportation, so I don't have to, I can go and see a lot of friends everywhere in the world and don't spend time traveling, but that's not really a thing right now. Oh dear, yes.
Oh dear, would someone like to help me with this, by the way, because my army seems to be losing against a giant pile of... Oh, the raiders joined together, would you like to help me out, please? Guys, you're allied with me. Would you like to be involved? Guys, are you gonna not... Okay, this is fine. Everything's under control. What? Who's declared war on me now? You already declared war? Oh, no, it's the other half of Denmark. The other half of Denmark's also coming in. This is the downside of 867, because, tribally raidy sorts just have the ability to declare war for any county of their choosing. Okay, guys, would you like to join my third war? Claire, what were yours?
Yeah, the Fusion Warrior gave us $20 and says, I've been marathoning your vids since I discovered you. Thank you for great content. I happen to be in the process of marathoning your CK2 Cornwall run. I love the Fallout stuff. Crossover with Spiff when?
You know, we chat to him all the time. In fact, I've given him a couple of heads up when I've like found potential exploits in games. But like, just because he's got a very specific style, it's very different to ours. There's just the fact that in some ways we just don't have the most logical. We don't have the most logical like crossing over points. Like, there's not an obvious thing for us to do. By the way, you can have this, so you can just be got rid of. So you're even better at your job. And that means you, Vassal Knight, right now Vassal Knight, and needs to be given a job. You can have the Chancellor. Chancellor's now kind of like the trash job that doesn't matter. So that's fine. Clap!
Yeah, Grey Morality gave us $5 and would like to know how accurate is the name Byzantine Empire. I've always heard that they called themselves the Roman Empire as there was continuity there since Constantine.
Yep, they saw themselves as Roman. Absolutely. Like, it's one of those things where sometimes modern names for things just kind of, we just use. Like, we say Minoan Empire, but, like, that's just named after King Minos, who was a mythological figure, and there's absolutely no evidence for what they actually called themselves. So that's unfortunate. It's a thing that happens. By the way, you may notice from this, this fight over here, despite the fact I lost, I barely lost any troops, and that, of course, is because, no one on either side was particularly good at pursuit or had, like, strategic perks for pursuing. Like, obviously, if he'd won, but he had, like, strategy perks and he had, like, loads of horses and he'd specialised in pursuit in terms of his buildings, he'd have been able to do way more damage to me. And what do we want over here, by the way? Confidence, where each friend gives me -5, gives me, an extra bonus to stress loss, which is very, very nice indeed. Clap.
Yes, indeed. Stephen gave us $5 and says, sorry if this already got covered or if it's being saved for later, but when can we expect a proper Crusader Kings series to start on the channel?
In a few days, very soon.
Very soon indeed. And let's see, who else do we got? Direwolf64 gave us 867 Icelandic krona.
Oh, thank you very much indeed.
Or is it just crown? I'm not quite sure. It says, hey John and Claire, I've been watching MATN for a few years now, and I just want to thank you for all of your wonderful videos. Greetings from Iceland. Oh, very, very good indeed.
Iceland is excellent. Now, what I'm doing over here, by the way, is right now, Gillian, they're not letting Gillian get married to the Prince of Scotland, meaning I can't get an alliance. And that's, so what I'm doing is I'm sending my spy master over to try and find some secrets. Because if I can find a secret about the king himself, which is unfortunately unlikely, because obviously when you send someone into the centre of a court, if he finds a secret at all, it could be about anybody. So the problem is the chance of it being the king is relatively low, which is why potentially you might want to do something like, say, fabricate a scheme, because you can use a fabricate a hook, which would create a fake hook, which might be worth thinking about. So you know what? I've already got 3 children. I think that is time. It's time to start thinking about that. So I'm going to move over to intimidation focus. Let's intimidate my vassals so they chill the flip out and start gaining some experience, which, because of my education, I'm getting 30% faster. So we're going to go at schema. We can get truth is relative going on. So if I can't get legitimate secrets, I can fake some. Because a hook doesn't necessarily mean, like, I found a secret. That's a way of getting a hook. A hook can also be engineering a social scenario where someone ends up owing you. Like, say, that might be how you generate a hook in the purest sense of it being like a favour, as in Crusader Kings 2. Clap.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Jesper, who gave us 200 Danish krona and says, I'm just dropping in to say thank you. I joined last year for the amazing CK2 content, stayed because of the consistent great company of John and Claire across titles. I'm restarting the stream now to get full CK3 experience. And I'm sorry, the stream, I mean, now we're actually playing a little bit
There was
more,
a lot of just questions and talking at the beginning.
It was just extremely chaotic at the beginning, and there was a lot of questions from chat. I mean, you know, the reason we're quite behind with Super Chats is that we spent literally like a couple of hours just taking chat questions.
Yeah.
So again, if you have questions about the game, you can reply me in chat. It might be that we've already addressed them, and then people in chat will be able to reply to you. And I still have a bunch of questions from John, both super chat and actual just regular chat. So, you know, we are going to talk about it some more.
East Francia's burst, by the way. Bavaria's broken away. Just an interesting note there.
Yes, indeed. And Philip gave us $5 Canadian and says, it's a war for the, quote, earldom of Cornwall. What if it's an independent kingdom? When Cornwall is an independent kingdom, I never.
Shh.
There you go.
Okay. Wessex is on the move. Where are you going, my friend? Ah, they're just taking out a handful of little rebels or something. Oh, it's just a peasant revolt. He's just basically going over to deal with a peasant revolt. Fine. Nothing dramatic. He'll probably report back after it's done. Yeah, he is. Fine. Clap.
Questions about when we're gonna end because wasn't it meant to end 10 minutes ago? I mean,
When we can.
Yes, but also it was Crusader Kings 2, so who believed that it would actually end at 10? You know. And
here's an example, by the way. Sorry, we literally just found a thing.
No,
so
that's
I
cool,
found
that's
a
cool.
secret up in Scotland.
Yeah.
And also, just check out that face expression. That. Oh dear. Oh no, he's done a murder. He's done a bit of a murder. So we have actually discovered on this occasion that this individual was involved. There was actually a murder going on. So you actually... Oh, he died in a hunting accident. Well, now we know that hunting accident wasn't a hunting accident. And this guy actually is...
What did Joffrey put in the wine?
Yep, so this guy actually holds is actually a fairly powerful count. He's actually got himself 3 titles. And obviously, you know, therefore, his liege is the King of Scotland. So if I ever needed the King of Scotland dead, I've now got a hook on one of his most powerful vassals. Because he controls 3 bits of land, which is not nothing. So yeah, that's actually, you know, that's a nice thing to have.
Yes, indeed. And so Caramel in chat wanted to know if you can create your own culture or if that's only with modding.
I do not believe you can create your own culture unless it is by decision, in which case a culture might come into existence. Now that's possible.
So with events?
It's possible through decision.
Oh, okay.
Through decision rather than event.
Wait,
Though
what's the difference?
Events happen, decisions you choose to activate.
Oh, like when you say recreate the Roman Empire.
Exactly, that's a decision. Like, for example, say, like, in the original Crusader Kings 2, there is no de jure Kingdom of Bosnia.
Sure.
But if you are Bosnian and control the right bit of land, you can, by decision, create a Kingdom of Bosnia that I believe automatically gains de jure rights over all its own territory. So, like... I would strongly suspect, like, you'll be able to do that. Like, say, for example, Hungary doesn't exist right now because the Hungarian migration hasn't happened yet. So I would strongly expect that when it does happen, let's see if Hungarian culture already exists. No, right now there's no Hungarian culture. I strongly expect there, like, when the migration happens and if they choose to settle and form Hungary, therefore Hungarian culture will just start to exist. So I suspect there'll be certain events that can cause it or certain decisions that can cause it, but as far as I'm aware, you cannot choose to simply create a custom culture.
Yeah, and shout out to Belzebub who gave us 100 Swedish krona. And says, I'm so excited for this. My best friend is one of the content designers.
Oh, amazing.
That's very exciting.
Pass on your congratulations for the amazing reviews that have come in today.
Yeah, and side note, since this game is made in Sweden, why don't we all agree that Swedish krona is the best krona?
I think, isn't Swedish krona already canonically the best krona?
Yeah, because we did a go-kart race that one time.
Yeah, we did.
Let's see, and just to confirm, because we're streaming today, we're not going to be streaming on Wednesday.
No, we're not.
We have something super exciting on Wednesday. We have a video about the lifestyles, the new lifestyle system. John's put together a guide that like goes through all of the perks in the perk trees and which ones are trash and which ones you should take.
It's very fun and very detailed.
Yes.
So remember how we discovered previously how plush and exotic carpets were the sort of thing you might give to someone you were planning to murder?
Yeah?
So my next door neighbour, the petty king of Wessex, has just sent me a really plush and exotic carpet. I think I better get rid of it. I'm going to sell it for 15 gold.
Don't you already have one?
Yeah, but I don't need another. Yeah. I'm going to get rid of it to make hostile scheme resistance go up. And I'm just going to move my spy master over to I'm just going to move my Spy Master over to defense. Because I feel like potentially the King of Wessex might be planning something. Like how I keep, pulling him into dumb wars. That he doesn't want to be involved in. So that's unfortunate. Clap!
Coyote wants to know if you can secretly convert like you could in Crusader Kings 2.
As far as I am aware... Well, actually, yes.
You must be.
There must be, because I'm literally discovering
people
people who are not true believers. However, I don't know precisely how it works.
Yeah, we've not come across that yet. Is there a way to disable the lobster map? I don't know what?
Well, there's a lobster.
Oh. Cute.
I don't know. As far as I'm aware, no, because I like the lobster map, so screw you. And also, there's a big frilly... Look at this guy up here. Look at his little face.
Oh my god, so cute.
He's so cute. And this guy's just got a really kind of nice grin on his face. This guy's like a Dragonair, except like a bit not. So, there's some good stuff going on here. I like this. I need some more. I need troops, by the way. Give me flipping levies. Barracks costs 150. Military camps cost 100, so I'll take that. Yeah, just construct more military camps. I desperately need more troops. I've got nowhere to expand, and everyone keeps attacking me. Clap.
Let's see. Aaron in chat wants to know if you're going to cover Enderall and the Rigmore mods.
Maybe at some point, but there are no immediate plans.
Look, we've only got 50 hours. John only has 50 hours in this game. Like, you know, we don't know if we can secretly convert. We're not about to start something else now, Yeah. This is so confusing. But do you actually know if there is mod support at release? Because Leviathan asked about that
That
earlier.
I do not know.
Okay.
That I do not know. I'm going to expose this guy just to see what happens to him. Because right now, officially, he's Catholic.
Spill this.
So if I expose him as a non-believer, I'm going to expose him as a non-believer. Why can't I expose him as a non-believer? Oh, it's already being used as a hook. Okay, I can use. So non-believer, expose this guy. So right now, he's supposed to be insular Christian. Expose him. I've exposed his doubts about God. Just reload his page. Okay, so that leads to... Okay, so he's still officially insular Christian, but he's picked up a temporary thing, which is going to last for a decade, which gives him... All his religious vassals hate him, and piety goes down a month. So, it's not so much he's secretly part of a different religion, so much as he's got doubts about his existing religion. So, possibly secretly being part of an actual different religion, where you are probably part of a fixed religion... and you are secretly part of a different religion, is not in the game right now. If it is, I can't figure out where it is or how you do it. Because if you go to the religion screen, your only options are, like, joining a different religion, or, like, creating or reforming your religion to create a spin-off of it. At which point you'll be publicly part of that. So I think possibly that might be a missing thing. I think that might be something that's not in the game just yet. Seriously, guys, come and join me. We can defeat him. We can defeat him so easily. Just come and destroy him, you dicks. Oh dear. Clap.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Pay No Attention, who gave us £2 and wants to know if the Channel Islands are a separate province.
I tried to show this off while you were talking. They are not. They are part of the county of... Claire pronounced that correctly.
Avranches?
Avranches?
Yeah.
I think those are the Channel Islands there.
Okay.
So they are officially part of France because they are close to it. Isle of Wight, meanwhile, is its own separate county, as in fact is the Isle of Man and Anglesey over here.
Yeah.
They are all independent counties.
Yes, indeed. And let's see. Nathaniel gave us $5 and says, "Hey John, are you ready for Sunset Invasion 2?
I don't know whether they'll actually do it. I'm curious whether they'll actually do it. Okay, they're finally coming. They're finally responding. And are we ready to all move in together? Yeah, there we go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's flipping go, guys. Let's flipping go. Oh no, there's Waldesians in Croatia. And, okay, this is actually a really useful thing, which is normally it costs like 10 million piety to convert, but occasionally if a new religion pops up out of nowhere, you just get the option to just join it, which is kind of cool. So if I wanted to be Waldesian right now, I can actually do that, and I can like check what Waldesian is like, or like what it's about and stuff. But for the time being, I'm going to say no, because I feel like I really need the Catholics nearby to chill out and be on side. So no, what twisted mockery, etc.
Yeah, and a shout out to Moonbear, who gave us another 550 Norwegian kroner.
Wow, thank you very, very much indeed.
If I can't win the Krona War through quality of coin, I will try my best to win through quantity. So have some more Norwegian currency. Thank you so much. You've been incredibly generous today.
The battle is about to begin, by the way. The battle's about to... What do you mean 2 knights? Where are the rest of my flipping knights? I should have 5 knights. Where are the rest of my knights? I should recruit more knights. I'm going to recruit you for 10 gold. Here. Come to court. There you go. So that's going to be you sorted out. That should be up to 6 knights in a moment as soon as he accepts. Right, so I'm moving in with 700 troops against this guy's 1,000. But my allies are hopefully coming in and up. We missed. Okay, now we're gonna go. Now we're gonna go north. Okay, we're gonna come and attack. Okay, now they're coming in. They're coming in to reinforce. So I'm at a disadvantage right now. And unfortunately, yes, they've got the... they've got a way stronger commander. Their commander is massive advantage. Martial skill. He's leading his own soldiers. He's got never back down. He's got a chivalry focus. Right, so this guy's going to slaughter me. I just need to survive long enough, basically, for... Oh, it's Monmouth. It's near Bath. We've got reinforcements coming. Oh, in come the reinforcements. We're starting to... No, we're pulling it back. We're pulling it back, despite the fact he's got massive advantages here. So you can see that, yes, the advantage is, despite the fact he had less troops, he was, like, by a factor of 3, he was still winning briefly, just because the advantage was so in his favour, because he's defending on hills, he's got a high thing, he had a good battle roll, he's leading his own soldiers, so I assume he is the faction leader of some description, and he's got a couple of appropriate focuses, like Never Back Down as a perk, and Chivalry Focus as a focus. So he is a really damn strong commander. So he was doing really, really darn well, but yes, we can now basically kick his ass. We've now just got so many overwhelming troops. The battle is going to be over, and then it moves into the pursuit phase, where you can see a certain number of troops are going to be captured. And we go up to 22%. Absolutely lovely. I'm going to fall back to friendly territory, but we've pretty much kicked his ass right there. The problem is, you may notice my troops are down to only decent quality, because my knights are out of action for the time being. I assume that means they are wounded or otherwise occupied. So I need to check in what's going on there, because I suspect what's going on is the old Crusader Kings 2 thing, where my knights have actually been assigned tasks. Are you guys my knights as well as everything else? Yes, you're supposed to be my knight. You're supposed to be my knight. You're supposed to be my knight. And you're dead. Okay, so I'm seeing why there's problems here. I'm seeing why there's... Wow, okay. Here's something special. So this is why you want to keep an eye on your guests. So a 75-year-old bloke's just shown up, and if I want to recruit him to court, I need 170 gold. The reason being, he comes with a claim.
Nice.
Okay, so sometimes people with claims will just walk into your court, which is very important. So I'm just going to assign another knight, but I suspect what's about to happen is if I go back over to this army, is in a moment is the knight going to drop to... Yeah, I suspect my knights are just busy doing their jobs. So I've done the old classic Crusader Kings 2, where I'm being like, well, where are all my commanders? I don't know where my commanders have gone. I'm John and I don't know how to play the game. Where I've told all my knights to go and do other stuff, and then been surprised when they weren't on the front line doing their knight things. Because I do that a lot. That's what I do. Oh dear. Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my goodness. Okay, shout out to Tianen. I'm sorry, I'm probably going to get this wrong. Shout out to Tianen Smeri Ragnarsson Hammer, which is an excellent name.
Very good name.
Who both became a channel member, so welcome and thank you. And also gave us 7,500 Icelandic kroner.
I assume that's a lot. That sounds like a lot.
Well, it's in the pink category.
Ooh,
so
pink.
It is. It looks like it's on the level with the previous Krona War donation in terms of.
Krona Wars continue.
Yeah, Tiarnan says this is unacceptable. Icelandic kroner is clearly best. Although the Icelandic kroner is written UR at the end and not A. Whereas I think the Norwegian, Danish, and Swedish krona are all like an A at the end.
Yeah.
Because there's crowns from other countries.
Yeah.
But I think the only ones that have A at the end of krona are those three.
I think what I'm seeing right now is a catastrophically underpopulated court, which is, there's literally 11 people in my court. Alright. Some of them are my guests, and therefore will not actually be a knight for me till I recruit them. At least some of them are my own children. I mean, there's only like 6 adults who work for me, meaning they're all my knights by default, but they're also my council by default.
Nice.
So I think we just desperately need to save up some money to recruit guests, because my court is desperately undermanned right now. Clap.
Yeah, and speaking of currencies, shout out to Florin, who gave us 10 Romanian leu, and says, you know, if you're confused, you can just say Ron will understand. Ron Swanson. Because yeah, the acronym is Ron.
Yeah.
And Jamie Forder gave us £2 and says, I am glad that my surname is now a military trait.
Oh, amazing.
Very cool.
Very
cool
good indeed.
Travis gave us $5 and says, you guys are the best. And from DB Explorer, who gave us $5 also, hello, glory to the Cornish, may Perrin be with you.
Oh, Perrin will always be with us in our hearts.
And also
guys,
in that
follow
picture
me.
that Amanda drew, that was awesome.
That was an amazing picture, I loved it.
Yeah.
Oi, come and reinforce. Come and reinforce your decks. Seriously, we could just kill them right... Oh, you know what, fine. They're at 30%, we can white piece them. Please stop attacking me! Please!
Well, I'm wrong about how krona is spelled in every language, apparently.
Excellent.
Sorry! I only see the N-O-K-D, you know, D-K in the... Anyway, I'm just going to shut up about kronas now.
Yeah. Here we go. So we've got an example here of a person who was a guest, but has now basically said, hey, you haven't actually given me any reason to stay, so I might be on my way. But apparently she was super into me this whole time. So, okay, she basically she just wants me to twiddle her sin buttons.
Oh my god.
So, my love, I would twiddle your sin button all flipping night. She becomes my lover, but she will then immediately have to leave the court because she's just gonna leave a note on the nightstand. It's like the song "Living La Vida Loca," except approximately 1300 years early. And okay, I can lay with her. She leaves the court. I have an intrigue challenge against her to try and figure out what her game is. So potentially, this could be dangerous. This could be a plot of some description. Or I can say, use her to get close to her friend, who is my vassal. So I lay with her, but try and use that as a foundation to form a friendship with the mayor. And he gains opinion of me. Or I cannot now off you pop, where I get some piety. Because I didn't actually do that. I mean, the thing is, she's got a good trait.
Yeah.
That my children could have. Screw it! I will do anything for you because you've got good hair. Yay! Marvellous. It's good.
like a braid.
It's good to be king. More importantly,
great.
I've got... Stop attacking me, you dicks!
Oh, is it good to be king, John?
Who is it this time? Who the cock are you? How have you got that many troops? Fuck's sake. Okay, this is... Oh, he's got so many alliances. I hate everything. Okay, this is fine. Everything's under control. We've got to get Scotland in on this war. And now, I literally just saw I'd picked up the ability to get truth as relative. So it's time for us to basically have a scheme. Fabricate a hook against the King of Scotland. Fabricate the hook. But remember, we've been working behind the scenes on this. So, fabricate hook, I'm not actually allowed to have agents. I didn't know you weren't allowed agents for that. Okay, I'm going to need my own spy master to provide support. Move over to support schemes. That's going to lead to, it's a 50-50 chance of succeeding. And it's going to take 4 years, damn it. Do you have any war? You've got a war going on right now. If he's got a war going on right now, he might be way more interested in having an alliance. Because he actually needs an alliance. Shit, he's willing to do it anyway!
Woohoo!
Yes! Because he might think I've got too many alliances already, but he needs alliances too. So this is actually really good news. So this is absolutely fine. Obviously he won't have matrilineal. In fact, actually he'd be very close to having matrilineal. If I had a hook, I could totally do that. But we'll just send the proposal, and then I will be allied to Scotland. Okay? Or Alba, to be precise. Okay, just let that come through. Okay, now it's time for everybody to get in my war again. Just everyone's super into it, because I think just the petty king of what's its face. He just loves war. He loves some war. He just loves some war. He does. Gwyneth is slightly falling apart. But I'm going to. What happened to my relationship with Gwyneth? Didn't I have a relationship with you? Did you? Oh, I think he's dead. Okay, well, Scotland's more important. Hello, I'm going to be needing you in on this. Thanks. And you're trying to... When I say you're trying to, they just kicked my ass. Okay, so... oh, you're also... Oh, bloody hell. I need your alliance and join me in the Alban campaign on the Earldom of the Isles. Yeah, sure. I'll join you in your stupid war, but would you mind helping me with mine in the meantime? Because I'm massively outnumbered and they're taking Devon again. Claire!
Yes, absolutely. Let's see. Shout out to Tianan again. Again, Tianan, Smarry, Ragnarsson, Hammer. I just wanted to say Tianan Hammer, because that was cool.
Of course.
Gave us another 10,000 Icelandic krona. And says pink is certainly the best color. It absolutely is. Oh my god. And Tianan donated again. Thank you so much, Tianan, who gave us another 2,500 Icelandic krona, and says, I'm just wondering, I am just wondering whether Iceland is Irish at this point in CK3.
I do not believe so. I believe they are... yes, they are half Catholic and half pagan. And they are entirely... And they have their own unique Norse culture that I believe I mentioned earlier. And Rickett has also come of age. He is 16. He's had a good education because his mother was giving him that.
Decent hair?
He's got very similar to what I gave him earlier. He's picked up gregarious and trusting, so he's very much on the side of the angels. He's got 13 diplomacy, which is solid, if unspectacular, and he's now ready to go and do his own thing. And more importantly, he can actually be given a cocky job.
Nice.
Just give him anything. Just give him a job. All right, we're gonna give him. Congratulations, you're now the Chancellor. And, yeah, we're going to get rid of that guy. I don't care. You're going to be better at doing that job anyway. And that frees up a knight to actually join our armies. Because I'm pretty sure the forces of Wessex are coming in to absolutely trash these guys. So I want my own army moving in to assist with that. Claire?
Yes. Wait a second, let me get back. Eric gave us 50 Swedish krona and says, thanks for a lovely stream, guys. I've been watching you since the Blood Money Kill Everything ran. Any chance for contract at some point?
I would love to get contracts at some point. But, maybe hold still for a second. They're trying to flee. But it's like Hitman 3's coming up like January next year. So that's kind of my next project for... That's my next project for Hitman.
Yes, indeed. Jordan gave us $5. Says, hey, John and Claire, I'm really looking forward to all the CK3. I can't watch this now, so have a great stream, and remember to always assert yourself.
It's going to become a meme, and I hate it. You may also just, by the way, that this is how the new countering system works, kind of a bit rock, paper, scissors for your men-at-arms. So this guy's brought himself some pikemen and some light footmen. Light footmen are just cheap and don't really counter anything. But Wessex brought light horsemen, who are, one, fighting in bad terrain, and two, have been countered by the pikemen. So they are less effective in this battle, whereas the pikemen are doing very well. They're fighting in favourable terrain for them, and they're countering opponent light horsemen. So they're basically punching very hard, which is, like, there's a lot of things that feed into battle these days, which is really cool. And it's very, you can kind of see what's going on as well. And we've got a whole bunch of, oh yeah, they're just being walked all over at this point. Good. Basically, Wessex is keeping me alive, while also simultaneously trying to assassinate me, I think. It's fine, everything's under control. Claire!
Yeah, Patrick gave us £5 and says, MATN, I absolutely love your channel. You make everything fine when I'm down, so cheers for that. Any chance of Fallout 4 YOLO?
It just got put back another week. Guys,
we're gonna do it! We're not doing it just to be dicks. We're not doing it because Crusader Kings 3 is a thing.
No, we're not. We're not doing it ever again. And it's entirely because that person just asked a question, and because Crusader Kings is a thing, and because something. A lot of people actually kind of say that they think I do like the video essays or whatever, like to kind of because they're easier. Do you have any idea how much work goes into the essays? Jesus, you're mad. Okay, I've also just learned something, which is, if a knight gets in any way disabled, they're knocked out of the army, and to get them back in the army, you have to break down the army and pull it back up again, which I'm not sure if that's a bug. It feels like it shouldn't be happening. But, like, I've got my knights back, so everything's fine. Everything's under control. Oh, dear. And we should have some more troops coming in at some point. The economy's in the toilets. My army's just been standing for decades at this point. That reminds me, are my children actually getting any form of proper education? Do you even have a ward? Okay, you have a guardian. You have an appropriate guardian. And Gillian is ready to receive some form of education. So she could have either stewardship or learning. And it looks like, honestly, she's pretty competent at both. So who do we have who could teach her either of those? We've got basically... Okay, we've got a bishop who could teach her learning. She could go over to the bishop to learn about learning, so that is what she shall do. It's her highest stat anyway. So, choose that. And then once she's done that, educate a child. Send her over to my priest, who has an appropriate education. Boom. Send proposal. Do not convert her culture. She's fine as she is. Job done. She's now receiving an education. But the important thing is, John turns out to be better than Rickert or whatever. John's an evil adventurer.
Nice!
He's ambitious, arrogant, and slightly sadistic.
Oh.
And he's still rowdy. But he's quick, so he's also dressed a bit of it in a supervillain way. He's got a bit of the Joffreys about him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He has a bit of the Joffreys going on. He is actually an arrogant, ambitious, sadistic bastard. Claire,
What?
I'm accidentally Joffrey, Claire. Joffrey was like
Would
a popular,
you like some
well-liked.
pie, right?
He was a popular, well-liked character, right? That was definitely a thing that was true.
Do.
I felt really bad because I saw like the acting game and it was like, everyone hates me in real life. People seem to like people
don't understand
people are mean.
acting.
People are mean to me at conventions and stuff. It's like, oh.
The actor seems lovely though. He
Yes.
was just like, acting was fun, but now I'm going to like study philosophy or something.
Yep.
Like,
Good
it's
for
just
you.
really...
Like how Ron Weasley just goes around in an ice cream truck.
Well, that's just because he thought that was fun.
Yeah, that's what I'd do if I'd fuck you money.
I know.
I'd just buy pointless shit and just have fun with it. Sounds great. Oh dear. So okay, I'm gonna form a relationship with a high chiefess just to kind of try and get things under control while my army just recovers. And we're making some good progress in one of these. That's not my war, right? That's you're trying to conquer that. And you are Albin Claymon, the Earldom of the Isles. Okay, so you're just trying to basically kick these guys out of the Isles, which is going pretty well. Clap!
Yes, indeed. Alex gave us 10 Canadian dollars and says, "Hey, John and Claire, I really enjoyed the long-awaited Doc Mitchell playthrough. Did you know that the voice actor for Doc Mitchell acted in one episode of Monk, the TV show? As soon as I heard him, I knew."
I did not. I mean, I always loved that. I never understood. I didn't know Letitia Wright had been in Doctor Who. She was a minor character in the Raven episode.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know that. But then it's just kind of one of those things. Just okay, you're just there, are you? Okay, fine, fair enough. And it's better. Oh yes, is she pregnant? Oh, she's not pregnant, but she's back. Okay, so the woman that I boinked because I felt like it, and I think she's my lover now. I can either say you're welcome to stay, but that stresses me out because I'm a dick, or I can say you will find no home here, and then I actually lose stress. Because I'm chilled
Because
out.
you're a dickhead.
I'm going to let her stay. She can stay for a bit of stress. There we go. She's back. So yeah, that's why you want to potentially, like, you know, turn people into lovers and whatnot. Because it makes, you know, that makes it, they have a reason to stay and a reason to come back. So yeah, that's nice. We've got her back. I don't know whether she's allowed on the council, though. I think it depends on... I think it might be set at a cultural level, whether women are allowed on the council or not.
Okay, so this is interesting because one of my questions I had from chat was about the laws, you know.
Yeah.
Adele says, Adele wanted to know if there was realm laws, like centralization and status of women.
Yeah.
And Scott says, since you mentioned that there were no more laws, is there anything in their place? Are there vice royalties?
I don't know about vice royalties. I've not seen any evidence of them. There is, like, a lot of laws have been rolled into crown authority, which is basically just a thing that exists on a 1 to 4 scale. So at its basically your vassals are autonomous and everyone, they just like you because you're letting them get on with their own shit. And as you basically want to move it up slowly in order to, like, do anything productive. So, you know, at level 2, that automatically turns on. Vassals can be retracted, titles can be revoked, clan government vassals will provide at least a certain amount. So this kind of, like, it acts as replacing a whole bunch of laws. It's like moving a whole bunch of laws simultaneously. And it also lets you change between any available partition succession law. Up to a high crown authority, where all of a sudden, yeah, the amount of tax and levies are going up. You can change between all succession laws. Vassals can't wage war against other vassals. That kind of enables vassals on... I can't remember what the name of the law was, but it was in Crusader Kings too. And also, yes, there's a bunch of other restrictions you can just read in full there. And then finally up to absolute crown authority. But of course, the higher the crown authority, the more vassals don't like it. So basically, this kind of replaces a whole bunch of laws by wrapping them into a single thing that moves the slider all the way, like, for a whole bunch of stuff in one go. But you need to have the right technology or the right cultural tech to actually move them up a certain level, and your vassals don't like it, and it costs you a tiny bit of prestige. So on this occasion, I may as well move myself up to rank 2, because why not? So now, if I need to, I can revoke titles, retract vassals, and, yep, they will provide me at least a tiny bit more. Well, actually, that's for clan government vassals. Now, I'm not clan government, because I think that's the new name for the Islamic governments. So that's not me. So there we go. That's all absolutely lovely. And you're just here, are you? Would you guys like to, like, advance forward? Because if we all move together, we could totally just take out these decks. Do you want to follow me? You following me? You planning to follow? Please follow me. Oh, I think they're going to. Yep, they're going. They're going. They're going. They try and follow. And you're fleeing to the sea. Fair enough. Okay. Get back into our territory. Everything's under control. Right. This stupid war, if I'm in control of it... Am I in control of this war, or am I not allowed to... No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm in control of this war, because that's not my war. That's an Alban war. So there's just something going on up here with, like, the Mercians or whatever. Clap!
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to the girl with the coffee, who gave us €5. And thank you, Myra. And says, John Cubine, present and ready for duty. Good evening. She said she sent it at 7:37 p.m.
Oh dear.
Good evening, my king and queen. Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, the beginning of the stream was very chaotic.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, everybody. Mike also gave us 100 Swedish krona, and so I realized my super chat last stream was liquid cringe, so here's my way of doing repentance. Mike, I don't remember what it was, so you are de facto forgiven, I guess, if it was cringy.
That is fine. This character's apparently my mentor now. I've accepted mentoring, but I don't really know what that...
Very good.
Whether that shows up, and it's not showing up as, like, in my relationship tab. So it's like a special little thing. That's okay. That's a new type of relationship. So he's just gonna shoot to me a tiny bit, apparently.
Yeah, and Mike also says, all hail Queen Claire of France, Baron John of Londinium, and Empress Tabby of Catalonia.
I like how Tabby is the highest ranked.
I don't know why Tabby is the Empress of Catalonia. I mean,
Cat.
Oh.
It's got cat in it.
Yeah, no, I get that, but, like, also, I was just like, how do you know I have family from Catalonia? This is weird.
No, it's just because it's got cat in it. That's
okay,
it.
fair enough.
That's the extent of it.
I was just like, wait, what?
No, it's got cat in the name.
Sometimes
I'm pretty sure that's
people
it.
say things that actually reference, like, sometimes people say things that they don't realize could be a reference to, like, personal stuff about us, and I always, like, freak and get really scared.
Yeah. This is the new sieges, by the way. They're very familiar. They're kind of, if you've seen Imperator, they're probably a bit more like Imperators in a way than Crusader Kings 2, but Paradox hasn't really pushed the boat out on sieges for quite some time. It's a reliable, perfectly acceptable siege system. Claire.
Yes, indeed. Chance gave us $20 and says, I'm finally getting a good PC again, and CK3 is going to be one of my first new game purchases.
Yay!
Which is very exciting. And unfortunately, Alexander, who gave us 50 Czech Corona, says, I'm very much looking forward to your CK3 campaign because I won't be able to play it on my old Mac. Keep up the good work.
We will do what we can. They're trying to flee. They're trying to flee. They've realised they're massively outnumbered. I think we're going to get to them before they... Oh, we're getting to them. Here we go. I'm going to outnumber them. For once, we're actually going to win. Yeah, there we go, you stupid dicks. Now, they've got the commanders. Actually, no, the commanders are pretty even. Advantages in my favour. Oh, we've walked through them. Though, the cavalry that I believe just arrived, that was the reinforcement, was heavily countered. And yeah, these guys are fighting in favourable terrain because we're fighting in forest. So yeah, you've got to factor in what your men of arms are, because your men of arms obviously are very much affected by territory they're in. So what you've got with you matters a lot in that regard.
Yes, indeed. And NJ gave us $10. Says, yay, Cornwall is back. I only have half an hour to watch because I sadly have to work, but I will definitely watch the VOD later. Long live King John the Fat.
Yay!
And Honata Lewis gave us 5 Brazilian reais and says, I binge watched your Crusader Kings 2 Cornwall run yesterday. I never knew you would do Cornwall in CK3. Keep up the marvellous work, you magnificent bastard.
Excellent.
Yes, I'm very impressed that you managed to binge watch the entire CK2 Cornwall run in a day.
I'm not even sure that's possible.
Maybe they were watching on extra speed.
They'd have to be.
But they said, yeah, just to clarify, we're not we're playing Cornwall today because we're allowed to play. We're allowed to stream today. We're gonna stream today. But that's not what we're gonna do for our video series, just so that we don't repeat ourselves. We're not telling you what we're doing yet for the video series. Folks in the chat asking if we're caught up on super chats yet. We're getting there.
Yay! Go, Claire, go!
Sorry, Alexander gave us $5 and says, if the map stretches all the way to China, a little Kongrong CK3 run, maybe?
I don't think it goes... No, it can't possibly go far enough, because we need to be at the sea. We need to be at the sea and close by to Korea for that. Though I would I don't know what they're thinking, but I've got to think that they want to say, okay, in Crusader Kings 3, the best way to differentiate yourselves will be to put in territory that didn't make it in to Crusader Kings 2. And I've got to think the logical thing to think about is, down towards Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia. I don't know whether they'd think about Australia. I don't know whether they'd think about rest of China into Korea, into Japan. I'd like to think Greenland. I'd like to think maybe a bit of Canada and the US in the form of the Vikings going to visit it. You could definitely squeeze a tiny bit further down in Africa. I'd like to think that the map is going to, given it already literally extends further than Crusader Kings 2's did at its maximum extent. You've got this bit of Africa over here that we never had in CK2. I'd like to think that they're going to want to extend it even further yet.
Yes, indeed. And Tyler gave us $5 and says, hey John, here is my ad block tax. Can you please say hi to Brandon and Alex for me?
Hello, Brandon and Alex.
Hello, Brandon and Alex. And we have a different Alex, most likely, who gave us $10 and says, hey, thanks for the stream. I'm just getting back from some dental work, so this is a nice treat to relax with. I hope you guys are well. And I'm sorry, but in the same kind of like vein, Third Bezo gave us $10 and says, thank you for streaming. You're helping keeping me entertained after my knee surgery. MATN is always a positive in my days right now.
Oh, thank you. Now, I've got very good news, by the way.
Johnfrey
has come of age.
Johnfrey has come of age. How's he doing?
He is apparently has shown great aptitude in battle tactics and the management of armies. He will make a fine commander one day, and when I say one day, I mean like tomorrow, because congratulations, you're a knight now. And he is okay. He's picked up a level 3 skilled tactician. As a result of that, he picks up a free, I think level 3 or 4 military education, picks up a free like perk for something just to do with armies. So he can cross water without advantage penalties, so rivers in this case, or like those like little the dots representing ferry crossings, I assume count as that too. So he is probably his brother's probably slightly better, but then I think his brother's turned on his education. But he's all about war. I mean, like, they couldn't be more different. Also, yes, you've picked up an eye patch there. Well done. Is because his brother is, trusting and gregarious and likes, and likes people. And John is a sadistic martial leader who's a bit too smart for his own good. So this is all fine. Everything's under control. He's also going to get married to someone who is a craven. So that's unfortunate. Okay, so
it's more unfortunate for her that she's marrying Joffrey, but
Johnfrey, yes. Yes,
sorry.
I think this is unfortunate.
Slip of the tongue, really.
Is he going to inherit anything, by the way? Because, bear in mind, we're on, primary title is going to go to Rickett. That's going to go to Rickett. Yes, John, because we're on Gavelkind, John will be inheriting Cornwall. Because the primary title right now is apparently the Earldom of Devon for some reason. Possibly because that's where my capital is. So John's going to get Cornwall, and Rickett's going to get Devon, but Rickett will be in charge. Though, that does mean that, just in theory, if John were to murder Rickett, John would be in charge. Which I suspect he's going to do.
Yeah.
And the existence of here we go. This is what it's supposed
Apparently
to.
your son has a good beard.
Yeah, he does have an okay beard. It's not. I mean, it's not bad, is it?
Oh wow.
It's a lot of beard.
Oh wow.
It's certainly good by volume. The problem is this is what's supposed to happen. So my scheme's been discovered. So the success chance has dropped to 5%.
She's Craven, but she's Alfred the Great's daughter.
She is, which is why. Well, that's why we got the. That's how we got the alliance with Wessex. Yes. So we're going to go through with that because it keeps me safe from Wessex.
Yeah.
So that's all positive. We may as well drop this scheme now because it's highlighted in red. It's been discovered. It's never going to happen. So I mean, we don't need it anymore because we only needed that because we needed to get allied with Scotland, which we already are. So that's fine. If anything, we might be starting to pull up enough strength to consider attacking one of the small Welsh states. You've got. The Welsh states are all friends, irritatingly. So that's a bit of a shame. Yeah, they've all got friends. We need to find someone who's isolated, small and isolated. You're small and isolated, right? So,
ooh, what an important question in chat from Sublime Sparrow, who needs to know, as do I, does the double beard still exist?
Does the double beard still exist? Well, let's send this guy to the barbers, so you can change the beard.
What a dick! He can go to the hairdresser and I can't.
So full beard, goatee. Let's do a beard survey.
Woo! Beard
short
off.
goatee, just a moustache, big bushy beard.
Nice.
Which I don't know if that's a deliberate reference to police movie I like, really good movie. Nick Frost.
Hot Fuzz?
Yes! Hot Fuzz, I forgot the name. Chin strap beard. Long wavy... That's quite good. Long wavy beard's pretty good. So down to pointy beard. Then full cut. It's not that full and curly. Underwhelmed. Big wavy beard. And then big
chin strap bit. That one looks like it's
That's
just...
very...
That looks like a
looks
Santa
so
Claus.
fake.
That's like a strapped-on Santa Claus
That
one.
looks like he works
Short,
at the
stylish
mall.
beard. Pretty good. Big, wild beard. That one's pretty good.
Yeah.
That one's pretty good. Single braid beard.
Yeah.
Okay, we're
That's
getting
a
into
dwarf.
it.
That's a really good,
We're getting there.
Yeah.
Bearded. That's a
Oh.
triple beard!
Woo!
Holy shit! A straight pointy beard. A straight medium beard. A fine curls beard. Fine curls goatee. Long curls long curly beard actually. Moustache with sideburns. Oh, that's quite a fancy moustache. Wavy pointy beard. And long straight rough. That one's pretty good. I like that one.
And wizard beard.
That one I've got. That one you get as because I did the challenges in Crusader Kings 2.
Somebody wanted to also see the Jester's hat, by the way.
I'm not sure I actually ever unlocked it. I think I was
yeah.
6 points short of unlocking it, so I'm not sure I've got that. Because
triple
the chaperone was one thing I unlocked.
Nice.
Nice. But I think we have to go for the, I think it has to be. As Crusader Kings 2 featured the double beard,
Yeah.
I think we've got no choice but to say
The triple beard.
that we've now got to go for the triple beard.
Yeah, I really like that one and the other one that's braided because it looked like a kind of like Lord of the Rings dwarf
Yeah.
sort of beard, you know?
Yeah, so that it's a trip for Crusader Kings 2 it was a double beard. For Crusader Kings 3 it is a triple beard.
Very nice.
Sweet.
Yeah, and we've got a couple of Criminal Kangaroo says surely the bushy beard would be a Brian Blessed Blackadder reference.
It could be.
Could be. And also Matt says in the chat you need to marry your kids and check your notifications.
My kids are married. You're betrothed. You're betrothed. And you're betrothed. My kids are all got good marriages. That's got me alliances with Gwyneth Wessex and whatnot.
Oh, okay. So do they need to? Are their fiancés all too young to get married? Is that what's going on? Yeah.
Yes, that's
Okay.
what's happening.
Though
I think I think we need to potentially break this betrothal because we might be able to get him a better one. I think we could get this guy a better one than her because she's actually you're wandering right now. I think she was kicked out, so I think we need to break this betrothal before she. Wait, why did you not get married? Okay, well, that's been sorted out.
Was she because she ran away?
Possibly she ran away, yeah. I think it's because she ran away. I think you're right. Let's see if we can get Mercier on board.
Piet says in CK4 you'll have a quadruple beard then, and Daniel also...
Logically, yes. Completely.
Let's see. And just confirm that if you didn't do all the challenges, it will eventually get unlocked for everyone.
Okay,
so
good.
We'll see the Jester's hat, and people can have a Gandalf beard.
Oh, excellent. Good.
And let's see. Scapada gave us €5 and says, love your content, guys. Stay awesome.
Oh, thank you.
And Aqua Frey gave us £5 and says, I love the video essays. They are incredibly well researched and produced. Of your mountain of exceptional content, the essays are the diamonds within.
Oh,
That's
sweet. Very sweet.
You put so much work into those video essays.
Dumb amounts of work go into those.
And I'm not able to help as much, right? I do edit the audio of it so that that's out of the way, but I can't really help all that much with those because I don't know what you want to do.
Holland's got a good number of troops and an unmarried young daughter. Let's see if they'll go for that. Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, yeah, them being betrothed doesn't marry them automatically. You have to marry them. That
definitely wasn't the case for the time I've been playing the last 50 hours. Marriage just happened automatically at the point when they were both of age. That's definitely been what's happened in the past. Because I think we can prove that. Because John should be already married, shouldn't he? Unless this has changed right now. Oh, no, she's only 12. Right, okay. That's why, his wife isn't yet of age, so we can't verify right now. But the 50 hours I've been playing, every time someone's come of age, where their betrothed is already of age, they just got married 2 days later, next time the game, checked, or whatever. I mean, we could go for Brittany. Brittany's Catholic, and you could do with some new friends. You've only got, 600 people. Do you have a good daughter? Darn it, already betrothed to someone. Do you have a sister? Already betrothed to someone. Do you have another sister? She's a bit young. It'll be 6 years before that. And that's...
It's not like Brittany's bringing the big guns. I'm just going to look around and try and find a wife for Rickett. All yours, Claire.
Yeah, shout out to Jack, who gave us $50.
Oh, thank you very, very much indeed.
And Jack says, hi, John and Claire, long-time watcher, first-time poster. Thank you for representing my ancestral homeland of Cornwall.
Oh, we do what we can. It's a good place.
Yes, indeed. And KS gave us $10. And this is another injury, unfortunately. It says, hey, John and Claire, I broke my arm 2 days ago, and I thank you so much for your videos. They've been cheering me up, and they helped me get my video game fix, even though I can't play my own games right now.
Oh, that is sad.
We'll get well soon, swift recovery and everything.
Here's a really cute thing you can filter, by the way. Alliance power.
Oh, cool.
So you can filter by who gives you the best alliance. So she's 16, and this guy's actually got 1,000 troops on him. So even though it's actually just a county, I'm going to go for that anyway. And they're willing to go for it, because technically she's marrying up on this occasion. So that really works for me. So we're going to get married straight to you, send the proposal, and then we will have an alliance with these guys.
Yeah, and Paulicus gave us $5 and says, that's ironic, brackets, is it though? I am also binging MATN after a knee surgery. So unfortunately, many, many injuries there. John, do you think that's ironic?
Yes. But it's the fact I said that itself ironic. Okay, so my mentor apparently I'm not getting on with, so I'm just going to get rid of him. This relationship is over. Did I actually gain anything from that, by the way? Extra vigilant, dark insights. No, I didn't gain anything from that. He was a useless mentor, as it turns out.
Yeah, we've also got XJ Denton, who gave us 100 Swedish krona and says, I think 80% of my 80% of my Steam purchases, in the last 2 years have been games you've demoed. Thanks for highlighting so many gems. As someone with no Crusader Kings experience, how accessible is 3 compared to 1 and 2?
I never played 1, but it's definitely more accessible than 2. But as I said at the beginning, like, if you're looking for an entry drug for Paradox, I'd still recommend Stellaris over it.
Yes, indeed. And SFB Spartan in the chat wanted to know how this game compares to full DLC Crusader Kings 2.
There's definitely less to it than full DLC Crusader Kings 2, but it's terrifyingly close for the fact this is the launch version.
Yeah.
Like, the number of things that are missing is like a handful, and they're more than offset by new shit. Yeah. Like the brand new, the massively complicated lifestyle perk system that's really cool.
Yeah. And we're going to do a full video about that on Wednesday, because obviously we've streamed today, so we're not streaming Wednesday.
Correct.
Because we need to do work.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've also got, Philip gave us $5 Canadian and says the Chinese Empire should technically be on the map. I'm sorry, I know I'm going to say these wrong. The Guyi Circuit, the Gansu Corridor, was a nominal vassal of the Tang dynasty at the time.
I imagine I would be surprised if they didn't want to do some form of Chinese DLC at some point. Massive little carnets,
as John pointed out earlier in the stream, if you missed it, the side of the map near Asia
is mysteriously chonked.
Different.
It's surprisingly chonked.
It does look like there might be DLC coming up.
Yeah.
Well, we know there's going to be DLC because it's part of...
Yeah. DLC? What?
Somebody earlier in chat asked whether there was going to be DLC, and everybody was like, mate, was that a joke?
We should all just agree as a community, the moment Paradox confirms, like, the first DLC package for Crusader Kings, we should all just reply en masse on Twitter, I have already paid for the game, sir. I am shocked and appalled by these manipulative tactics that were not,
John.
I was not pre-warned of.
John.
By these predatory tactics. How dare you, sir? How dare you? You have lost a customer.
I don't know. I mean, it makes me laugh that people say that about CK3 because I play The Sims. So, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I think Paradox is like, you know.
The Pope's on the flipping march, by the way. He's just grabbing whatever the shit he wants.
Oh dear, yeah. No, I tend to think Paradox is like, you know, really, really just like ethical
Yeah,
in the way they sell shit.
Every time they sell something,
used to EA.
a free thing comes with it. They always do a big free update with any DLC. So even if you don't buy the shit, even if you buy the base game, which they regularly put on sale, they're constantly putting the base game on sale because they know they're going to make the money through the DLC, and then you never buy DLC again, you'll get free updates for years. I think it's a great deal. I think you get a great deal out of Paradox Games.
Yes, indeed. And they have pets at launch, unlike The Sims.
Oh, this is why EA never replied to your emails, Claire.
What? I don't think I've ever... Have I ever had to email you?
No,
well, it would certainly not have been about The Sims 4, because John is a party pooper who does not like The Sims 4.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's fine. We don't need cars. We have spaceships. Anyway, Bias Bear gave us £5 and says, "Big up, John. Big up, Claire. I cannot wait for a full playthrough of this." From Wilts UK. So there you go.
We'll do what we can.
And Estelle gave us $5, says, "R.I.P. CK2, you had a good run." So I don't know. I mean, I'm sure people will be able to keep playing it.
Did you see the little meme I retweeted earlier?
I'm not sure
It was like, the dog going to heaven, was I a good boy? No, you were the best. It was that with Crusader Kings 2.
I didn't see that because I was editing Crusader Kings 3, which unfortunately happened to give credence to Estelle's point. Love you, MATN. Keep up the good work. What is your favorite Crusader Kings 2 memory, John?
That's so hard. It has to be the Battle of Skull Mountain with Peyron. Or it could have been Aphrodisia coming to power and being so amazing. You might have just noticed a thing that just happened there, which is an important member of Catholicism just basically was a bad boy. So as a result of that, Catholicism's overall entire fervour has just dropped by a big amount, which obviously has bad effects on the entire faith. So yes, that was bishop was a bad person. Dear, oh dear, very naughty.
And let's see. How hard is it to reform religions, John?
Very hard, which is why it's kind of like, it's the job of a lifetime. It's the job of a lifetime because you need to be investing in learning, in theology, in prophet, in doing everything you can to get as much piety as fast as possible. So it's very... it's pretty important.
Although, there is a trait in, there's a perk in the learning, there's a perk in the scholar tree in the learning lifestyle called apostate.
That's for converting to a different faith, not reforming.
I'm sorry.
Reforming stuff. Prophet is for creating and reforming. Apostate is for converting something that already exists. That's the distinction.
Alright. Let's see.
Oh, damn it, these guys got an alliance just before I could attack them. Bullshit. Bullshit, I say. And it's a powerful alliance too, darn it. This island is starting to form up, as you may have noticed. It's starting to become a bit more, a bit more powerful.
Perrin, the Maid of Glamorgan.
Oh, the Maid of... Yes. The same few names just keep coming up, don't they? Right, we're going to have to move you to here. We need to move you down over here where we can get you some more territory. Who's the most vulnerable person to expand into? You're surprisingly powerful. Who are you? You've got 10 million flipping troops because they're special event troops, I'm assuming. Island's starting to form up. Ulster up here has got, you've got 1,000. You're part of these guys, which is a concern. You've not got much, and you're at war. Okay, how about we just help ourselves to a tiny little... Then again, that's a bit far away from us. What about you guys up here? You're a bit vulnerable. And I might be able to just holy war you. Right, no, I don't have the Calsus Belline. I'm surprised, actually, because I know he's unreformed Norse. So I would have thought I'd be able to just attack him. But apparently, I cannot. Okay, he's relatively vulnerable.
and no one's going to mind if I go and murder him. So deploy my priest to go and get that sorted out. Boom. Alright, because no one's going to make friends with him round here. He's got too many enemies dotted about. And my hooks are starting to expire on that guy who was a non-believer. Because it was only a weak hook, so it expires and isn't reusable. Clap.
Yeah, shout out to Robo Monk, who gave us £5. And says, hey John, any chance of you pushing Fallout 4 YOLO back a week, please?
Yep, there we go. It's back another week.
I won't have time to watch it now that my life is about to become 100% Crusader Kings 3.
Yep, it's now, that's what's happening. It's now back. It's now going back.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the Duke, who gave us $5 Canadian and says, awesome, you crusading possum. Thanks for being you and never failing to Dr. Mitchell me. Much obliged.
Wait, hang on. What's this war? So I'm being called to...
Oh, another war he doesn't know about. Oof.
Okay. King... I'm being contacted by King Kausantin II, who... Oh, he wants me to defend him against his own breakaway vassals. Oh, well, I'll say yes, then not bother showing up. That's fine. Of
course, that's how it goes.
That's fine, yeah. I was wondering why he wanted me to attack him.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, we got this somehow. That's nice.
Night Drifter gave us 20 Danish krona and says, love the content you people have made. Stay awesome. And Skylar gave us $3 and says, hey, my loves, any more banner lords coming up? Castles!
At some point, yes. Almost certainly. I don't know precisely when.
Yes, indeed. Jonathan gave us $5 and says, I return. Thank you for being such a fantastically entertaining bunch and also for alerting me to this game's impending launch.
We do what we can.
Oh, yes, indeed. We are caught up on Super Chats. We have a lot of questions from chat just about the game and game mechanics, if we want to talk about that for a tiny little bit.
Amazing.
But then, yeah, we can, I mean...
Oh, I shouldn't have done what I just did.
What did you do?
I just bought a giant pile of armored mercenaries. Well, not mercenaries, men at arms, but they're kind of... They're very expensive. Oh, they're only that expensive because they're training right now. Okay, that's fine. I mean, they're still pretty expensive. But, like,
yeah.
it's okay. There we go. I've now got 100 heavy armed troops who are very good against basic spearmen. So it's all fine. Everything's under control.
And I just want to thank everybody who put questions about the game in chat for your patience, because it's taken a while to get to them. So I've got a bunch of mechanics question.
Yes.
A Grain of Rice wanted to know how in-depth is the economy, for instance, taxes.
In terms of taxes, very in-depth, because you literally can, well, once you get up to a level where you've got, like, counts below you, you can literally set their tax rates at a vassal-by-vassal level. As we showed off right at the beginning. So you can literally, like, go into... I can show it here, but I can't access because these are both... Because I'm a tiny vassal... a tiny independent state. Like, both my territories below me are towns, so they're republics. So I can't adjust their contracts. But, like, normally there will be a contract where I can actually set the tax rate, the troop rate, and special privileges on a vassal-by-vassal basis. Which is really cool. So, in terms of, like, tax rates, it's a lot more granular than it used to be. That's a benefit you've got.
Again, folks, if you've got any questions about the game, you can reply me in chat. That helps me see them easier. I've got a couple things about childhood focuses and stuff.
Yeah.
Rezuma wanted to know if you still assign a childhood focus, and this is... Do you
have a daughter name for me, by the way?
A daughter name? I don't have a daughter name, I just...
Claire it is!
Yay!
I think she's got red hair, so that's appropriate.
Very good. And let's see, the other, Neuromaster wanted to know if trait micromanagement of the child's guardian was going to matter in CK3, because it really did in CK2.
That I don't know. I mean, do they mean in terms of if you yourself are the guardians, you get loads of events pertaining to the child?
No, I thought they meant, like, if you micromanage the traits that the guardian has, then it affects what the child gets.
I would logically assume so, but I cannot prove it either way at the moment.
Yes. Now, I mean...
Oh! Claire is terrified of me. Claire is scared.
Oh no, of, like, you the king?
Yes, of King Domnov, because he's dreadful and she's scared.
I mean, at least she's not afraid of Johnfrey.
Johnfrey isn't scared at all. Because Johnfrey's a sadist and
No, but like, I mean, I guess maybe Claire isn't afraid
yeah,
of
you can see the
she
dredge
hasn't
here, because
met
my
him
dread's
yet.
up to 62. So, Rickett is intimidated but not terrified. The two
Yeah.
daughters are terrified. And Johnfrey is not scared at all.
Yeah.
So that's how it goes.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so, did you actually look into the Byzantine Empire, like, closely? I know we went and looked at
How
it.
so? What do you want to know?
Well, there's a question, but it's quite
Oh, it's
specific.
Basileus. Excellent. Love it.
There's a question, but it is quite specific.
Okay, go.
Philip wants to know if the Byzantine Empire has feudal contracts, or is it a legalistic system as in real life?
It is a feudal empire rank, so yes, it will have contracts the same as everybody
Thank you for
else.
That's great.
Because it just is listed as a feudal.
Okay.
So, therefore, yeah, you can see there, literally, because they are feudal, they are governed by the standard rules of feudal, which includes feudal contracts, it says right there. So, yes, the Byzantine Empire at the time being does not have the special elective system it had in CK2, it just has... It just gets itself a special thing. Though it gets to start with primogeniture, which like nobody else does, which is quite powerful as an advantage. And on top of that, it gets, it's obviously technologically it's very advanced, etc., etc., etc.
Questions about supernatural elements. Blake wanted to know if there was going to be any, and I think there's not going to be, because I've got another question asking how you feel about the fact that there aren't any.
I mean, like, it depends how you define supernatural, because there are definitely witches in the game, and
that's cool.
they have, like, actual, like, witchy shit can happen. So I think there's, like, it depends, like, how you define supernatural, I think.
In terms of religion, couple of questions. Are you able to play as a pagan character in this game?
Yes. And in, like, so many different pagan variations, yes.
Yes.
And Jewish and Islamic... Lots of stuff's in from launch.
Sorry, that was from C. Mitchell. And John the Wizard wanted to know if there's Celtic Irish paganism, which I think we've already seen.
On this occasion, in this world, no, because by the time we start here, Ireland has already gone over to its own version of Christianity, which is insular Christianity, featuring monasticism, vows of poverty, and pastoral isolation. So it's a bit too late for pagan islands. Though I believe there are a couple of Vikings dotted about who are still bringing the old Norse religions about, yes.
Yes, indeed. Josh wants to know where you would suggest as an easy start position. We're going to go with Ireland as always.
Is a very easy start, yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, good question from A Grain of Rice. Considering the name of this game, how are the Crusades?
I've only seen one so far, and unfortunately it ended prematurely, I think due to the death of an important person within the Crusade, so I've not seen a proper Crusade kicking off yet, and of course, we're too early for the Crusades because we went for the 867 start.
Yes,
Had we gone for the 1066, we might have seen one this stream, but in the end, we did not.
Are ambitions gone? Johan wanted to know.
Oh Christ, what were ambitions again?
I don't know.
I don't remember what ambitions in Crusader Kings 2 were. What was ambitions? Did it mean focuses? No, they can't mean focus.
I don't know.
Look
I'm
up Crusader
sorry.
Kings ambitions. There must be a wiki page on it.
Crusader Kings ambitions.
I'm attacking these guys. And I'm having that bit of I'm having this bit off you.
Oh
Alright.
my god, I know what a cookie is. I accept.
And yeah, you can see there, obviously I have to pay prestige to begin a war.
Oh, you know, acquire title, amass wealth, become a counselor.
Oh, those.
Become the
Yeah,
heir.
they're not in the game as far as I can
Oh yeah,
say.
they're gone. Okay, cool.
They are, well, I don't know if they, I don't know for certain, but they appear to be.
Yeah, you haven't seen them, you mean?
Yeah. Now let's see if we can get...
And Philip says maybe don't do Ireland as a starter in the Viking era because they are fodder for Norse conquest, but 1066 Ireland should be a good introduction still. Is a good point.
Yep, true.
Yes. And thank you everybody for reminding us about ambitions and what they are. Sorry.
Yes, all
okay.
all that stuff. Okay, time to raise up my troops. I'm getting some extra land. We're moving over here and we're having this. And potentially Ireland might... Actually, you know what? I might just wait for a second. Because it's possible Scotland will do it for me. So are they actually going to move in? Because have you actually got any other troops that you need to... Have you actually got any other wars going on right now? Because Scotland's doing really well. They've got 3,000 troops. They've got no other wars on. So, oh, they're just going to go and do it for me. Okay, well, now I know they're in. I'm going to go join them. Because I'd like to go... I'd like to help out in my own war. So you see my army raising up there. It just all raises up on one spot, which is really convenient. And I'm just going to march it north, so I need to travel the smallest amount of distance. I'm going to go on foot for most of the way, but Scotland seems to be dealing with this. Love my beard and my chaperon. And I've got a merchant passing through who's showing me some shit. So it must be interesting travelling as you do, but that causes me stress because I'm being nice and I hate being nice. Urgh. She will tell me what she knows. Yes, torture, torture, torture.
Great. Yeah, I wonder why Claire is terrified of you.
Or I could lose, or I could pay them for all the information that they have. I'm going to do some torturing. Yay, potentially threaten some merchants. Oh yeah, the Earldom of Devon gained threaten merchants. So it turns out threatening merchants is bad for trade.
Who would have thunk it?
I don't know. Who could have predicted this? Okay, save up some money. Oh, I'm losing money every month. Claire, it turns out that my men-at-arms are really cocky expensive. Like, so expensive.
Oh, dear.
Scotland, would you mind winning this war for me? I'd really appreciate it if you'd win this war for me. We're going to lose even more money by going out to sea. In fact, you can see there it's going to cost me some stuff. Have we got a sexy? I'll give her a good tumble. And, oh, it's my son's wife. It's my son's wife.
Well.
Oh, go on, then. Hey! And I can keep her as a lover, too. I see there's no way this is going to go wrong. No, Scotland, come back! Scotland! Please, Scotland, come back. You can see there that I don't have a navy, but it just represents the amount it's going to cost me to literally embark. Which gets me to... And now I'm in debt. Now I'm in debt. Your army's dead, by the way. Your army's dead. Because if so, that's... Oh, you've picked up more troops. Okay, well, this is fine.
Ooh.
Everything's under control. We're out of everything. Okay, where's the actual territory? It's over here. Because we just need to... Yeah, if you siege down the capital, you've sieged down the entire county. You don't need to bother sieging down any sub-regions or anything anymore. Which is really convenient. So you don't need to bother, like, sieging down the city, the capital, then the city, then the city, then a church, then a city, then a city. If there's, like, 6 in the territory. Now it's just the one. You just take the one and that's it. You're done. Job done. Which is very convenient. Clap.
Yeah, we've got a couple of people asking. Yeah, Miguel is asking if we're going to do a guide on religious reformation, going in depth into different religion.
Not immediately, but I wouldn't say no.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. The Duke gave us 10 Canadian dollars.
Good dollars.
And says, can we expect another epic tale like something of the sort of the tale of Fat King John of Cornwall?
I mean, it's Crusader Kings, so it's going to happen. You see that, by the way, you literally cannot assault a fort unless you've taken out the walls, which you can't do without siege equipment, which I do not have, because I literally don't have the tech for it. So assaulting, you've got to take more consideration these days as to how long a siege is going to take, because you cannot rush it. Even against a tiny garrison, you have to wait them out and siege them out unless you've got siege equipment, which is a big change to the flow of war, and it makes siege equipment very powerful. And now we just move down over here, find the other, because as soon as we just take out this, we'll be able to win. I'm down a lot of money right now. Down a lot of money, but we'll make some money back through this territory I'm about to take over, so everything is under control. Clap!
Yes, indeed. Let's see. Questions about combat while you're doing that?
Yes.
Nathaniel wanted to know how expensive the mercenaries are in this game, and are they OP like in 2?
Excellent question. We haven't really shown them off because I can't really afford them right now. They tend to be bought an awful lot, which suggests the AI likes them. So a lot of these guys are just not available at this exact moment in time. So let's just view details for this random company right here, an Irish mercenary company. So yeah, they come with the same blend of soldiers. You get some levies, some men-at-arms, and some knights. The nice thing about them in particular is they tend to be extremely high quality, because the balance of levies to men-at-arms is very high. So you can see there that you've got like almost as many horsemen as you've got levies. That's 400 levies, but like the equivalent of over 3
full units of men-at-arms horsemen. So it tends to be a good way of getting men-at-arms in. Because bear in mind, even if you've got all the money in the world, there is a cap to how many men-at-arms you're allowed to have, which for many empires is going to be about 4, and goes up very slowly. So there is a point where all you can do, if in terms of spending money on buildings, is you just boost the number of levies you've got and potentially increase the number of knights to keep the quality high. So to keep the balance in terms of quality. But what you've got, however, is if you hire mercenaries, that's a nice cheap way to boost the overall blended quality of the armed force, because they tend to be high quality troops. So they're not like... I've not had enough time to experiment with them, but you'll notice that you're getting a lot of troops. And also, in particular, the other nice thing is, if you see, oh, I am going into a territory where I can see, because I've just lost a battle, that I'm going up against a very large number of horses. Being able to buy mercenaries that bring you a huge number of pikemen give you a huge edge in that battle. And you can see that the game treats that that's the point of them, because it literally shows on the screen here what the type of units are. So I think they are going to be very powerful, and it's going to be mainly about buying elite units. And you've got over here Palace Guards, which are the elite of the elite. They're very, very strong. So yeah, you've got a lot of good stuff. They are a little bit on the expensive side, but what you do is you actually you buy their contract up front. So you literally just buy 500 gold up front, and then you've got them for 3 years. You don't need to pay them on an ongoing basis by the Luxi of it. Because that's what it says here. Anyway, we're happy to be proven wrong, but it literally says 250 gold for a 3-year contract. So yeah, it's a bit different than what it used to be. You don't need to worry about them you don't need to worry about running out of money. As long as you can scrape together the money, you've got them for 3 years. And obviously you also get a really good commander who comes with them. So, you've got who's often got very high skills and a couple of perks. So I think they are going to be very powerful, but I haven't had time to experiment into them, and they do work a little bit differently. Claire.
Yeah, we've got more stuff about the combat. Retin wanted to know if dueling and personal combat is still a thing. Personal combat skill specifically.
Yes, it's called prowess these days, and it is used... I don't know if it's used in... I've seen dueling show up in an event, but I've not seen it as a thing that you can choose to do as a decision or an interaction. So I think it just shows up as an event with rivalries, and nothing else, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, and then we've got a message from Department of Redundancy Department, who gave us 5 Swiss francs, and says, it looks like I have 5 hours of stream to catch up. Hard eyes! By the way, this is very exciting, I got to chair the Geneva Parliament for about 20 minutes last week. Probably more to come.
Sweet!
Yeah, I know. They told us that they had been elected to office
I remember
a couple months ago, so that's really cool. And Ender Graf gave us $5 and says, Ayo MATN, I love the channel. I had to leave midway through the live stream. Whatever happened to baby King John? Did he get fat?
No, he got evil.
Yeah, he got he looks a lot like Joffrey Baratheon.
Yes. Okay, we need to break down the army just for the sake of the levy's going to take a few days. Well, we need to do it anyway. We need to break down... We need to get some money back, because there's more troops over here. So we need to pursue over to this side of the world, unfortunately. Because we have technically taken the target, so we can wait them out. Because we've won... Actually, did we win a big enough battle? Can we maybe enforce our demands at some point? They won't accept. No, of course they won't. Okay. Well, there has been a battle, and they seem to be having their own trouble over here. Someone's occupied them. So, Claire's just picked up an extra thing. Gillian's just come of age. And, now we get to see this. So, right, she's betrothed to someone who is already 20. She has picked up... she's not picked up the best education, but she's okay. Now we're going to see if she immediately gets auto-married. And whether we need to actually do anything or not. Because if so, that's been patched recently. No, that has changed. Okay, you do need to actually click betrothed can marry. Okay, that is not a thing that was true until this last update. That was happening automatically before. So okay, fair enough. I mean, it's possibly I was just seeing what was a bug. I was just seeing a bug. this whole time. Hostile scheme success chance plus 25. I'll take that, thank you. Okay, their entire empire appears to be occupied. Right. What happened over here? What happened over here? Scotland? Scotland, what are you doing? Why is this territory not belonging to us? This is... Oh, probably one of their allies, isn't it? Okay, we'll just go, please go and deal with them. Clap!
Ooh, this is interesting. Zentensky wants to know, what does being in debt do?
Let's find out. It says right here. Oh, it's going to cause things like county corruption. So levy reinforcement rates going down, control growth is going down. Basically, it's just causing my territories to pick up nonsense like threaten merchants and bad administration. It's just screwing over my counties, basically, which is why I needed to fall back in order to break down my armies, because I bought far too expensive advanced troops. No, Scotland, come back! Scotland! Scotland.
Shout out to Craig in chat who says, how on earth is this stream still going? I went away to host a pub quiz. Last I knew, you guys were ending 90 minutes ago. Yeah, well, we ended up taking, I honestly think this stream we probably took about as many questions from chat as super chat, which is not what we normally do.
To get territory! I've actually got territory!
Woo-hoo!
Yes, I took something! Yay! And that's good, because of course, bear in mind, the advantage of this is really nice, by the way, because of the new system where you can just move your rally points, I can just move my rally point over here and raise all my elite Cornwall troops over here.
But yeah,
I
also think John usually struggles to stop playing Crusader Kings 3 rather than the opposite.
It is a problem, yes. Though, hilariously, of course, the new territory, because of Gavelkind, or partition, is going to go straight to John. So it's gonna be lost immediately. Well, not lost, because luckily, we've only got one... Actually, I wonder if a Dutch title is going to be created. I'm just going to let time speed up, because I'm curious what happens when I die at this point. Because if I die, does the partition mean that... Because it says, what it says here in succession is, Confederate partition, younger children will be given titles starting with those of the same rank of the primary title. If none are available, they will be given lower ranking titles, and younger children will have titles created for them if enough land is held. So that can't happen on this occasion, because I simply do not have enough land to create a duchy. Because the duchy here is Ulster, which literally already exists. You are the Duke of Ulster. Yes, so he can't have... The Duchy of Ulster can't be just created out of nowhere to be given to John, because, one, we don't have the land, and two, that it already exists. So that's fine. We're safe in that regard. And now we can start not being poor. Yay! And my wife is gregarious, because she enjoys being happy. So she's actually got a rare 4 base stats, which is really rare. Like, if you look over people who've had really long lives, and very often you'll see, 3 base, like, traits, education, and then a couple of extra ones, like military and extra ones.
Yeah, that's not very many compared to 2 at all.
Yeah, there's 4. So Wessex has managed to, like, he's 44, he's had a really busy life, he's only got 4 base traits. King of France is on 3.
And then all those really small
King of
ones
Lotharingia,
that he had, Wessex, all those really small ones that he had.
Yeah, little ones, temporary.
But next to his big ones, what's that? The small...
those are things that he's picked up that are smaller. Like those are military perks. Those are military perks.
Those are achievements.
Yeah, that's a genetic perk.
Sure.
That is, again, military. That is, he's picked up an injury. That is, he's known as an adulterer. That's been discovered. And these 2 at the end are... Actually, no, that one at the end is he's completed the strategist tree. So that is a perk he's got out of the tree. And that one at the end is pilgrim, because he was a pilgrimage. So these ones are like situational stuff he's done. Yeah. These ones are things that he is.
So I think his character...
This is the core of his character. These are things that he has done or learned or inherited. Cool. I think it's kind of the way I think about it.
I like that distinction.
Yeah. But, like, I think like that's a nice way to look at it, because, like, in Crusader Kings 2, you can have, like, a massive line of, like, just traits, and therefore you couldn't necessarily get the idea of who someone was. Whereas on this occasion, you've got certain traits that are core traits, and the game tries, like, it tries to indicate who
a person is. Like, and it kind of just gives them a little kind of epithet thing. So he's a righteous planner. And like that, and you know, I am... it doesn't tell me what mine is. And yeah, you can also check on sexual orientation, if that's what you want to do. Compassionate lackey, righteous empath, resentful paragon, treacherous antagonist. Okay, probably don't trust him.
Wow.
Things like that. So yeah, let's see.
Treacherous antagonist.
And you want to... The Alban of the Earldom of Galloway. Where's the, which one's the Earldom of Galloway? Show me where that is. Oh, yeah, you know what? I'll accept, but I'm not going. Have fun. Pfft. Oh, no, I just declared war on... Uh-oh. I shouldn't have said yes to that, because that's attacking Ulster, who I'm next door to. So that's going to be good. Luckily, Scotland should be able to easily win that one, so everything's fine. Clap.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Myra, for reminding me about the pet pictures. They will happen. I'm sorting that out now. Including a picture of Tabby meeting a kitten yesterday.
Ah, Tabby meeting kitten. Ah, here we go. This is perfect. So I'm dying. Good. So you get the usual bits and pieces. So as is common, unlike in Imperator, I never liked the system in Imperator, like where you had like a health meter where when it hit 0 you died. Like instead, like how long you're gonna live is a function of like your health, which gives you a vague idea of like how healthy you are roughly, and there are perks you can take in the learning tree that help you with medicine and whatever. But unfortunately, I am dying at this point. So I could try and... it's too late for caution. Do something wacky. No, just leave me be. Leave me be, because I'd like to see what happens when I pass away.
Yes, indeed. Let's see. You didn't actually answer the question earlier from Rezuma about childhood focus. I know we've, like, talked about it briefly, how it had been simplified.
Yes.
Do you want to say again, real quick?
Yes, basically. The two of us, a child. Yay, the secret's a secret for now. I can't demonstrate it right now, because the child is... Actually, let's just move time on a bit. We'll literally see this for the young kid, and... Ricket's dead. Now, I'm not saying that Johnfrey, who is now the primary heir...
murdered him!
It's... We can't prove that Johnfrey did it. We can't prove that Johnfrey just murdered Ricket. We can't prove that the guy who is now the primary and, I believe, only heir, is the only male, as this is a male-dominated partition system, murdered Ricket. We can't prove a thing. We can't prove that. And obviously you gain stress when a child dies. But it could have been anybody.
Yeah.
It could have been anybody.
I mean, it could have been Claire.
It could absolutely have been Claire. We don't know who it was. Who knows?
Yeah, Zentensky says it's a good time to play the Reigns of Castamere.
I've literally just
Very convenient.
Wait, what?
Ha!
Who's Gurkant?
Oh no, this happened before and you got confused before. This happened in a previous run. That's Ricket's kid. Because it goes
Oh
down.
yeah! I'm now playing as a baby!
Because Harry doesn't get king if William dies.
I'm playing as a baby! Baby gaga goo goo. I'm feeble. Oh no, I'm feeble. This is a feeble baby. I feel like this baby...
Alright, Johnfrey, ball's in your court, mate.
I feel like... Unfortunately, well, yes, yes, if I die... Actually, no, if I die, everything goes to, I assume... Yes, my mother. My mother is actually next in line.
Well...
So, she's not lasting long.
Wow, her husband and her lover died really close together.
Oh no,
Maybe
it's changed.
She did it.
My newborn brother is now my heir. I guess my mother just had another child.
Oh, you can hover over Ricket's skull, says King William the Conqueror, and hopefully you might...
We might gain something.
Who's the regent?
Hang on, we can check that in just a second. Relationships, guardian crushers, siblings... One is not listed.
Also, probably you have to appoint them?
I might
Though
have to
that
appoint
seems
them.
Weird.
I can specify who ought to be educating me. I have a lot of...
Wait, Jillian died?
Johnfrey's been busy.
a lot of people.
Apparently, your mother is also an evil atheist. I mean, she did sleep with your dad and your granddad, so.
Okay, let's be clear what happened here. So Rickett died under mysterious circumstances in 894. Gillian died. She was killed during a siege. I don't know where the flip she was, but she was over in Scotland, wasn't she?
On the Isle of Man.
Yeah. So she went over to Scotland and was immediately killed. So I think I've lost all my alliance. Yeah, I've now got no alliances because all of my friends.
Everybody got killed.
Everyone's dead. And it's we can't prove who was responsible, but John Free's literally. So John Free hates me. John Free absolutely despises me. I think I need to give John Free a position on the council. John Free could be on the council. We're not going to make him spy master.
Yeah, maybe don't.
This is everything's under control.
Can you make him chief of torture? He'd be good at that.
I don't have a spouse either. He is a treacherous villain officially.
Mm-hmm.
He's a treacherous villain. Everything's fine. I'm definitely not about to die along with my own baby brother. And I think we should. Oh, good lord! Let's see if I can make it to adulthood. At least make it to education. Faction. My uncle Earl John just created a faction against me. Claire, I'm beginning to suspect that John Free might be the baddie.
Shout out to Razuma who says, wow, in the space of 10 minutes, everything has gone to shit. Welcome to Crusader Kings!
Fuck you, John Free! Woo! Fuck you!
Oh, I missed CK.
Oh, good lord.
It's lovely.
Oh, dear. No.
Oh.
I need to get myself educated.
Yes, Eunice has a really interesting question. Will you actually be able to react when you know who killed your kin or spouse, like imprisonment or taking titles or taking revenge, or will it just be a dislike like in CK2? Have you seen it?
If it's a crime, which it is, I can try to imprison, though it may not success. I'm going to find some secrets in Cornwall. I'm going to have a little dig around in Cornwall, see if we can find some secrets. Let's see if we got a better... Yeah, you know what? I can't afford to recruit that person. I've got no spectacular spy masters. But I'm going to see if we can find a couple of secrets.
Cameron says you should keep John away because the scheme's strength is stronger the closer the schemer is to the target.
Well, what happens.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I hit the age of 4, I can show off the new the childhood focus system again for people who missed it earlier. So I'm just moving time along nice and fast here.
Indeed, and Slurry Dude gave us $5 Canadian and says, "There's a live stream on a Monday. I'm at work." No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just.
We've discovered a secret.
Is the secret John Free's trying to murder you?
It turns out that Uncle John actually plotted to kill my father, Rickett, and now we know. Well, now I think we'll. Look, he's trying to look innocent. He's trying to do his best.
Yeah,
innocent
he's not
face.
very good at that.
He's not very good at his. Okay, so we need to have a chat. So, murdered Rickett. And that is a strong hook, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a strong hook. So we can either expose him, in which case I have the right to arrest him immediately, because it is known he performed a crime, or I can blackmail him, which prevents him from plotting against me.
Blackmail him! Blackmail him!
90% acceptance, and that means he can't plot against me anymore, making him... Oh dear! Looks like I have got a strong hook against... Oh no! It looks like the boot's on the other bitch now, John! There we go.
John is our bench. Yay!
Yeah, John is now our B-hatch. Now he has to do what I say!
Who could have guessed you're such a great detective, John?
There we go.
Yes, curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal. He will be a kinslayer.
Mm-hmm.
People wanted you to expose him, but this is more fun.
Oh, I can't even imprison him with the hooks. He's too clever compared to me. Okay.
You're an infant.
Oh, wait, hang on. No, that doesn't stop him plotting against me.
Oh, shit.
Terrified stops him plotting against me.
Well
what does
done.
a strong hook like me do? I can revoke his titles.
I could
you don't
revoke
love
his
that.
flipping titles.
He would have been a kinslayer
Mm-hmm.
if you did that.
It's true.
But you can still choose to expose him, right?
I think I could. I don't know. But I'm having Cornwall back off him because that destroys his power base.
Yeah.
So, he can't actually turn that down anymore. And he can't decline because I've got the hook. So he basically just has to accept. So basically, fuck you! And, yeah, guess what? That doesn't remove the hook because it's a strong hook. So in 5 years, that comes off cooldown and I can just do what I want. So he's
can you expose him now, or do you have to wait to expose him until cooldown's done?
Let's see what I can do here. Can I actually expose him in any meaningful way?
Because, I mean, expose is not grayed out.
Yeah.
In Secrets Known to Me, Murdered Ricka, expose is not grayed out.
It is here. The secret is being because the secret is being used as a hook, so therefore I can't expose him. I think I've made that choice, but I don't know if he has the option any time of his choosing to say I'm sick of this. I choose to expose my. Actually, he could expose himself. I think he's allowed to expose himself anytime he wants to. So now he unfortunately he can still plot against me. But here we go. Education is a focus. So literally between the ages of 1 and 4, you pick up a trait. So in this case, it's one trait. Curious.
Can we change the baby's name, by the way?
I don't see
because I thought
how.
we could when we were young, but I don't know if it's you.
I can't see how, so I'm not sure.
Maybe it's just other characters you can change.
Yeah. I mean, I've got way more troops than John does now, so there's nothing he can. So if I just want to smush him, I can. But yes, this is where we are at this point. We've got just wait for him to reach the age of 4, and then it will actually appear here. Yeah. I can actually set him a thing earlier because now we've got that. Oh, look, he's wearing a tiny uniform. Oh. But yes.
Yeah, as Demon Samura says in chat, baby's first blackmail. Aww.
Yeah, he's going to be a nice kid. He's going to be a nice. I'm just going to check. We've actually got someone to educate him who's actually vaguely nice. Not John in the court. Yeah. Yeah.
Can Claire educate him, or is she a baby too?
Claire's still a baby. Claire is still a baby.
What's Claire's
or a child.
Education?
I think she's still undergoing it, but I can't remember what it was. We've got plenty of learning people and no. Oh, apparently we've got some prisoners.
Nice.
That's nice. We've got some good learning people, so we're gonna choose learning. Can I do it right? Oh no, a child of less than 6. I can't even set it till 6. Okay. Right. Well, over to the prison. In that case, over to the prison. I think I caught these guys previously. That's nice. So I can execute these guys, and because he is of an evil faith, no one will care about that. But is anyone willing to pay for the return of these people? So yeah, I could release her for 1 for a favour. That's it. What about you? Get a weak hook. So yeah, I can people I've captured. You can force favours on them or negotiate release for. Oh, I can demand conversion. That's interesting, isn't it? So I can demand conversion and get a weak hook to release this person. Yeah, off you go. Apparently they've got no money. So I'd like to recruit you. I could recruit you. Are you good at anything? That's an option. I can just recruit people if I want to. Well, you know what? If you're willing to convert and recruit, and I'll have a weak hook on you, I see no reason why you shouldn't join my court. I need more people. We just said the court was desperately lacking, so going to a foreign country, capturing people, and then negotiating them joining the court is apparently a completely viable option. So he just works for me now. So that's nice. That's a good way of getting new people into your court. Literally go and capture them, and then join my court a condition of their release.
Very nice.
It's very cute. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. So, yes, when he hits the age of 6, we'll be able to make a choice. But literally, it's just going to be one of these two, for whichever you've got. So, yeah, the education system is underwhelming. That's it until he's 16. That's it until he's 16. So, children are relatively uninteresting. Relatively uninteresting. So, you know what? I think we should probably wrap up, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
I think we should wrap up.
I mean, I'm about to hit, 10.5 hours work today.
Execute! Yeah, we executed somebody. There you go.
We executed a person. So I hope you're all very happy about that. And
oh, we should start calling this little guy Littlefinger.
he's still
dear.
he is feeble. He could just die any day. He's picked up a genetic weakness. So
he's actually more like Sweet Robin, but sure.
I suspect he's not going to be around for too much longer, and we've got no alliances, and this is... So Johnfrey basically ruined everything. Johnfrey ruined everything, and now he's just basically hanging out in Cornwall, having lots of children, who maybe might be less shit than he is. And won't, like, kill everyone. Who flipping knows? So that's Crusader Kings 3, or at least, like, you know, a little Luxiat. Hopefully you've all learnt something useful. As we said, this is... so that's the end of Crusader Kings 3, I'd say. I don't think we need to make any more videos.
Yeah.
I don't think we're done with it, to be honest.
Wait,
I think we've seen
I don't have to finish editing that one thing tomorrow?
I think we're pretty much done with Crusader Kings 3. I think we've seen it all, really. I'm not sure there's anything else in the game we haven't seen. I think we've just about covered it.
I mean, I know you've mentioned this a couple of times, but... Just for people who are here and maybe haven't heard this earlier in the video, in the stream, shout out to Cindy and Dan, who both asked basically, what do you think about the learning curve between this and Crusader Kings 2, which is better for beginners, which has a less steep learning curve?
Crusader Kings 3 is much easier than Crusader Kings 2 to learn. It's got a better tutorial and better tooltips and a better UI. But it is not the easiest to pick up Paradox game. If you're just looking for a gateway for all Paradox, I still recommend Stellaris over this. There are, for people who are like heavy Crusader Kings 2 fans, who are interested in like the things that are missing, societies, children education is a bit oversimplified, treasuries are gone. I think we covered one other really small thing, but like there's plenty of new stuff as well. There's plenty of new stuff to offset that. Like the number of absences is not that high. The number of absences is really not that high into the circumstances.
Yes, and there are more pet pictures. I will put them in chat and I will show them to John.
Yay, pet pictures.
Nice. I will send them to you on your Twitter, on your DMs.
Why did Sergio hate me? What's Sergio got against me? Apparently I was a tyrant due to just a little bit of murder. Whatever. Short reign, foreign culture, etc. Yeah, so Sergio ain't paying me taxes right now, which is not cool. Screw you, Sergio.
Okay, so pictures of Barney the dog, and then pictures of loads of puppies, because Bob Space has a doggo who gave birth to some puppies, and there's pictures of puppies.
Pretty exciting.
So I'll send that to you on your DMs, and then obviously everybody has already I've already shared it in chat, but Tabby did meet a kitten yesterday, so John's already seen that, so he doesn't need to see it again.
Tiny thing you may notice there, firing someone from the council, they don't sulk for 5 years and refuse to take a new position, so as a result of that, you can actually fire someone and then just give them a new job. You don't need to worry about doing a swapsy roundy, but so they don't sulk for 5 years. And you can also see at a glance on your council screen whether you've got hooks or hook secrets against someone, which is very bloody convenient. So John is my chancellor, which I've given him because it's the worst, dumbest job. So screw you, you stupid loser. I'm going to look at the puppies right now.
There's also kittens, of course.
And kittens, the less good version of puppies.
Shut up.
That is some tiny puppies right there.
They're very small.
You're spoiling me with tiny puppies today.
I know. I saw them
goodness.
And I thought John's gonna love this.
Those are tiny, tiny little pups. They're like guinea pigs but dogs. Amazing.
And there's a slightly there's a doggo who's not a pup anymore as well. So there we go.
All right. So yes, we've got more. Would you believe there actually is going to be some more Crusader Kings 2
like a
tomorrow?
Lot more of
so we've got a big one off tomorrow. A big one
off
tomorrow that looks at a whole bunch of stuff that we haven't really covered in detail today, like the new renown system, what that means, the new system of dynasties and legacies, and what that means, and the new system of stress, and how you can potentially try and use it to your advantage. Basically, tomorrow I try and do a complete bastard video where I try and show off all the nasty shit that's new, and how far you can take stress, madness, murder, and all sorts of other bad bits and pieces. Basically, I'm accidentally playing as Johnfrey tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's accidentally the Johnfrey run
the evil
tomorrow.
John run.
So that's good. So we've got some Evil John coming up tomorrow. Then on Wednesday, we've got some big detailed character guides. And then we've got some normal stuff thereafter. And yeah, coming later in the week, probably on Saturday, the start of a brand new Crusader Kings series. It's very exciting indeed. So I'm going to wrap things up there, ladies and gentlemen, because we need to go and have dinner.
I'm so hungry.
Claire's really hungry. We need to go and have some dinner. And I think I heard a tiny meow not long ago.
Did you?
I think I heard a meow. I think poor Tabby also needs dinner. Do you have anything else, or are you all caught up?
No, we're all caught up.
Brilliant. So thank you all so very, very much during this evening. I've seen we've had some huge numbers during this evening.
Did you say CK2 instead of 3 coming up?
Possibly, yes.
It's 3.
It's definitely 3. It's definitely 3. But thank you also very, very much for joining us this evening. To the Super Chat donators, to the patrons, the community members, lots of new community members, do check out the community tab. You'll see how to access the patron cast right there. Patrons, same deal. You can access it there or on Patreon itself. The submission thread is live right now. Patron cast hopefully coming up this next weekend if we've got time. We're a little bit rushed because of all the Crusader Kings 3, so it might be a bit late. We'll have to see. Please bear with us and do not throw rotten tomatoes. Thank you also very much for joining us this evening for this very interesting little this kind of discussion and look over some Crusader Kings 3 that I'm glad kind of in the end went mad and everyone died because, you know, it shows that the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yes,
so
indeed.
Thank you all so very much. My voice can't take it. We need to go. Very much indeed for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty more Crusader Kings 3 to come, which is absolutely flipping magnificent. But in the meantime, I've been John.
I've been Sick Phil.
Jenny Trunette. There's been Crusader Kings, definitely 3, not 2 or any number higher than 3. Thank you very much, and have funk.
Have funk.